Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto Hyodo was reincarnated in DxD verse with perverted mindset? Movie 1. Uzumaki Naruto was a fairly average 17-year-old boy, well, not quite. Despite both of his parents being Japanese, he looked more like someone from Scandinavia or America. His hair was a golden blonde that was fairly unique and attention-grabbing color. More than once he had to listen to people insulting his hair, saying how he must have dyed it like some kind of punk or delinquent. In his youth, his hair was spiky and unruly, reinforcing the image of him having tampered with his hair using hair products even more. Thus he had ended up growing it out until it fell to his shoulders. Usually, however, he tied his hair in a ponytail, while two bangs fell down to both sides of his face. His hair still had somewhat of an unruly and spiky look to it, but it was far more manageable than when he had short hair. The three scars, which resembled whiskers, on both sides of his face reinforced that belief of him being a delinquent. Rumors spread that he must have gotten them in some kind of fight, or they were part of some secret Yakuza training he went through. Him skipping class or getting fights did nothing to dispel that image of him. In fact, it only reinforced it in the minds of everyone. Of course, in Naruto's mind at least, it wasn't his fault. Classes failed to capture his interest, and even with him skipping class, he maintained the ability to maintain a passing grade with being slightly above the average, so it wasn't that he was stupid or didn't understand the material, they simply failed to grab his attention. All the subjects utterly failed in that regard. As for the fights, well, all the real punks, thugs and scum of the earth believed that he was some kind of upstart kid that had to be taught a lesson. In other words, he should be beaten up before getting all his valuables taken. Only all the guys that thought him to be easy picking were sorely disappointed when he beat them so thoroughly that they landed in the hospital, so they learned never to mess with him. In fact, he had always been a bit stronger, a bit faster, a bit more agile when it mattered. When it came down to physical things, he truly excelled in that regard. Which only served to spark rumors that he was some kind of Yakuza-trained hitman who violently lashed out at anybody that annoyed him or would assassinate anyone for the right price. These factors kind of catapulted him close to the bottom of the social pecking order. The only ones that dared to associate with him were the pervert trio, Matsuda, Motohama and Hyodo Issei, who were probably the only ones that were stigmatized even worse than him. Matsuda was a former sports star and jock with a buzzcut that was a self-proclaimed lolicon. He was otherwise known as censored harassment paparazzi, or perverted baldy. Motohama was a glasses-wearing pervert with the ability to measure a girl's 3 sizes with a simple look, earning him the monikers of perverted glasses and 3 sizes scouter. And lastly, Issei. He was an otherwise unremarkable brown-haired boy, if not for his obsession for censors that surpassed anything Naruto had ever and probably would ever see, making him known as the Oppai Baka, or censored idiot, as his brain seemed to shut down and he lost all reason when he saw an exposed pear. Also, he would often garner looks of outright fury and scorn by the female population for voicing his outrageous claim of being a future harem king. Although Matsuda's claim that he would rape all the females in his head was probably even more outrageous and stupid than the harem king thing, and of course it was infinitely more creepy. The guy hadn't been able to walk around for a month without fearing to be on the receiving end of female fury. While in Issei's case it was an understandable dream many males of his age would share but leave unvoiced, it seemed also quite far-fetched that he or anybody for that matter would or could achieve this dream. Beyond that, Issei was actually a very loyal friend who stuck to those he considered close to him. Some of that was probably because he had known Issei since his middle school days and bailed him out of situations that his, even back then, huge obsession with girls' censors had gotten him into. Naruto turned under his blanket and cracked one eye open, taking a glance at the red glowing digital display of his alarm clock. He sighed as he realized that soon the dastardly thing would fulfill its purpose and try to wake him with its infernal beeping. He opened his eyes and rested his head on his hands as he stared at his ceiling. Sometimes Naruto wondered if there, maybe, was more to the world. It seemed so bland and restrictive. Go to school, study hard, get a degree, get a job. These weren't things that held a great appeal to Naruto. He craved adventure and excitement, things that weren't all too abundant in this world. At times he felt the only times he felt alive was when he beat up those punks. Fighting, danger, those things got his blood pumping, but that wasn't a normal occurrence. He really felt out of place at times. Sometimes Naruto felt like there was a hidden side of the world that he did not know about or had yet to explore. Probably nothing more than wishful thinking, the blonde teen thought to himself and, without looking at it, hit the alarm clock, turning it off the moment it started beeping. He tore himself out of his bed, a yawn escaping his lips. He took his pajamas off and threw them on a pile of his dirty clothes to be washed. Picking a pair of fresh underwear, he threw it next to his school uniform. A black blazer with white accents over a white button-down shirt with vertical linings, a black ribbon, which he never wore, matching black pants and brown dress shoes. This was the uniform of his school, Kuo Gakuen. Naruto took a shower as he heard his mother start preparing breakfast. Were things always going to stay this way? Day in and day out. Waking up, showering, breakfast, going to school, coming home, dinner. Was there nothing that could break the monotony of his stale and boring life? Naruto turned the water off, the stream of warm water stopping as he broke out of the contemplations about his life. He took a towel and dried himself off, while brushing his teeth. After finishing with his morning preparations, he got clothed in his school uniform, before taking the steps downstairs where breakfast was waiting for him. Sitting down at the kitchen table, his mother, Uzumaki Kushina, who many would regard as a drop-dead gorgeous MILF, placed a plate with pancakes in front of him, which she occasionally prepared for him. "Thanks, Mom." He smiled brightly at her, receiving a smile back from her. Kushina had red hair, not the same crimson that the school's resident idols, well, one of them at any rate, Rias Gremory had, but a much softer shade. Her body was shapely and slim, and it was quite obvious that her chest was quite sizable too, much to Naruto's chagrin, as Issei always had to mention it when he visited and she wasn't there to hear him praise the god of censored or some other nonsense. Many males would have been quite happy to have her as a wife, and yet she had refused to see or date anyone after his father had died hours after he was born. It had devastated her, but she didn't break down and managed to raise Naruto all on her own. As he devoured the last of his mother's delicious pancakes and downed the last bit of orange juice in his glass, he put the dirty dishes into the sink to be cleaned and picked his school bag up. He gave his mother a short "Hugim off, Mom. See you this evening. Do not get into any fights or trouble, okay?" She reminded him with a stern gaze that promised certain pain if he defied her. "And I hope I won't have to hear from any of your teachers that you have been skipping class again." "Of course," Naruto stammered out in reply, fidgeting under her stare as her features softened, and she replied in a sweet voice, "All right. I hope you will keep your word, this time." While Naruto knew that his mother loved him dearly, he also knew that she could be incredibly strict and get quite angry when you pushed her buttons, which Naruto somehow always managed to do. As he made his way to Kuo, he got a few dark stares and annoyed looks in passing, but Naruto was used to it by now and didn't let himself be bothered by it. "Oi, Naruto." He heard a familiar voice call out to him as he saw the brown-haired pervert, who many knew as Hyodo Issei, wave to him, a big grin plastered on his face, his two pervert brethren next to him with twin looks of annoyance on their face. "Yo, Issei, and hello you two perverts," he greeted his friend and his two associates. "Why do you have to be so mean, Naruto?" Motohama cried out in fake horror at being so blatantly insulted. "Can't you at least call us by our names like Issei? Unlike you, I know him much longer than either of you." Naruto replied with a roll of his eyes at having to go through this spiel again another part of my monotonous life, he thought, feeling a wave of boredom wash over him. "But he is just as much of a pervert as we are," Matsuda cried out indignantly and pointed at Issei with a frown on his bald face. "Yes, that may be true," Naruto conceded to them, "but it is something I can overlook in somebody that I've known since middle school." Naruto hated having to reiterate on this again and again. They knew the answers and responses by heart. It was nothing more than a play. "Hey, Naruto, guess what?" Issei suddenly asked, wearing a smug grin, full of satisfaction, on his face. "You got another one of those magazines you hide under the floorboard under your bed?" Naruto guessed with a raised eyebrow at his friend's antics. "Yes, and it's one of the best," Issei called out before rapidly shaking his head at his derailed train of "though I mean no, I've got a girlfriend and we agreed to meet up for a date after school. And how do you even know about where I hide those? Not even my mom knows they are there, after the first time she found my stash and burned them in front of me." Issei shuddered in remembrance the talking to he had received after that still made him cry on the inside. "I know you, Issei. You are not the most ingenious person with your hiding places. Also, you bragged about that to me like a week long back in the last year of middle school, remember?" Naruto reminded his friend with an amused smirk on his face. "Oh yeah. He. Issei seemed to remember and rubbed his head in embarrassment. "Now what's that you said about girlfriend and date?" Naruto inquired with interest, as with Issei's stigma he would have never thought that he would find a girl that would approach him, much less one willing to go out with him. "Don't listen to that guy, Naruto." Matsuda interjected and shook his head in disbelief. Already told us as well. I say he fell asleep last night while fapping or something and imagined that in some kind of wet dream. I did not. Issei cried out in indignation, and Motohama placed a placating hand on his fellow pervert's shoulder. Now just spend some time with us today after school. I have some new goodies. The glasses-wearing boy said, pushing those upwards, reflecting the sunlight, causing a lens flare. Naruto of course knew that goodies in this case referred to new porn and or hentai movies, and that they would spend the afternoon watching them while placating their censored drive. Not that it put any dent in those perverts' censored appetite. No, I'm telling the truth, Issei said once more with conviction. Yuma-chan is such a sweet and cute girl, and I am going on a date with her today. You believe me, don't you, Naruto? While Issei was many things, amongst them a boob-obsessed pervert, he had never known the boy to be a liar or intentionally deceptive or manipulative. He had always been a rather naive, honest and straightforward boy, so Naruto highly doubted that Issei would now suddenly start lying about anything. Of course I do, Issei. Naruto responded with a small grin, and the frantic boy slung his arms around his midsection, crying tears of joy into his uniform. Thank you, Naruto. You are a true friend, he cried out in exuberance before training a small glare at Matsuda and Motohama. Not like you two. The two perverts just shook their head. Just keep believing it, Issei, but don't come crying to us when your Yuma-chan doesn't show up, Motohama said, and the four boys heard the school bell sound, which made them aware that the first period would be starting soon. During a particularly boring physics lecture, Naruto had snuck out and made his way to the school's rooftop, a place hardly anyone ever visited or thought to look for some reason, and thus perfect for Naruto to slack off. The blonde could feel that something was off about today, that something wasn't quite right. He felt a soft cold breeze wash over him despite the weather being much too warm for something like that. It is as if the winds of change are blowing, he muttered to himself as another soft breeze caressed his skin. Maybe today is the day something will break this boring life of mine. After school had ended, he once again met up with Issei and his two associates for some parting words until tomorrow. However, a fourth person was amongst them, and it was a girl. The girl had long black hair that went down to her hips and violet eyes. She appeared to be about their age. She wore a short black dress with a small, light purple jacket on top. She had linked herself on one of Issei's arms in a sign of affection, which caused the brown-haired pervert to don a shit-eating grin, as in a gesture of, I told you so. Motohama and Matsuda were gaping like fishes out of water. See, I told you Yuma-chan was my girlfriend, but you wouldn't believe me, Issei replied in a smug tone. You traitor, Matsuda finally shouted as he regained his bearing. How could you get a girlfriend before us? You broke the pervert's code. Naruto felt a bead of sweat forming at the declaration of something ridiculous like a pervert's code. Really, those guys have no sense at all. But strangely enough, Yuma giggled at Matsuda's antics. Is your friend always this funny? She asked, her voice seeming to flow and coil around everyone like sweet honey. Don't mind him, Yuma-chan. Those two just wouldn't believe me when I told them what a wonderful and cute girl I had for a girlfriend. Issei's words caused the raven-haired girl to break out in a faint blush. You flatterer, she said in playful voice and snuggled into the boy's arm. Yo, Issei, mind introducing me to your lady friend? Naruto called and made everyone attentive to his presence. Hey, Naruto. Issei greeted him, his free arm raised in a short wave. He gestured to the violet-eyed girl as Amano Yuma. He introduced her and then gestured to Naruto. Yuma-chan, that is Uzumaki Naruto, my best friend. Only he wanted to believe me when I said you were my girlfriend. Nice to meet you, Amano-san. The blonde greeted her with as much politeness as he could muster. Nice to meet you as well, Naruto-kun, she returned his greeting much more openly, and just call me Yuma. After all, you are a friend of my cute boyfriend Issei-kun. Naruto released a slight chuckle as Issei's cheeks heated up in a blush. All right then, Yuma. He acquiesced to her request, eliciting a small smile from the girl. Well then, stop wasting time on us here and have fun on your date. He gave Issei a heavy pat on his back, knocking the air out of him and bringing him back from La La Land. Of course. We will see each other tomorrow, Naruto, Matsuda, Motohama. Issei left with Yuma still clinging to his arm, radiating happiness. Why him and not us? Matsuda and Motohama cried out, lamenting the unfairness of it all. Yeah. Well, I guess I'll see you two perverts tomorrow, Naruto said, and was about to leave the two sulking boys behind when they grabbed onto his uniform. Let go. Naruto said in surprise, trying to pry the two perverts off of him with little success so far. Please, Naruto, want you spend the afternoon with us in place of that traitor Issei? Matsuda spat the name out like it was a vile poison. Yeah, we guys without girlfriends have to keep together, Motohama added, and Naruto felt repulsed by the mere though. He didn't want to spend the rest of his day with these two perverts, watch third-rate erotic movies and be in the presence of them as they relieved themselves. No, leave me alone, you two rejects. Naruto cried out in panic and took long striding steps, thinking that would make the two let go of him, but they kept a hold of him pretty strongly and were simply dragged behind him, like a pair of unruly puppies. Let go. Naruto shouted and tried to sprint away but didn't get very far as the two pieces of baggage slowed him down. People are staring, you two. Naruto noted with a hint of nervosity lacing his voice as passers-by stared with wide eyes at the blonde boy being hugged by two crying boys that sobbed about having to make a tribute to the arrow god to cleanse the treason of the heretic Issei. Eventually Naruto had enough and grabbed the two by the scruff of their necks and threw them off of him and sprinted as far as he could, two quiet voices shouting after him in the distance, "No, Naruto, we need your manliness to appease the arrow god." Eventually he had left the two perverts far behind him. Just because I said I wanted not to be bored didn't mean I wanted this. Naruto released a deep breath. Those two are really idiots. Naruto thought to himself in annoyance, taking a deep breath against the tiny bit of exhaustion that had formed inside of him. I don't know how Issei can stand them for any prolonged amount of time. He began wandering the twilight-shrouded streets of the city, which soon would be veiled in the darkness of the night. Probably because he is such a die-hard pervert himself, but unlike those two, Issei actually has redeeming qualities. It wasn't that Naruto couldn't appreciate the beauty of the female body, had no love for cute girls or anything of that sort, but it's not like he had any desire to spend his time with two perverts who had nothing better to do than spend their afternoons watching hentai and masturbating while they were doing that. Naruto, like basically every red-blooded male, had done something similar, but those two just went too far with it. In fact, Naruto even contemplated at one point that those two were in reality gay and just used their open perverseness and lusting after the female body as a front to hide their true desire behind. The blonde shook his head to get rid of those thoughts and thought back to that Yuma girl who, according to Issei, was his girlfriend. Again, he believed his friend was no liar or was deceiving anyone, but the same couldn't be said about this Amano girl. Sure, she acted sweet and lovey-dovey, but she laid a bit thick on. Naruto thought of himself a pretty good judge of character, and to him Yuma just oozed the feelings of being a manipulative, cold-hearted and cruel bitch. Issei, in his naivety, lust for the female body and desire for female affection, would no doubt trust and believe every honey-coated word that rolled off her tongue. Perhaps he didn't want to ruin his friend's shot at a happy relationship, or maybe he was just being too paranoid and thus didn't dare to say anything to Issei, but he was sure the guy would end up with his heart broken. Yuma was obviously not from Kuo, otherwise one of the two perverts would have doubtlessly recognized her, and she likely wouldn't have approached Issei if she was. What with his reputation of having peeped on the kendo club, tennis club, basketball club and pretty much every other club that was filled to the brim with beautiful females. Naruto was certain that Yuma would let the date play out like any other date and then dump him, maybe in front of some people she knew. Revealing it all to be some cruel joke, how she had never loved him and how much of a pathetic boy he was to get his hopes up like that. Were she from Kuo, he wouldn't have ever considered this. While many females indeed harbored a great deal of hatred and animosity for his perverted friend, they also wisely ignored him and tried to keep any interaction with him to a minimal level, so investing time and effort to interact on such a personal level with the Oppai Baka, just to inflict some emotional damage, was beneath them. Naruto didn't know it at that time, but his guess as to how the events that would later this night transpire between Hyodo Issei and Amano Yuma came dangerously close to the real truth. For now he was cut out of his musings as he heard an angry and snobbish voice bothering someone. "Come on babe, we'll show you a good time. How often do I have to say no before you get it into your thick skull?" A second decidedly female voice replied with large amounts of annoyance dripping from it. Naruto turned his attention to the scene. Surrounded by a large group of men was a woman, or rather girl, with blonde hair. She was fairly short compared to other girls, but Naruto could still tell that she wasn't a small kid but somewhere around his age or maybe even older. She wore a black gothic Lolita dress which fit her quite well and accented quite a bit of her inherent cuteness, which no doubt attracted the attention of the scum she was surrounded by. At the head of the mob was a pug-faced guy with short, slicked back hair. He wore a pristine white suit and held himself with the air of someone that owned the place. In his hand was a half-filled bottle of beer from which he took a generous swig. At his sides were half a dozen similar clothed guys, all with equally ugly mugs that looked as if they had been bashed in a few times or been bulldozed. All held equally predatory grins that didn't veil their intentions in the slightest. "Just come with us or you'll make us angry," the apparent leader of the gang said in a dangerously low voice. "You'll regret it if we are angry." The blonde just stared boredly at him and rolled her eyes at his poor attempts at intimidation. Naruto had to give it to the girl. She was brave, but at least outwardly she didn't seem to be the type that could handle those guys once they would get a bit more rough. "Well, I guess this is a much better change than what happened with those two perverts," Naruto thought to himself inwardly, an animalistic grin forming at being able to feel the thrill of a fight. "Sorry, Mom, but looks like I will be getting into a fight after all. At least it will be for a good reason." He apologized to Kushina, who would no doubt be disappointed for starting a fight but be proud nonetheless that he had helped someone in need. He casually strolled up to the group of people and absent-mindedly bumped into the leader guy, spilling his golden beverage over his white clothes, staining them instantly. Oh, sorry, I didn't notice you there." Naruto fake apologized to the scum who glared at him with narrowed eyes, making him seem even more ugly than he already was. "Do you have any idea how much this suit costs, brat?" the guy roared in anger. "More than you could ever pay off, you measly rat." "Well, good thing I am not planning on buying such an ugly piece of shit suit then, isn't it?" Naruto snarked, a smirk on his face just a bit more. "I mean, what kind of message do you want to send with that thing?" Naruto asked himself with a shake of his head. "You look as if you straight up escaped from some kind of 70s disco party. OJII-san. He grinned at the guy mirthfully, and the girl the guy had previously threatened released a small giggle. The pug-faced guy's face reddened in hook, line and sinker. Naruto thought, feeling elation at his success. "Do you have any idea who we are?" he asked dangerously. Naruto didn't find him even a fraction as threatening as he was ugly. "No, should I?" the blonde asked with boredom evident in his voice. "I am Yui Inume, the district chief of the White Suits gang here in Kuo." The man snarled in barely constrained anger. "Now, apologize and grovel at my feet and maybe, just maybe, I will decide not to put you in the hospital." "Sorry, but you don't seem very magnificent to me, except magnificently ugly." Naruto smirked, and the guy finally lost it. "Get him and don't hold back," he ordered his underlings, who responded in unison with a "Yes, boss." Naruto was now surrounded by the 6 minions of Pug Face, who wore a satisfied smirk on his face. "Not so tough now, are you, punk?" Naruto didn't respond verbally. Instead, he let a right hook blur forward, catching one mook by surprise and sending him sprawling on the hard ground, knocked out with a single punch. The other 5 seemed wary of him. "What are you looking so dumbfounded? Just attack him, you morons." Inume shrieked, and his underlings roared out a battle cry and swarmed Naruto. Deflecting the punch of a first one, he retaliated with a quick hit to the solar plexus before ducking underneath a high swing and sweeping the guy from his legs. Pulling the last 2 of them by their suits, he had them headbutt each other, leaving them lying in a heap on top of each other in no small amount of pain. "Small fry," Naruto thought with disappointment, censoring useless pieces of shit. Inume swore and spat on top of his incapacitated underlings. "Everything you got to do by yourself." He took out a small object out of his pocket, and with a click a small knife lay in his hands. He rushed with the blade pointed at the blonde. Naruto clicked his tongue. This guy was making it too easy. He grabbed the outstretched wrist with one hand, stopping the incoming blade before a swift stomp to one of the mon's kneecaps made him buckle down to his knees, as he twisted the mon's wrist, causing him to drop his weapon. Finally, a simple fist to the mon's face sent him into the land of the unconscious. While not a particularly intense fight, it served as a good counterweight to his otherwise dull day. Middl had observed the scene before her with curious interest. At first she had been bothered by some useless guy with the ugliest face she had ever seen, and then this blonde-haired guy had bumped into him and made short work of him and his friends. Truth be told, she would have probably dealt with them herself, scaring them a bit and then wiping their mind or something. Nothing that would endanger Rainare's plans. She had just stuck around this part of the town because Rainer had sent all of them out scouting the city to know how much they would have to deal with any interference from the devils as their plans would progress. She had seen a few familiars hand out those contracts, and well, she could set free to deal with any of those devil fraternizing humans that would keep the annoying censored out of her presence, giving her some peace and quiet and keeping the insane idiot's bloodlust sated. It was truly horrible to have to work together with that guy, but Rainer insisted that he was one of the best. Well, now that her initial fun was unavailable, maybe she could have some fun with the blonde guy. With her cute looks she would surely wrap him around her finger, and for some reason he struck her as a lolicon, so that was a double bonus for her. She giggled silently to herself. Humans were such simple creatures, she never got why the Lord had favored them, but at least the guy in front of her seemed like he would make for a good censored before she would mindwipe him. She hugged the taller blonde in fake happiness. Thank you for helping, Middle. How can Middle ever thank you? Naruto blinked at the blonde lowly. Was she talking about herself in the third person? Well, maybe it's some kind of cosplay thing. He thought to himself with a mental shrug, she certainly looks the part for it. However, the sudden change in personality seemed a bit strange. She had seemed cold and callous mere minutes ago when insulting that anime guy, and now she was a bubbly little girl? That struck Naruto as quite odd, but left it aside for now as he chalked it up to it being merely how she chose to defend herself against being ganged up upon, or it being some kind of cosplay roleplay thing. Well, Middle, right? He began asking her for confirmation, and the blonde girl nodded eagerly, her eyes shining at hearing her name. You don't need to thank me. I just beat those guys up cause they were scum and I wanted to. No gratitude needed for that. But Middle wants to thank her savior, she said, and inwardly was agape, a human refusing her? Middle will do anything, she will do absolutely anything for. My name is Naruto, he responded, not telling her more than that, and she nodded eagerly. Middle will do anything at all for Naruto. After all, Naruto saved Middle. She spoke in the most sickeningly sweet voice she could muster, so Middle will do absolutely anything for Naruto. She once again offered, stressing the anything part, hoping that this stupid human male's libido would finally get the better of him. Naruto knew that she was offering sensual intercourse as a reward. He was neither stupid or dense, and while his libido screamed at him to rip those clothes off her cute body and take her then and there, this whole thing was suspect. She behaved like she desperately wanted nothing more than for him to censor her. He couldn't exactly fathom the reason for it, but wasn't exactly keen on finding out in the worst way possible. After the whole Yuma thing, he was just a bit skeptical of cute girls throwing themselves at boys they just met, and this strange feeling that had been hanging in the air all day long didn't make it better. I really appreciate the offer, Middle, but you don't have to do this. Just go home and get some sleep, okay? Naruto told her and turned around. I'll be going home myself, so see ya, Middle. Middle stood agape as this human had refused her quite obvious advances and turned his back on her. This stupid, moronic, censored wit dared to walk away like some good Samaritan when she was willing to spread her legs for him and let him get a taste of her wonderfully tight fallen angel censored? Not that he necessarily would be aware of that last tidbit of information. This human had acted like one of those prude, goody two-shoes angels that refused to enjoy any sort of pleasure. It was vexing for her to be rejected like that, and she would love nothing more than to reveal herself, pick him up, rape him in the most painful way possible before ending his short, insignificant life like the insect he was, but that would risk exposure and alerting the devils of their presence, so she couldn't do that. Humans were supposed to be selfish and greedy, not selfless. She grumbled angrily, now bereft of both the ability to torment those low-life cockroaches that had dared to think they could rape her or censoring the brains out of that blonde human's body. She had only the option of playing with herself until she was satisfied. She just hoped that Donasek and Fried were still out. She didn't want either of those disgusting tiny censoreds to peep on her. Naruto sighed as he stood in front of his house. He was late, really late. He had missed dinner without any notification for his mother as to where he had been, and was home long after he was supposed to get back. The blonde just knew he was going to get into trouble with his mother. He inserted his key into the lock and turned it with a click that in his mind was much too loud. Closing the door behind him, he began preparing for the inevitable. In front of him stood his mother, a deep frown marring her face, arms crossed under her sizable chest, and a steady but deeply angry tapping of her right foot against the floor. So where were you when I expected you for dinner? Kushina spoke in deliberately slow voice to infuse every bit of her current anger into the syllables of her words. I was in the city, Naruto said carefully, although it wasn't a question. He had said it in a way that implied as if she should have known. And pray tell, what were you doing in the city? Kushina asked, even though she could already guess what it exactly was he did there. I may or may not have gotten into a fight with a gang. The blonde spoke tentatively and gulped audibly in expectation of his mother's fury. Even though I expressly told you not to get into any more fights. Kushina spoke as she slowly started to get louder as she clearly started losing control. I know, Ka-san, but I had a good reason to. He started arguing and his mother's red hair whipped wildly around her. It better be a good reason for you to go against what I told you ttebane. As she released her anger, her old verbal tick resurfaced. Well, you see, there was this blonde girl in cosplay and she was being harassed by these guys that called themselves the White Suit Gang. Naruto tried to remember if that was the exact name, but those guys were already incredible insignificant to waste his precious memory on. He released a snort, more like White Trash Gang. He muttered to himself before picking off his tail, and they wanted to rape her. He knew that his mother had somewhat of a sore spot with that topic after having nearly been raped when she was younger, if his father had not rescued her. That seemed to calm Kushina down. She of course had heard of the White Suit Gang. Outwardly they kept their suit clean, like the white they wore, through bribes, blackmail, extortion, the whole package. But deeper than that, they were involved in stuff like drug trafficking, murder, but worst of all, she had heard rumors that they picked young girls off the street, raped and conditioned them, and then sold them like broken toys as censored slaves. She hugged her. Sony, don't like that you went against my wishes, but I guess this time you are excused, she told him, her voice much softer than before, but you'll still be washing the dishes the next few days for coming back this late. Sure. No problem, Ka-san, he said with a smile on his face at having dodged the most dangerous part of that particular bullet. Suddenly his stomach rumbled as he had not eaten dinner yet. A chuckle escaped Kushina's lips. Leftovers are in the refrigerator, she told him mirthfully. He gave her a quick peck on her cheek. Thanks, Mom. He opened the refrigerator door and took out the leftover curry and began reheating it. Smiling at her son's antics, she simply said, you'll still have to do the dishes. I am not going to forget, he commented and began to shovel the curry into himself. She giggled slightly when he cried out, hot, hot. Later that night, Naruto was tossing and turning in his bed in obvious discomfort. He woke up sweating from every pore of his body and burning like a raging fire. Ugh. Naruto groaned out in pain as he made his way to the bathroom. Holding his hands under the cold water, he splashed himself with a handful to no avail. The heat that was permeating his body didn't subside or lessen. How could I get sick like this? He muttered as his head began throbbing with a dull but constant ache. Grabbing an aspirin, he filled a glass with water and downed the pill, hoping to relieve himself of the symptoms. Only they seemed to get worse, much worse. His head hurt like it was going to split open any second. A vice-like pressure clamped down on his head and sent his world spinning in nausea. Naruto felt sick, very sick, and could feel bile rising in his throat. Good thing I am in the bathroom, he thought sardonically, and emptied the contents of his stomach into the toilet. The pill hadn't even fully dissolved inside of him in the short time since he had ingested it. Well, that was useless. He smiled grimly and hurled another wave of bile and stomach acids out of himself and into the toilet. He knew that he probably should call his mother, but after having disobeyed her earlier, he didn't want to be any more of a nuisance to her. It was a stupid reason, but Naruto knew that sometimes he could behave quite idiotic. After half an hour of feeling like he had come down with the worst disease ever, he rapidly started feeling better. The vomiting stopped, his head only lightly throbbed in dull pain, the fever had lessened considerably, and he was no longer sweating. Well, seems like whatever nasty bugger was in my system was fought off, the blonde thought, and switched out of his sleeping clothes into new ones. If he kept on the old ones, he would just freeze horribly as the wet cloth dried. The next morning was just like the one before that. Naruto contemplated and bemoaned his boring and static life, showered, got dressed, had breakfast, was reminded by his mother to no start a fight today, and went to school. As he stood in front of the school gate, had half expected Issei to already be there, either completely down and heartbroken or with the biggest grin and feeling of satisfaction ever. But the teenage pervert had yet to be seen for some reason or another, so he waited. Probably just overslept, Naruto thought with a snort of amusement. He must have stayed up too late after the date, drunk off the feeling of having a girlfriend or something like that. Briefly Naruto had entertained the thought if Issei had in fact had sensual intercourse with Yuma and that's why he overslept. That did indeed sound like something Issei would do, and no doubt but the boy was too nice to force anything of the issue. The simple fact that a cute girl like Yuma had shown him affection and paid him attention beyond the usual name-calling and insults Issei was used to, fried his brain completely. The brown-haired pervert had been much more concerned to make the one girl that seemed to like him happy to even remotely consider fulfilling his lusty and perverted desires. Even so, Naruto couldn't shake off the feeling that something was horribly wrong. Motohama and Matsuda are just as late, how unusual. The blonde thought as the two usually arrived early in the morning to get a peek at all the beautiful girls that came to school. Al thought with how they behaved yesterday. Naruto guessed the two must have overbinged on their porn consumption, distressed over the fact that Issei had apparently betrayed them. After a while of waiting for any of the three, he saw them walking together, Issei agape, completely distressed and confused, whereas the two perverted idiots seemed amused and snickered. He must have been dumped after all. Naruto reasoned with a sad sigh. He really didn't like seeing his only friend down like this. He would have to cheer him up with some wise words of profound wisdom. Which of course meant that Naruto would appeal to the boy's perverted side and remind him of his dream to become a harem king and his lust for memories. That would snap him out of his funk and get him right back to his cheerful and idiotic pervert ways. As the three got closer, he could overhear their conversation. What do you mean you don't know Yuma-chan? I introduced her yesterday to you too and Naruto. You saw her. You must know her? Issei cried out in apparent confusion. No, sorry, Amano Yuma doesn't ring a bell. Motohama confessed. If there was such a girl at Kuo as Issei had described her, he would remember her and have her three-sized memorized with his ability of three-size scouting. Are you sure you didn't just imagine things? Matsuda snickered amusedly at his friend's confusion. Of course, I'm sure, you two idiots. He almost screamed, anger and confusion clearly to be heard in his voice. You are just jealous because I had a date before any of you two. The three then spotted Naruto and the two perverts greeted him with twin calls of "Hey, Naruto." And Issei's eyes lit positively up with what seemed like all the hope in the world. The brown-haired boy rushed towards him. And Naruto, my best friend. He cried, almost breaking out in tears. You still remember Amano Yuma? The girl I had a date with, right? Black hair, violet eyes, really cute. Tell me that she exists and I am not going crazy. The boy's pleading brown looked up into this azure one's. Matsuda clasped a hand on Naruto's shoulder and tried to look sagely, with his buzz cut and all. Don't pay attention to this idiot. Matsuda interjected. This idiot really believes he had a date with a super cute girl, but we know every cute girl at Kuo from first year to college and even from the other schools in the area, and there is no such girl as Amano Yuma or anyone with features like her. Yeah, Issei must have fallen asleep watching hentai or something and fantasized the whole thing. Motohama voiced his own thoughts on the matter before the two perverted idiots left him and Issei behind. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the bald guy and glasses guy, wondering what their game was. Were they part of the cruel prank that had been played on Issei and they just pretended to be friends? Did they pretend not to remember in some sort of demented revenge act for leaving them behind and breaking this so-called pervert's code? Or, which seemed much more absurd than the previous two, did they really not remember for some reason? If either of the first was the case, then he would hurt the two dearly, even if he would get expelled for it. They would pay for such a cruel prank if that was the case. Issei seemed now very close to spilling tears. Please, Naruto. He pleaded and seemed absolutely beside himself. Please tell me I didn't imagine Yuma. I have no idea what's going on. My parents acted like I didn't go on a date yesterday, even though they were so proud and happy when I told them the day before yesterday. Matsuda and Motohama act like they didn't meet Yuma yesterday. Those two I could understand with how they must have felt yesterday, but not my mum and dad. They wouldn't do anything like this. Issei forced the words out of himself. Even the cell phone number and the pictures I took of her with mine are gone. I feel like I am going insane, Naruto. Issei admitted with the whisper of a voice and panic-stricken eyes. Tell me I am not going insane. He agreed with Issei's sentiment. Motohama and Matsuda could easily be acting and faking it, but the boy's parents were both very nice and pleasant people. They would never do anything so cruel and deliberate to hurt their son. Additionally, numbers and photos don't vanish like that. It was very strange and seemed to go to the elaborate lengths of a thorough mind censored if it weren't for Issei's parents being affected too. Naruto placed a placating hand on the boy's shoulder and gave him smile. Don't worry, Issei. I remember Yuma. Issei smiled back at Naruto wider than he had ever seen before, except maybe after the first time Issei had peeped on some girls in middle school. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Issei hugged his friend in absolute gratitude. At least one person remembers and believes me. That lifted a huge burden of the pervert's shoulders. Tell me what happened yesterday after you went on your date with Yuma. Naruto demanded with as much seriousness in his voice as Issei had ever heard. Well, just regular stuff. We walked around the city, talked, had fun. Went to an ice cream parlor, shared this huge ice cream parfait. Like all the things I imagined I would do with a girlfriend. Issei explained from memory, but it wasn't very detailed, much to Naruto's chagrin. And after that, how did it end? Naruto inquired, prodding further for the truth of the matter. Issei had a blank look of his face before his face scrounged up in confusion. We went to the park and then, somehow things are fuzzy, I can't really remember. The last thing I know is waking up in my bed this morning. Maybe drugs, Naruto reasoned to himself for the apparent loss of memory in Issei but not in his parents or his two pervert friends. Really strange. Naruto felt some excitement at having his monotonous life broken by this, even if it was a horrible occurrence for Issei. Although he was sure he couldn't solve it as it was, there were too many things that didn't add up for Naruto. He patted the distraught boy on his back. It's all right. How about we spend some time after school together, make you forget about all this stuff. Issei perked up slightly, replying slowly, yeah, I guess that would be for the best. It had been quite some time since Naruto had spent time with Issei. Despite being friends for quite some time after the censored obsessed boy had met Matsuda and Motohama in their first year at Kuo, he had spent a lot of time with his fellow two perverts. Despite inviting him often enough, Naruto always had declined to participate in their perverted antics. Never mind that if he showed any open perversion his reputation would sink even further than rock bottom. What with him being rumored to be some kind of Yakuza assassin/delinquent/thug. So hitting some arcades among other things was a welcome thing for both of the boys. He even abstained from openly admonishing the boy for his perverse shenanigans. At the end of the day, Issei had cheered up again, the problem surrounding Amano Yuma's mysterious wipe from existence completely forgotten. The two boys parted ways, and without yesterday's occurrence weighing him down and causing him to brood, Issei didn't stray into the park where he had last seen Yuma, causing him to avoid the fallen angel stationed in that area, which would have spelled certain death for him. Not that either of the two boys knew about that. Meanwhile, Naruto failed to wrap his head around the mystery Issei had presented him with. He knew there was something very strange about it all, but without any of the details he could hardly solve this riddle. All he was certain of was that things had changed. Naruto just didn't know how much things had changed and would change. You may have noticed that Naruto didn't behave exactly like his old self, which comes down to varying factors. Most of all, he is no orphan and has his mother to raise him and show him affection, which is a lot what he lacked back when he was a kid. As he was more concerned with pranking and getting people to notice him, coupled having people actively discourage others from interacting with him made him place less importance on his studies, thus lacking a lot of the basics. With Kushina raising him, she would have made sure that he doesn't fail even with harsh punishments should she have to. Lacking the basics, of course, made Naruto often look like a fool, as without them he would not be able to properly understand any of the advanced concepts. Most importantly evident when he was presented with the explanation for senjutsu, Gamakichi had to purposely dumb it down with an analogy for Naruto to understand. That's why he is also much better at learning hands-on stuff he is shown, as he then can simply emulate and go by trial and error instead of having to figure it out himself from the theory. With this factor mitigated, he of course is much more intelligent than his old self was. In fact, most importantly, he is not going to turn out as an one-to-one copy of his old self, just like neither Hashirama or Naruto ended up as an exact one-to-one copy of Asura despite there being similarities. After a mostly uneventful day of going to school, boring lectures and spending his day with his friend Issei, Naruto had not gotten into fights of any sort. Much to his mother's happiness, which in turn made Naruto happy, as well as he knew that he caused her to worry about him more than often enough, resulting in him getting more than enough punishments. Not that those ever seemed to deter him, but that was just because he considered the reasons of why he got into fights with those punks, gangs and other scum either justified for him taking the first action, in other words when somebody else needed help, or the idiots attacked him first, either in revenge for him beating them at a previous point in time, which resulted in Naruto beating them even harder than before, or because they thought Naruto was easy picking, which he still couldn't fathom why. He took off his school uniform for a simple tight black shirt and some more loose pants. "How long until dinner is ready, Ka-san?" Naruto asked his red-headed mother, whose cooking was some of the best food you could ever taste, although Naruto was largely biased in that regard since he loved his mother dearly. "About half an hour," she called from the kitchen over the soft simmering of the food, which already emitted quite a nice smell, causing Naruto's mouth to water in anticipation. "Call me when it's ready, I will be in the garden," Naruto informed her and opened the door to their garden, which was well tended to by both his mother and him. Perhaps the only other person that knew of his occasional gardening was Issei, but the guy never told anyone about it. Not that anyone in their right mind would believe that he, the Yakuza brute, was interested in anything calming and non-violent like gardening. But that was not why he was out in the garden at the moment. Many years back when he was a really unruly child and had gotten into a lot of trouble for getting into even more fights back then than today, since he was much more prone to outbursts of anger and needed some place for his uncontrolled energy to go, his mother had bought him a sturdy training log to beat on and take his anger out on. This served him very well in terms of anger management, making him much more calm than he otherwise had been. Of course, every now and then he had to switch the old one out for a new one as the old one was too beat up to be continued to be used. He used it when he either had to burn off excess anger or needed to think about something. Somehow the rhythmic clashing of his fists and legs against the wooden object helped him focus his thoughts. That isn't to say he didn't use it for normal training as well, but that was much more rarely these days, as all the scum in Kuo seemed to do enough of a good job on that front. Naruto took a deep breath before the sound of his fists hitting the wood echoed in short succession in the garden. Soon he began mixing in his legs as he worked the offending object hard with his assault. While Issei in his carefree and simple-minded self had, seemingly, quite easily forgotten about Yuma, Naruto was still bothered by the thought of that girl. People don't simply disappear as if they are wiped off of the face of the earth. Low kick, high kick, spinning kick. He landed the combo on the wooden object, the wood straining against the force applied to it. There are so many contradictions. Motohama and Matsuda completely forgot about her. If they were part of some sick prank to one-up Issei, that could easily have been part of it. The two are perverts first and foremost, Naruto noted to himself. He had already witnessed quite a few events where the two boys' perversion superseded their friendship to Issei, bloody bastards. Considering that Issei was one of the only people he could consider a friend, Naruto really valued the guy even if he was a giant pervert, and he had no doubt when the two of the pervert trio were presented with the right incentive they would turn on him. He had already seen it a few times. The first instance that came to their minds is when the pervert trio had been caught peeping on the basketball team during their first year. While Matsuda and Motohama had been caught, Issei had quickly gotten into a hiding spot that the other two perverts knew about. Since it was a well-known fact that those three always did perverted things together as a group, the girls of the basketball club had of course grown suspicious that they only had caught those two. They had at first simply demanded that the two should tell them where Issei was, but they had refused. The club captain then said she would show them her censored if they told her where Issei was. The two had acquiesced immediately and told on their fellow pervert and were then cheated out of their reward. The captain had said that she had already fulfilled her part of her bargain, claiming she never said she would show them her naked censoreds. Without a doubt they would betray Issei to serve their own desires first and foremost. They probably could have been easily enticed by the promises of some nude photos, blowjob, handjob, pretty much anything of the sort. Naruto contemplated the matter. It was not particularly difficult to entice them like that. And they wouldn't even have to be given any of that. They would agree at the mere prospect of it and then could easily be cheated out of it. After all, it would be the word of two no-name pathetic perverts against that of a cute and innocent little girl. People would have easily believed they had tried to force her into any of it and thus dismissed any of their claims. As Naruto continued battering and beating on the log, he continued his musings, but they would have never gotten either me or Issei's parents to cooperate. So some kind of huge mind censored where suddenly everything would have pointed to Issei having imagined things and such a person not existing and him being shoved to the brink of insanity. While it seems like a possibility, it is not likely. Naruto's blood boiled at the mere thought of such a cruel and emotionally and mentally scaring prank, and his next hit caused some of the wood to splinter off after a particularly forceful attack. This would of course have taken some considerable effort on everybody's part. Motohama and Matsuda of course would have to be bribed, which as I noted wouldn't be particularly difficult. The next thing would be the memory loss of Issei himself. With the right substances it is easy for someone to not be able to remember exact specifics of a certain span of time, especially if they are flat out unconscious, although that wouldn't account for how Issei found himself back in his own bed if he really had been laying in the park totally knocked out. In either of those cases it would have been very easy to just take Issei's cell phone out of his pockets and delete the number and the photos. Naruto grumbled in annoyance and pounded away at the piece of wood, but again that iteration is out. Neither Issei's parent or me could be convinced to partake in this. If it was simply both of the two perverted idiots not remembering or at least claiming not to remember, that would be easily explained by their bout of jealousy. But in this case the thing with Issei's parents and the cell phone wouldn't be explainable. So this is out too. The blonde-haired boy kept on trying to think of a solution to the conundrum. Next option would be that both Issei and I had hallucinated, imagined or dreamt the whole occurrence, Again, unlikely as he and I would have to have the exact identical, without difference, hallucination or dream. That is something close to the level of impossibility. Naruto was at his wits' end as he sat down on the soft grass of the garden, panting in exhaustion. His last theory was even more absurd than the one before that, and he had already deemed an absolute identical sensory hallucination to be the most far-fetched thing with even the slimmest and absolute lowest amount of actual possibility. The last option is the involvement of something supernatural, magic or whatever else I could call it. Naruto smiled wryly and released a short laugh. I don't even know why I am considering this. Magic is stuff of fairy tales and stories. The most magic there is sleight of hand tricks, smoke and mirrors. Naruto snorted at the mere ludicrosity of it. Wiping any records of a person from the minds of everyone that had not simply met her but also just been told of her, along with every physical proof of her existence, except for two people who seemed to be utterly unaffected by it, bordered on sheer insanity. Naruto released a huge sigh and fell back into the soft grass. This mystery, problem, conundrum, whatever you wanted to call it, seemed impossible to solve for Naruto. Everything seemed to point in contradictory directions. Naruto, dinner is ready, his mother said, standing in the door to their garden. Naruto stood up and a white towel was thrown in his face. Wipe off that sweat and wash your hands before you start eating. He pulled the towel off of his head and began wiping away the pearls of sweat clinging to his skin. Of course, Ka-san, he replied, unwilling to make his mother angry. Sitting down at the kitchen table, his mother presented him with another of her fantastically cooked meals, which he began to devour with much gusto, having worked up a huge appetite after nearly demolishing his training log. Delicious as always, Ka-san, he praised her in between bites of his food. Thanks, Naruto-kun, she replied with a smile. So how is Issei doing? He hasn't been here in some time and you haven't said about him recently either. Ah, well, he is doing okay, I would say. The blonde-haired high school student answered awkwardly. How did one explain heartbreak by vanishing girls? Just okay. Kushina inquired with quite some curiosity that doesn't sound quite reassuring. I hope you didn't stop inviting him over just because he makes all those perverted comments about me. Why, you know about those? Naruto asked in bewilderment and a slight amount of fear. His mother didn't hold the greatest love for perverts, at least open perverts. One particular incident remained in his head when she had beat up his grandfather Jiraiya when he declared he wanted to release a series of erotic literature called Icha Icha and let it slip that his inspiration came from him peeping on various females, including his mother, which she hadn't found great at all. After she had inflicted her punishment on Jiraiya, she had a stern talking to with the man and forbade him from publishing anything of the sort. Deterred by his daughter-in-law's threats, he had shifted his literary focus on other avenues. He had wrote such titles as Tale of the Gutsy Knight, Adventures of the Legendary Three, The Vampire King, Magic Musketeers, and many others. His books were much more action-focused, but he never left a good romance out of his books, with many implied and non-overt mentionings of acts of eroticism, and people seemed to love his books for his enrapturing ability to spin a story and leaving his readers on the edge of their seats. Kushina giggled at her son's surprise. Of course, I know a lot of what's going on in this house, she admitted with a smug smile. Never mind that Issei isn't exactly inconspicuous or subtle in his appreciation of the female form. Naruto laughed. His mother had tried to avoid saying that Issei had been peeping and ogling. Before his face drained of all color, the way she said she knows about Issei, I just hope she never noticed anything of what I did. Of course, I also know about the things you did, she seemed to say, almost as if she had read his mind. How do you know what I was thinking about? He asked with his mouth agape, before gulping in fear of whatever punishment she would give him. Please, it was practically written on your face, she explained as if it was the easiest thing ever. Also, a mother has ways of knowing these things about her child. I'm sorry, please don't punish me, Naruto stammered out like a child that had been caught with his hand in the cookie jar. I know I can sometimes be very strict with you, Naruto, but I would never think about punishing you for something like that, Kushina told her son. She knew if she started doing that, it was just inviting trouble for him to potentially end up with a repressed censored drive or a dysfunctional view of intimacy. She didn't want him to end up a censordil or a rapist or anything of the sort. But what you did to Jiraiya Jisan, the blonde reminded her, and heard his mother release a derisive snort. Please, that was mostly for having peeped on me and just a very small part of it for writing erotic literature. He has experienced quite a lot in his life. So as a good role model he should know how to rein in his libido. She huffed lightly as small blush formed on her face. I also know of your interest in red-haired girls. She admitted after once stumbling upon his computer still running, and I guess she couldn't fault him. She had after all told him as a small boy to find a girl like her. Who knew he would take it quite that seriously? Also, I would like it if you stop using my underwear when you are relieving yourself. She saw Naruto's face burning bright red as if he had just ingested the spiciest food on earth. How? His voice was meek and barely above a whisper. You thought I wouldn't notice some of my underwear disappearing and then reappearing later in the laundry basket with certain stains? She stared at him with a questioning expression of incredulity on her face. Naruto tried to form some form of coherent sentence before he hung his head in shame and mumbled, I'm sorry. Don't worry too much about it, Naruto-kun. Kushina replied, easing his worries with a serene smile. It's not entirely unexpected, but I understand that a boy your age has certain urges, especially when perpetually surrounded by a whole slew of beauties at school. Also, it is deeply flattering that you consider your mother attractive enough to use her underwear like that. Well, you are really hot. Naruto blurted out without thinking before he realized what he had said and clamped his hands over his mouth, as the large blush of embarrassment again spread over his face. His mother simply laughed at his embarrassment. Thank you, but you should better get a girlfriend to help you with that. Kushina advised her son with a playful stare, or maybe a more than one. While most mothers would never encourage or wish for their son to be double booking girls and to have him treat women with respect, she also knew that her son would most likely tire whatever girlfriend out if he had just a single one. As she mentioned that Naruto seemed visibly depressed, oh right, I forgot, she thought a little embarrassed that she had forgotten that her son wasn't quite popular with the ladies on grounds of his reputation, something which his looks alone couldn't solve. Don't worry, eventually you'll find a girl that won't be scared of your reputation. She scrambled for a save, hoping it would cheer him up a bit. I hope you are right, Ka-san, because it certainly doesn't seem like it, he replied dejectedly. Anyway, what was that about Issei being sorta okay? She hastily changed the topic of their conversation. Oh yeah, right. Naruto got pulled back out of his sulking. Well, he kinda got himself a girlfriend. That's wonderful. His mother beamed, happy for her son's friend, before she noticed her son's strange look. Something wrong with her? Her face adopted a sly and pointed look. Wait, are you jealous that she will take your best friend from you? No, that's not it. Naruto sighed and tried to focus his thoughts, still unable to make heads or tails of the whole situation. It's just really strange. What about it is strange? It's completely normal when a boy and a girl like each other to consider starting a relationship. Kushina stated as if he was a little kid that had to be explained the intricacies of relationships. I know that, geez. Be a bit more serious, Ka-san. Naruto admonished her, quite a bit frustrated. It's just from the way Issei told me about it, he and his girlfriend. Kushina noted the strange tone her son's voice adopted at that word. Went on their first date just yesterday. And they in fact had met just the day before that for the first time. Well, his mother adopted a thinking pose, resting her head on her right hand while placing her left hand under the right arm's elbow. Maybe it was love at first sight. Unusual, but it is said to happen. I know, but her whole attitude and reactions were just like that of someone that had been in love for more than the whole of a day. It felt like a huge staged play. Naruto elaborated as his brow furrowed in thought. So you think she is just stringing him along to break his heart? She guessed where his train of thought went. Her son was fiercely protective of the people that were closest to him, so he of course wouldn't like it if anyone came along to hurt those people intentionally. Oh no, I know that she did. Naruto muttered darkly, in parts angry at himself that he had no idea how she had done it, and the other part simply angry that she had hurt his friend. How? His mother simply asked, her curiosity getting the better of her. I don't know, that is the vexing thing about it all. Naruto growled out in barely constrained anger. This morning Issei arrived late at our usual meeting spot, with both Motohama and Matsuda in tow. As they got closer, I could overhear the rest of their conversation. The both of them acted as if Issei's girlfriend had never existed and as if they had not been introduced to her yesterday. Considering how the two behaved, it could have been nothing more than acting, but then Issei told me that his parents had apparently forgotten all about her as well, and even her cell phone number and the pictures Issei had taken of her disappeared completely. As if every record of her existence had been wiped from the face of this world. Kushina frowned at her son's explanation. That did indeed sound quite peculiar and strange. It is very strange. Things like this don't just happen like that. She agreed with him, but just like her son, she was unable to make any logical sense of it. After a few minutes of silence and mulling her over, she snapped out of her thoughts and decided to lay it off for now. Now that's enough of heavy topics like that. she stated and pointed at his food. Go eat your food before it gets completely cold. Yes, ma'am, he said with a mocking salute before devouring the rest of his dinner. Kushina was quite happy that her son that this detective worked to occupy his mind with. It would definitely serve to keep him occupied and from starting any more fights, at least for some time. The next day had dawned and nothing had broken Naruto's daily boring routine. After a delicious breakfast and saying goodbye to his mother, he made his way to Kuo Gakuen. Issei and his two pervert friends were already waiting for him like always. They went through their usual greeting, yesterday's events and Amano Yuma completely forgotten. It almost seemed like things had returned to normal, except that they had not. During break time something happened that nobody expected. The door to their classroom opened and everyone's attention turned towards the origin of the sound. Instantly the room was filled with the cacophony of multiple girls screaming and squealing. Kya! What is Kiba-kun doing here? Kiba-kun, over here, look at me. Why should he look at you when he can look at me? Will you go on a date with me, Kiba-kun? Yuto Kiba, or as the female populace called him, the prince of Kuo Gakuen. He was the same age as both Naruto and Issei, but Kiba was not in the same class as them. Kiba had blonde hair but a much softer shade compared to Naruto. In fact, one could say what Ria's hair color was to Kushina's, Naruto's was to Kiba's. He had gray eyes and wore the school uniform. However, what drew the girls in the most were his slightly effeminate looks and his impeccable polite behavior. Issei, Motohama and Matsuda had of course noticed Kiba's presence as well and muttered darkly amongst each other. TCH, what is the pretty boy doing here? Motohama and Matsuda complained darkly, clearly peeved by the boy's presence. Yeah, stupid Casanova should just go away. Issei agreed with a deep frown. I bet he just wants to lord over us how popular he is with the girls, stupid Casanova. Naruto had a blank look on his face and felt the urge to introduce his face to his palm. Sometimes Issei, sometimes, Naruto thought with a great deal of annoyance, you are such a hypocrite. If it were you that was this popular with the girls, you would enjoy it to no end. Kiba meanwhile scanned the classroom room for the person he was looking for until he found the one in question. He walked over to Issei's desk, eliciting gasps from the girls. What does Kiba-kun want with that pervert? Yeah. Why does he care about that no good, rotten pervert and not us? Hyodo Issei? Kiba asked for confirmation. He knew that this was Issei, but he wanted to be polite. Issei stared with his brown eyes full of defiance and annoyance into Kiba's gray ones. Yeah. What do you want? His voice was rough and filled to the brim with animosity, causing the females in class to growl in anger. How dare you talk like that to Kiba-kun? Give him a good thrashing, Kiba-kun. Would you be so kind as to follow me? Ria-senpai wishes to talk to you. The popular blonde-haired boy explained, causing gasps to echo through the room. Not only had the Prince of Kuo talked to the resident pervert known as the Oppai Baka, but apparently Rias Gremory, who was regarded as one of the, if not the, most beautiful women at Kuo and was revered by all the girls as one of the two ladies of Kuo. This caused even more dismay than just simply Kiba talking to the brown-haired pervert. Since all the boys were of course jealous that this opportunity presented itself to Issei, and of course said boy himself was completely floored. What? Everyone in class sans the three obvious ones, Naruto, Issei and Kiba shouted. What business does Rias Wanisama have with this dirty lech? What is it about you stupid pervert that you get to talk to our goddess Rias? Issei was about to reply when Kiba grabbed the boy's arm and pulled him along. However, the angry screams of his classmates followed Issei. If you corrupt Rias-sama, Wanisama, look at her, touch her or even think about her dirty, we will kill you. You hear us, Hyodo Issei. Normally Naruto let these insults slide, especially if they were spoken with Issei present, since he didn't want to cause any further problems for the guy, but this time they went too far in vilifying him. Naruto closed his eyes for a short moment and then put on the most frightening and dangerous look he could muster. Mind repeating that? He spoke in a low, but dangerous voice that, irregardless of the low volume, completely captured the attention of everyone left in the room. All his classmates instantly clamped their mouths shut, too afraid to say anything. Thought so. This wouldn't do anything great for his reputation, but, with a feeling of satisfaction suffusing through his body, he thought to himself that it was worth it. Close to the end of the break, Issei had returned from his chat with Rias Gremory, the crimson-haired beauty. Issei seemed deep and lost in his thoughts, as he opened the classroom door and sat down at his desk. Issei. No response. Hey, Issei. Again no response. Naruto snapped his fingers in front of the pervert's face and waved his hand, again eliciting no response. TCH. Naruto clicked his tongue in annoyance but knew how to pull the boy back to reality. Issei. Big exposed censored at 7 o'clock. What? Where? The boob-obsessed pervert turned with rapt attention and enthusiasm only to find nothing there. Hey, you tricked me. Duh. What did you expect? Naruto asked rhetorically. Now, spill. What was the whole thing with Rias about? Issei froze as he was about to say something, before he realized that he couldn't tell Naruto. He couldn't tell him that he was a reincarnated devil or that Amano Yuma, a fallen angel, had killed him. Naruto was just a normal human, he couldn't involve him. Ah. I was just asked to join the Occult Research Club. Issei replied a bit offhandedly as if it was nothing surprising, and I was asked to come to their meetings, starting today, after school. You will have to go without me from now on. You too, Mastuda, Motoha. The two perverts, however, were sulking again, muttering about the unfairness of it all. How Issei got to spend time with Kaneko-chan and the two ladies. Again they were declaring Issei a traitor to the pervert's code. Naruto's eyebrows shot up, and if they could have, they would have ripped out straight from his face and shot towards the ceiling. You join the Occult Research Club? Naruto asked with no small amount of uncertainty. This seemed highly suspect. The Occult Research Club was probably the most acclaimed club at the school, precisely because of the students it consisted of. There was Rias Gremory, the red-haired beauty of Kuo, and Great Lady, number 1. Hamejima Akeno, a girl that had perfected the Yamato Nadeshiko look, and Lady, number 2. Both of the two were third years and thus 1 year ahead of Naruto and Issei. The beauty of both of these made them adored not just by men but women as well. Then there was Kiba, the Prince of Kuo, who drew the attention of all the females with his polite demeanor and good looks. He was in the same grade as Naruto and Issei. And finally there was the first-year Taju Kaneko. With her white hair, golden eyes and cute lowly looks, she was adored as the school's mascot. Considering that the participants in the club were all handpicked by Rias Gremory and were all in some form super popular and good-looking, some people joked that the club should be renamed to Idol Club, or Club of the Beautiful. In other words, Issei didn't fit into it in the slightest. Issei's grades were rock bottom, his reputation and popularity was down the drain and unrecoverable, and his looks were certainly not on the level of Akiba. It made no discernible sense for Issei to be invited. Naruto's eyes narrowed for a single instant. What are they playing at? He thought to himself but didn't deign to comment outwardly about it. Instead he put a smile on his face and patted the brown-haired pervert on the back. Good for you, Issei. Naruto was insanely suspicious of this development. A mere 2 days after Issei had been dumped, well, more like she had been completely erased, by a mysterious girl that had acted like the most cute and in-love girl ever, he gets recruited to the most exclusive, popular and revered club at Kuo. Yeah, that didn't sound suspicious at all. Maybe they were behind it, or maybe they knew about it, but then again, what did they stand to gain from something like that? They were already at the very top of the social totem pole, so to speak. As far as he knew, they weren't hurting for money either, and from the lack of similar occurrences surrounding the members, as far as he knew anyway, they had never pulled pranks on anyone. Had Issei perhaps peeped on one of the girls or otherwise accrued their wrath? But then why make him Joan? He internally argued and was ready to pull his hair out in frustration. Again, a new piece of the puzzle that didn't fit in with anything. Well, I guess I will have to engage in some espionage, Naruto thought to himself with a wry smile. While he could be silent and sneaky to some degree, at least when he wanted to, it wasn't really his forte. After school, when Issei was supposed to go to his new club, he silently followed him from a safe distance. Across the school grounds to the old school building. It looked its part with all the ivy growing over it, giving it a bit of a creepy vibe to it, but Naruto supposed that was a perfect fit for a club that called itself Occult Research Club. He saw Issei enter the building and Naruto closed more and more of the distance between him and the clubhouse. Suddenly he heard a voice from behind him. Era, what are you doing here, Uzumaki-kun? He quickly spun around to come face to face with the buxom, black-haired vice president of the Occult Research Club. She wore a pleasant smile on her face, and yet behind that he could feel some of her intent to make sure he stayed away, further increasing his suspicions about this club. Oh, just interested in why Issei was asked to join the club. I mean, he is my best friend, you know. The blonde said with a straight face. Who knows, maybe I could join as well. It would certainly help Issei if he had a familiar face to help him adjust. I'm sorry, Uzumaki-kun, but all members are chosen by Rias Bucko. Akeno responded completely unperturbed by his passive-aggressiveness. Suffice to say, Bucko has her reasons for recruiting, Issei-kun. Now I will have to ask you to leave the premise, Uzumaki-kun, as you are not part of the Occult Research Club. Of course. I'm sorry to have bothered you, Akeno-senpai. I am just concerned for my friend. Naruto spoke without a hint of hesitation so as to make his lie not too obvious, even if it was just the part about being sorry to have been a bother. Ufufufu. Akeno giggled in amusement. An admirable trait for you to look out for your friends. But don't worry, we will take good care of Issei. Naruto turned on his heel and left the area, knowing that anything further would be futile. Akeno had snuck up on him without his noticing. He didn't know whether it was because of his sloppiness or because she was that good, but he knew that they would have no problem keeping him from finding anything out, for now at least. Akeno watched the blonde leave the area and waited until she couldn't sense his presence anymore before turning around and entering the clubhouse. Ah, Akeno. Who was it that was sneaking around? Rias asked her second in command. It was just dear Uzumaki-kun, concerned for his friend Is. She reported to her king, causing the red-haired girl to look surprised for a brief moment. She had of course scouted possible members on the student body for her peerage, as had Sona Citri, with who she had to compete for anybody she wanted to add to her peerage. Since Sona had most of her peerage collected, the only positions left were a bishop, a rook and 3 pawns. Rias had almost free rein in her choice for who she could recruit, except that she didn't just go around nilly-willy recruiting anybody. She preferred to wait until the perfect person would become available. In most cases those seemed to fall straight into her lap. Just like her newest acquisition, Issei. He had summoned her as he was on the brink of death, pierced by the spear of a fallen angel. She had known about the sacred gear inside of his body for quite a while now, and at first had to contend with Sona about who would get him for their peerage before she acquiesced, saying that Rias had already let her get quite a few promising pieces. Considering that Rias had spent 7 whole pawns to reassure CT Issei, she doubted Sona would have been interested in reincarnating the boy and getting him for her peerage. Never mind that she couldn't have been able to reincarnate him anyway. For one, Sona hated inefficiency. The evil pieces did give someone a nice boost, along with the standard strength and weaknesses of being reincarnated as a devil, but a piece was still limited by the person being reincarnated. You couldn't just use a queen for every single person unless the person already possessed exceptionally high base specs. The transformation from one underpowered state into one that would accommodate all the powers of a queen would tear their body apart and kill the newly reincarnated person on the spot, even with a devil's higher constitution. Similarly, you couldn't revive a being with high base stats with an underpowered piece, as they would not receive enough power to turn said body into a devil. So there were few if any circumstances where Sona would trade more than a single piece to reincarnate someone. She had done it for Genshiro Saji, but even then Rias could tell that it had annoyed Sona a great deal. Needing 4 or 7 points was just the worst number to reincarnate a devil, as it could only be done by using the appropriate number of pawns. Using other pieces resulted in a bad trade value, as one essentially over-reincarnated said being and could risk them being too weak to handle the stress of the overflow of power. The second reason was that Sona couldn't have reincarnated Issei anyway with just 3 pawns, a rook and a bishop, as different pieces could not be used in conjunction with each other, just pawns with pawns, bishops with bishops and so forth. So a 7-point reincarnation was out of question for the heir of the Citri clan. In terms of potential devils for her peerage, she had of course stumbled upon Uzumaki Naruto, if at first only for his reputation. Having her familiar observe him, she saw that he was quite battle adept, if only against various armed and unarmed thugs and other scum that had no experience in battle. But with the ease and confidence he had always dispatched them, never receiving a scratch or hit, spoke volumes of his strength, which had initially piqued her curiosity. As she observed him further, her interest had faded. Naruto seemed to literally have no aptitude for magic. Every human had at least a minuscule amount of magic inside of their body, which could then be cultivated were they to learn various form of magecraft. Some people had slightly more and others less. The amount a person had could be an indicative what kind of piece would be needed to reincarnate them without factoring any sort of sacred gear into the equation. As a person's sacred gear was equivocably tied to a person's life and soul, the evil pieces had to account for them when reincarnating someone. While Issei had measured slightly below average in terms of raw magic talent, the fact that he had a Longinus-type sacred gear stuck inside of him made the price for his reincarnation rise many-fold. Otherwise a simple pawn would have sufficed for the reincarnation. However, Rias knew that with enough training, the promotion ability and the Longinus Issei would be a force to be reckoned with. In Naruto's case, she doubted she could even spend a single pawn without rupturing the boy's body, forcing him to adapt to the intake of magic. It was truly an anomaly to have a human with literally zero magic flowing through his body. A shame. Rias thought to herself, otherwise he would have made an excellent rook. Naruto was here. Issei asked, and a heavy feeling of guilt filled his body as he felt horrible to leave his best friend, who had stood by him at all times. So out of the loop, are you sure I cannot tell him about me being a devil, bucko? Yes, Issei. It is just too dangerous. Rias reminded him, as she had already told him so during their first talk. You are now a devil and you have been targeted by the fallen angels for your sacred gear. But even they have to abide by the agreement to leave innocent humans, that have no idea about this part of the world, alone. If you tell him he is connected to you and involved in this world, he could easily be used against you by holding him hostage or causing you emotional pain by killing him. Keeping him out of the loop is for the best, because then not even Grigori can touch him. No pure angel would ever hurt an innocent. Doing so would mean their fall from heaven. Devils valued humans if simply for the fact that they could be reincarnated as devils or to give them jobs through the use of a summoning contract. Fallen angels, however, cared little for most humans. While some fell because they had lain with a human, many had fallen because they were jealous that the weak humans were the Lord's chosen people and thus weren't above killing them just to prove their superiority. However, with the need for humans of two of the participants of the Great War, the fallen angels could not simply start killing them indiscriminately, as that would mean incurring the wrath of the other two factions, and with their vast numerical disadvantage they could easily be wiped out then. Even so, the attack for fallen angels on a simple human, even if he was a sacred gear holder, was already an oddity to Rias. It was not something that Azazel would seemingly do. Even if a Longinus bearer could be an incredible threat, the leader of Grigori should have known that he could be reincarnated, and setting him from the get-go against fallen angels seemed strange, if not downright stupid. Alright, I understand, bucko. The brown-haired devil hung his head in defeat. Very good. Rias praised her newest pawn now. Normally I would send you out on your first task, but it is already quite late and today's was no doubt a lot to take in. So just go home for today and rest. You can start your work tomorrow. After having left the Occult Research Club behind him, he was visibly disgruntled as he strolled through the city. He doubted he could get Issei to talk about anything going on in there. They would no doubt have sworn him to secrecy. People oftentimes had asked any of the 4 other members what they did in their club, but they always declined to answer, so no doubt Issei would not say anything either. Especially if a girl like Rias requested it of him. Naruto thought grimly. While Issei was incredibly loyal, he was also just as easily manipulated by his lust. Furthermore, he didn't know how, but Akano had caught him sneaking around even when he gave his very best to remain unnoticed, which no doubt meant they had some sort of alarm system around their clubhouse, so sneaking in to find out anything would likely remain out of the question as well. Great. Naruto groaned in annoyance again. I'm stuck and getting nowhere at all. As focused on his thoughts as he was, Naruto didn't notice as he bumped into something, or rather someone, knocking them over as he felt just mild discomfort. Pay Aden. Middle was about to say as she picked herself off the ground from having been knocked over by some buffoon of a human when she saw who it was. It was the blonde-haired ass with the ponytail that had refused her very generous and open offer for censored. Well, let's see you refuse this time, she thought darkly, having been hurt in her pride by this lowly human, that this time she would wrap him around her finger and then have her way with him and then discard him like a used condom. She suddenly slung herself around the taller blonde's midsection. Naruto-kun, Middle is so happy to see you, she said with fake elation. Naruto's sweat dropped at her behavior. She was just about to insult me, I know it, before prying the affectionate lolly of his midsection. Yes. Nice to see you again, Middle. He didn't think he would see her again. Will Naruto-kun take Middle up on her offer now? She asked him with glinting eyes full of hope. Look. Middle, you are a nice girl, but I already told you, you do not need to thank me in any form. I helped because I wanted to, not because I was expecting any reward. He hated having to tell her again, as he thought he had made it abundantly clear the first time around. Middle clenched her teeth and forced herself to smile and hugged his arm into her small cleavage. Please Naruto-kun, do it for Middle. She tried to convince him with a bit of physical coercion. Naruto pulled his arm away. Mind you, he did enjoy the soft feeling, Even if a lot of fabric was between him and the soft skin, not to mention her sensors weren't very big, not that he was biased against that, but this girl freaked him out with the way she wanted to get into his pants. Where does this sensor have his breaking point? She inwardly screamed. I bet it's just cause he has a fetish for cows censored like Reinare's. Her feelings of inadequacy about her smaller sensors coming to the front. Look, I am sure you are a nice girl and all, but you really don't need to do this, he repeated himself again. He really hated doing that, but Middle just didn't seem to accept a no. She had to resort to some more drastic measures, if she wanted him to comply. She released some soft but fake sobs and a few fake tears glistened in her eyes. Is Middle too ugly? Do you not like Middle? Please, Middle just wants to be Naruto-kun's friend. She added, slight stuttering for better effect. Naruto started panicking as he saw some passers-by look darkly at him, muttering under their breath. What a rude boy. He should be nicer to his cute sister. Why, if he was my son I would teach him a lesson for that. At least they are thinking she is my sister. Naruto released a small breath in relief. He didn't want rumors about him being some lolicon deviant to spread on top whatever ridiculous other rumors were already floating around. After scaring the people in his class over badmouthing Issei, he had already heard some new ones when school had ended. Either Issei had hired him for protection, Issei had been inducted into the same Yakuza training he had been, or Issei was the relative of his Oyabun. All completely far-fetched nonsense, but those students had a really overarching imagination. But for now he had to placate the distressed loli girl. Please calm down, Middle. You are not ugly at all, you are a really cute girl. He saw her beam at him. Bingo. She inwardly grinned like a Cheshire cat. So, will you accept Middle's offer? Naruto groaned again with the bloody offer. I'm sorry, Middle, but, he was about to say when he saw her breath deeply in as she was about to release a shout OFRMHMPFF. The rest was muffled as Naruto pressed his hand over her mouth. How can a little girl be this manipulative? He asked himself inwardly as he felt the urge to bash his head against the closest wall. He really would not have survived it if she had openly accused him of rape like that. What with his censored reputation, few would believe him anyway, and considering how he was quite a deal taller than her, it would cement her position even further. Alright, Naruto finally relented and she grinned happily at him. Now, I've got him, she thought in apparent victory. I'll spend the rest of the day with you, buy you some ice cream and whatnot. That alright with you? He asked her, slightly annoyed that he had to give in to her demands, but the way things were there were little to no things he could have done. Okay, that is fine by Middle, she told him with a nod, not quite what I want, but this gives me enough time to seduce him. Naruto and Middle went to the nearest cafe and sat down opposite of each other. He called the waitress over so they could order, hoping he could somehow appease the ravenous girl with sweets instead of his body. Middle smirked inwardly as she slipped off her right shoe and began to rub her, in white socks clothed, foot against the blonde's crotch. Naruto suppressed a groan of pleasure as he felt the loli administer a foot job through his pants, a small blush forming on his face even as a sizable amount of blood rushed downward, causing the appendage in question to swell up and grow hard. This sneaky bitch, Naruto thought even while experiencing the pleasure of the girl's soft feet. Hello, what can I get you? The waitress asked, a courteous smile on her face. When she didn't get a response, she took note of the boy's red face. Is everything all right? She asked, concerned. Yes, everything is all right. Naruto got out with as little of a quiver in his voice as possible. He could not tell her that he was currently experiencing a forced foot job from the girl sitting opposite of him, could he? I will be having just a water and please add ice cubes, lots of ice cubes. He hoped that the cold ice cubes would help him cool off. The waitress blinked a few times at the odd requested but wrote it down on her notepad. And what would you like to have, Middle? Naruto asked with a forced smile, and the blonde girl seemed in thought for a short while before responding, I'll be having a large chocolate caramel parfait. The waitress jotted the order down and went to grab it, returning just a short while later. She had made the parfait extra large for the nice brother who was treating his cute sister to some ice. Naruto had straight up paid for both things so he didn't have to do so later. Middle ate her chocolate parfait with pleasure. At least these useless humans make great sweets. She was loath to admit, but angels had no idea how to make good sweets. Naruto sipped his drink as he tried to endure the sensual torture this loli was inflicting on him with her feet. He tried to divert his attention by striking up a conversation. So Middle, where do you come from? He asked her. Middle comes from Italy. She responded rather quickly, as if it was rehearsed. She couldn't tell him that she was from the high heavens and now a fallen angel living on earth, could she? What's it like in Italy? He prodded, hoping he could somehow make her trip up. It's nice, occasionally a bit hot. Middle doesn't like it hot, she answered while adding internally, except steamy hot censored, I like that very much. So what brings you to Kuo? He inquired further. I'm on vacation here with my family. She responded, and technically that wasn't a lie. Cow censored Rainier, Tiny censored Donasek, and the Klutz Kalawarner could somehow be considered her family on some level, but Naruto was asking entirely too many questions for her taste. So she upped her ministration, hoping to send him over the edge pretty soon. Naruto nearly released a moan, as her skillful feat would soon be sending him over the edge. He seriously couldn't risk having an orgasm in public, jizzing in his pants, and give this censored obsessed loli the satisfaction of having made him cum. He quickly downed the rest of his cold water and crunched the ice cubes when he had an idea. He stood up, relieved that she couldn't continue what she was doing. Where are you going, Naruto-kun? Middle asked him, entirely too sensual for his liking. Don't leave, Middle, she added, and held onto his arm. Sorry, but I have to use the bathroom, Middle. He excused himself and gave himself a mental pat on the back. That would give him some time to think. I'll be back soon, okay. Okay, Naruto-kun, she replied huskily, and saw him enter the men's restroom. Middle smiled, soon she would have him. She had felt his iron-hard erection through his pants and couldn't wait to see the full thing. Simply by feeling it up with her foot, she had already been given an inkling how big it must be. After they would leave this building, and with pretty much all other humans from the streets, she would drag him somewhere secluded. Maybe erect a tiny barrier to make sure nobody accidentally stumbled upon them. Then she would rip his clothes off and rape him. She would enjoy his cries of pain and his pleads to stop as she would repeatedly impale herself on his hot rod. She would be pushing his cock inside until it hit her core, and hit it again and again and again until he would spill his hot seed inside her, and then, well, she could mind-wipe him like she originally intended, but that was too good for him after he had already made her work this much for what was supposed to be a quick censored. She would probably kill him, painfully, or maybe if his cock proved to adequately satisfy her, she would drag him back to their church and hold him as her censored slave until she grew bored of him, and then she would kill him. She shuddered at the mere thought of today's night, a mini-orgasm filling her with some pleasure. Meanwhile, some of the other customers were looking strangely at the small blonde-haired girl that looked as if she had just experienced an orgasm and then wisely decided to ignore her. After all, that couldn't be. Naruto had locked the door to his stall behind him as he dropped his pants and stared at his painfully erect and throbbing cock. A mere touch even from his own hand served to nearly send him completely over the edge. With a few quick strokes he groaned loudly, releasing sounds of pleasure as his cum spewed out of him like it never had before. He had just experienced the biggest orgasm he ever had. Sure, he had watched porn and used other forms of erotica during his attempts at relieving himself, but having a cute blonde loli girl giving him a foot job in public was on an entire different level to begin with. One person stood with a look of sympathy in the doorway of the entrance to the men's restroom, mistaking Naruto's sounds of pleasure for pain. Poor guy. That sounds like a really nasty stomachache. The man thought in sympathy as he walked out of toilet, as to not disturb the person that was obviously in pain. If Naruto had less self-control over himself and let his instincts run his body, he would charge out there, slam Middle on the table, rip her black gothic loli dress off of her body, and censored her silly in the middle of all the people watching until her tight censored would be overflowing with his cum. But that's why he didn't let his ID rule him. He had to somehow get away from that strange girl. The way she behaved was too suspicious, like Yuma squared plus a whole lot more censored desire. And the way she lied about those questions I asked her, he scoffed. He had never been to Italy, but even Naruto could tell something generic like how Italy as a Mediterranean region could be quite hot. He needed to escape, somehow. But she is going to notice if I leave the bathroom through the door. He realized and looked around, when, to his luck, he noticed a window. It was small, but Naruto knew that with a bit squeezing he would make it out of the window. So squeezing through the tight opening, he left the cafe and Middle behind him, running straight home. Middle waited patiently, and after he didn't come back out after 15 minutes, she went in under the guise of seeing if her brother was feeling okay, only to find the whole bathroom completely empty. Middle could not believe it. This filthy human had dared to reject her advances yet again and leave her behind. He would pay dearly for that the next time she saw him, that she would guarantee. Maybe she would even send Freed to his home. No, that would take all the satisfaction out of breaking him herself. and the guy would need to have one of those stupid devil contracts anyway for them to properly track him to his home. Indeed, she did not take well to being scorned like this, and you know what they say about a scorned woman. Naruto had finally gotten home after a relatively exhausting, emotionally speaking, day. At first Issei had been deigned good enough to join the Occult Research Club. Whatever quality or thing Rias Gremory was looking for in her members to begin with, Naruto didn't know. Apparently perverted, censored, obsessed Issei had it though. Then he had been caught in his attempt at snooping around by Akeno Himejima, which would no doubt alert them to his interest in their goings-on. And then had met the most censored obsessed loli ever, again, and he got molested by her. Well, that maybe wasn't the right word, as it would imply that he didn't like what she had done. He had enjoyed it very much, even as unconsenting as he was in that situation. There was no doubt that if there wasn't the whole thing with this Yuma girl vanishing from the face of the earth, which the situation with Middl bore eerily much similarity to, he would no doubt have let his raging teenage hormones free rein and taken her up on the offer. He shuddered as he remembered how her soft feet had caressed his member. It was definitely the most pleasurable thing he had felt to that point. I definitely need to take a cold show, very cold, Arctic. The blonde thought to himself as he felt himself get aroused at the mere memory of it, especially as fresh in his mind as it was. He unlocked the door to his house, gave a quick call that he was back and that he would be taking a shower before dinner before going upstairs to do just that. Naruto felt the icy water run down his body. It was cold and put Naruto in quite a bit of discomfort, but it served to focus and sharpen his otherwise occupied mind. A shiver went down his spine, whether from the cold water or his running imagination he couldn't say. Focus, Naruto, focus. He reminded himself sternly, you have more important things to worry about at the moment than censoring someone senseless. He still had to find out the secret behind the disappearing girl Yuma and the connection that event had to the Occult Research Club. He had already hypothesized that Yuma was in fact part of the Occult Research Club, but had thrown that quickly out of the window as too many things did not add up. So instead of trying to solve the initial mystery, he decided to go about it in a roundabout way. Naruto was almost absolutely positive, about 99.9 repeating percent, that Issei's induction into the Occult Research Club and his meeting and the subsequent disappearance of Amano Yuma were connected, since those two unlikely and improbable events were so close together. Secondly, Rias Gremory handpicked the members of her club. This meant that there had to be some common attribute that connected all of them. Since Issei had not been asked to join the Occult Research Club at an earlier point in time, he had to have acquired this attribute, the required quality in relative recent history. Which of course meant that the only out-of-the-ordinary event that fell into that timeframe was Issei dating Amano Yuma for a whole of 1.5 days before her disappearance. Now how does this tie in with the Occult Research Club? Naruto thought to himself in confusion. Rias Gremory and Himejima Akeno were both third years, Yuto Kiba and Hyodo Issei second years, and Teju Kaneko a first year. Since members of the Occult Research Club are from 3 different grades, it is not an isolated event of always hitting second years. Teju Kaneko's presence in the club speaks against it. Naruto started to logically eliminate all the factors he could come up with. It's not an event tied to a specific date. Kaneko had been part of the Occult Research Club as soon as the new school term had begun. Kiba was part of it once his first term had begun, 1 whole year apart from Issei. And Rias and Akeno were part of it from the inception of the club during their first year. If they always took a person upon their entry in Kuo Gakuen, then Issei's membership contradicts that theory as well. Furthermore, there is no date that connects all 5 members of the Occult Research Club, like a common birthday for example. Naruto was sure he could rule out any connection specific to certain calendar dates or anything in the vein of popularity, looks or academics, since Issei didn't fit into any of the parameters the other 4 did. Next theory. All the members of the Occult Research Club had dated someone in the past that was then mysteriously wiped from the face of the earth as well. He grimaced. This all was starting to give him a headache, again nonsensical. How would they even know about that if pretty much everyone that had been involved would lose their memory? It would be like arranging a meeting for people that had an invisible unicorn but nobody knew of the other that they had it. Naruto turned the water off and stepped out of the shower. Maybe they are picked because of their ability to retain their memories? The blonde dried himself on mere muscle memory while lost deep in thought. But then how would they determine who could keep their memories and who couldn't? And if they had such a method, they, logically speaking, should have realized I had kept my memory of the vanished person as well, which would end up with me being asked to join the club as well. Naruto sighed as he realized that he had already arrived again at the more crazy explanations. Why am I even considering the last one as if it was somehow serious? He shook his head, questioning his own sanity. Naruto's last theory had been that the Occult Research Club was just a front for something else. Like some kind of secret society for certain people. Yeah. Those 5 are going around as masked vigilantes and save the earth from preternatural havoc. He snorted derisively at his own thoughts. What am I thinking? This is not Super Sentai or anything, I must be watching too much anime. He clothed himself in a set of fresh clothes before joining his mother at the dinner table to get his fill of her delicious food. So how was your day? Did you get any closer to solving your mystery, Sherlock? His mother teased him with a sly grin, and Naruto simply shook his head. Not in the slightest. He admitted with a heavy sigh, things are not progressing at all. No matter from which angle I am approaching things, and to top it off, even more mysteries are piling up. What? Did another girl disappear from the face of the earth? Kushina inquired, interested in the development of Naruto's little case. No, not quite, but Issei has joined the Occult Research Club, Naruto informed his mother. Occult Research Club? She raised an eyebrow at that name. What's so bad about that? Well, Issei just doesn't fit into it. The blonde swallowed a piece of meat before continuing his explanation. The Occult Research Club, for whatever reason, is comprised of the most popular students, and the club president, Rias Gremory, handpicks each person herself. Considering the whole thing with the disappearance of Amano Yuma, that is too much to write of as a mere coincidence. Kushina nodded her head in agreement to that. So what kind of things does the Occult Research Club actually do? Occult research was a pretty strange topic. The occult was something very few people actually considered to be something real or to exist at all. Stuff like card readings, psychics were largely regarded as mere tricks. Cold reading, vague statements and seeming sympathetic, those were all you needed to get the unaware to tell you all about them instead of having them tell you about yourself. Using this knowledge, they then could be exploited for easy profit. Even worse were mediums, faith healers and the like, who actively preyed on other people's distress and weakness, shamelessly exploiting their quest for closure over a relative's death or their hope of curing a disease. On the other hand, it could also mean researching obscure but mostly useless things like voodoo, rituals, things connected to magic, that were usually regarded as mere fantasy and superstition. In a much broader sense, it could also refer to the study into lesser-known legends and myths, like the Apocrypha of Christianity or Judaism, for example. Or maybe they simply studied myths and legends as a whole. Overall, it was an interest Kushina somewhat shared. Kushina had studied various languages, many of them without any practical use save for translating texts for museums, to gain a greater understanding of history. This had gotten her to research a bit occultism, if only to gain a greater understanding of the fascination the people of old had with it. To be honest, nobody knows what they are doing in that club. Naruto answered with a shrug of his shoulders as he picked up another piece of meat. What? How can't anybody know? Kushina asked, completely bewildered. Well, they don't tell anyone about it, no matter who is asking them. The blonde elaborated. The club currently doesn't even have a teacher appointed as a liaison in case something goes bad. I'm sure that is against the school charter, the red-headed mother claimed. That's what most people think, but since Rias' daddy is the school's administrator, he allows her club to function without one until Rias has decided that she found the right one. He informed her, causing the redhead to frown. This just isn't right. She thought to herself, what about sneaking into the club room and spying on a meeting of theirs? Kushina felt slightly guilty that she actually suggested that to her son, but I guess sometimes rules were meant to be broken. Already tried that, Naruto admitted, and hoped she wouldn't be too angry with him. They have a whole clubhouse, it being the old school building, and they noticed me sneaking around. The whole thing has probably a security system installed so that doesn't happen. Nothing I can do about it. Kushina frowned. She really wanted to help her son but didn't know how. Both mother and son kept eating in silence, lost in their respective thoughts. Just before Naruto went to bed, he had an epiphany, albeit a small one. He would stake out the clubhouse from a distance with a pair of binoculars. Maybe he could stay away far enough not to be noticed and still learn something. Going through his morning routine, he packed the pair of binoculars to be used later this day. Later that day, he discreetly followed Issei, staying even further away from him in the hopes of circumventing whatever security measures Rias had installed around the large clubhouse. He stalked around the perimeter, trying to pay attention to any hidden cameras or what else could be hidden around the clubhouse. Considering the length they go to make sure nobody finds out what they are doing inside of there, it must be something of note. However, as he walked one full time around the building, he noted that there were many large windows, however all of them seemed to have their curtains drawn to a full close. Naruto clicked his tongue in annoyance at being foiled this easily. Maybe he could wait until they all left the building and then follow someone, preferably Rias, to gain some inkling as to what they usually did. Era, Uzumaki-kun again. A surprised voice sounded from behind him. He already knew that the voice belonged to Himejima Akeno. How the hell did she sneak up on me now? He asked himself, disgruntled. The security system seemed to stretch farther than he initially thought. What might you be doing here again, Uzumaki-kun? She asked rather pleasantly, much too pleasantly for his liking. If it is about Issei-kun, then I already assured you we were going to take good care of him. She then noted the pair of binoculars in his hands. Era. Whatever are those for, Uzumaki-kun? She asked in feigned ignorance. I was observing birds. Naruto cursed inwardly. He had answered much too quickly for it to be believable. The black-haired Yamato Nadeshiko seemed to take a look around. Era. I fear there are no birds here. She stated, playfully smirking at him, as her eyes locked with his. Maybe Uzumaki-kun was watching. Birds, of a different kind? She asked rhetorically, a coy smile spreading across herself. Perhaps you were peeping on dear bucko, Kaneko-chan and me? She deduced, and Naruto gulped. What she had said, while not fully correct, was, at least, not completely wrong either. I'm sure little Issei-kun would be proud that his best friend embraced the way of the pervert. She leaned her face into her right hand in thought. Although what would all the other students say if they knew the scary Yakuza Naruto was a pervert and peeping on the two great ladies and cute Kaneko-chan? Naruto groaned. If she spread that around, he would never have a quiet day in school anymore. Maybe even outside of it as well. Alright, I'm going. He grumbled something inaudible about manipulative girls under his breath, but had to acquiesce to her implied demand. Good that we could come to an understanding, Uzumaki-kun. She said with a smile which turned into a sensual smirk. Although if you just wanted a peek, all you had to is ask and I would have shown you. Even if Rias didn't consider Naruto for her peerage, he was still a cute boy, and Akeno enjoyed the cute looks of embarrassment on the faces of those innocent boys. Naruto, both disgruntled by his failure, annoyance at once again being manipulated like that, and because a censored obsessed loli had given him a foot job in the middle of a cafe, he was completely unperturbed by this. Two can play this game, he thought with a smirk. I hope you can follow up on that offer, Akeno-chan. He replied boldly, momentarily stumping the raven-haired girl, who quickly went back on the offensive. She cupped her censoreds in her hands. You want to see those? She asked teasingly and made way to unbutton her shirt. Naruto blinked before his drive not to lose this game they were playing kicked in. Stop, he said, perhaps a bit forceful, and a smug smirk of victory graced Akeno's lips for a mere instant, before her eyes widened slightly as she heard him say, why don't you let me do that? She felt mildly impressed with Uzumaki Naruto. He had not been reduced to a sputtering and blushing mess by her teasing as most boys at school would have done in her presence. She would have liked to go further and tease him until he was a moldable piece of putty in her hands and had him on his hands and knees muttering thanks to his mistress, Akeno-sama, as she whipped him with her favorite Kato Ninetails and dropped hot wax on his body. She shivered at the thought of it, and it would have caused her side to announce itself with a look of pure unadulterated pleasure on her face if she had not controlled herself better and Rias had not reminded her to hurry things up and return to the clubhouse for this evening's preparations. Well, it seems I will have to cut things short, Naruto-kun. She spoke his name sensually, causing a small shiver to go down his spine. Now please leave. I'm a bit late and Rias Bucko is expecting me. He saw her turn around and sashay with a teasing sway of her hips into the building. Naruto punched a nearby tree before he left, never noticing how his fist had a large indentation in the thick stump. Even with the two teasing women that had enticed him in the recent days, foremostly Middl, his ID had somehow been much harder to restrain. As if somehow even more energy was bottled up inside of him than before. He had always been a bundle of energy, and especially during a childhood it had been a bitch to focus all of it, but he had managed. But now he felt like he was a small boy again, with the way he felt, only this time instead of a bad attention span. As his focus had switched between countless of occurrences at the same time, he had to deal with his libido-fueled instinct screaming at him to sat his censored hunger. For obvious reasons, he couldn't go around tearing the clothes off of girls and raping them in broad daylight, even if that sounded damn pleasurable. Akeno meanwhile was back in the confines of her clubroom. Who was it this time? Rias asked her queen, who only giggled in response. Uzumaki, again. He is a persistent one, bucko. Akano admitted perhaps we should alter his memories so he stays away if it bothers you that much, although she would miss getting to tease him. The red-headed girl shook her head. No, we can't fault him for being concerned for his friend. She explained, the mere thought of messing with a person for that little left a bad taste in her mouth. Besides, he is not going to find out anything anyway, and he is no danger to anyone. She turned back to Issei, who had blanched a bit at the talk about messing with his friend's mind. Don't worry, Issei, we aren't going to do anything to him, Rias assured her pawn, who responded with a small smile. Issei then looked confused around. Where are Kaneko and Kiba? He asked his king. The two of them are running a special errand for me in preparation for this evening. She responded cryptically before pulling out a large stack of papers and handed them to Issei. This will be your first job as a devil, Issei. What am I going to do with those? He exclaimed in confusion. Because the number of humans that know how to create a summoning circle has drastically dwindled and we still need humans to make contracts with, we have created these simplified versions of a summoning circle. She handed him one of the papers to elaborate as she went into lecture mode. A human can summon a devil and make a deal with him or her to grant him a wish in exchange for their soul, their firstborn, their virginity. Issei supplemented, remembering all the stories about devils. Rias giggled and Issei thought it was the most melodious and wonderful sound ever. No, we have long abstained from these archaic and barbaric terms. Nowadays we exchange our services for things like money or other objects of value. So basically we are doing odd jobs to earn money, like someone might be delivering newspapers. The perverted boy asked in surprise. That seemed so mundane. Oh yes, for the most part. However, there are some more reasons to this than simply earning more money. Rias elaborated, and Issei wondered where she had gotten the glasses from. The other reason is that the more clients, regular clients, you have and the better you are able to fulfill their desire, the more your reputation amongst devils will grow. This gives you a better standing and more likely to get advanced to a middle-class devil once you are strong enough to take part in the promotion test. This fired Issei up. The closer he got to being a middle-class devil, the closer he got to being a high-class devil, the closer he was to being a harem king. The third reason why this is important is that devils, when fulfilling a desire, siphon a tiny bit of the released energy off to bolster their own reserves. It's not a big boost, and it takes quite a lot of contracts for any noticeable increase in power. For example, you would have to fulfill about 100 contracts to boost your current magic reserves by 75%. Eventually the effect is almost negligible, but most devils, especially low-ranking ones, keep making contracts just to keep their clientele and to make some money. However, Issei had long since drowned out the last parts of Rias' explanation, caught in his daydreams of being a harem king, adored and loved by all the cute girls. He picked up the stack of papers, a fierce fire of perversion burning in his eyes. Yash! He screamed, and for a single instant Issei had the urge to wear green spandex and scream about the power of youth. However, he quickly shook that urge off. I will hand out these flyers, no problem, Rias bucko. Alright, but don't stress yourself out too much and try to be back here at the clubhouse around 7 o'clock. Today you will be undergoing special instructions, the red-haired king stated. Briefly Issei wondered what she meant by that, but was quickly pulled back to his dreams of building a harem. The brown-haired boy picked up the large stacks with the summoning circles and ran out of the clubhouse, a few of the papers flying out of his grasp as a result of the speed he was moving at. Rias sighed. Issei was a good person and very loyal to boot, nothing to complain about there, but for how easy it was to use his lust to motivate him, he could stand to focus a bit more and listen instead of drifting off into daydreams. Naruto trotted along the streets, wondering how he should progress from here on out, robbed of all his possible options, when suddenly a person rushed past him. He recognized this person as Issei. Why had he already left the club? Why was he running? Naruto saw his chance at getting to find out more and decided to grasp it. He followed after the running pervert until said boy had stopped, completely exhausted from running in the middle of the shopping district. He noted how Issei had a large stack of papers under his arms, wondering what those were for. He then saw Issei try to hand them out to people, only to be ignored or to be shot dirty looks. A few more polite people accepted the flyers, but most of them quickly threw them into the trash after taking a look at them. Why was he handing those flyers out? What purpose did they serve? A myriad of thoughts raced through the blonde's head. He walked up to his friend. Hey, Issei, what are you doing here? I thought you had a club meeting? The blonde questioned, and Issei felt a slight wave of panic hit him. Issei needed to keep Naruto out of this whole devil, angel, supernatural business, so he couldn't even give him one of the summoning contracts. Just handing out some flyers for the club. It's my first task. Naruto noticed how Issei's eyes shifted, trying to think of some sort of excuse, no doubt. Well, what are those for? Maybe I can take one off of you and be a, good friend. Naruto noticed Issei growing even more uncomfortable in his probing looks. No, he shook his head quickly to deny Naruto. You see, Bucko said not to hand out any to students of Kuo because that would be just unfair, Naruto knew it was a lie, and a very bad one at that. He could tell from Issei's defensive posture, shifty eyes, and the minuscule drops of sweat on his body. Before Naruto could press his friend more on the matter, he checked an imaginary watch on his wrist. Oh, look at the time. Bucko told me not to stay out too long. He ran past Naruto, throwing him a hurried shout of "see you tomorrow." Naruto frowned. He had not gotten anything out of Issei after all. Well, it's not like I won't be gaining anything from this, he thought to himself with a smirk, and walked up to nearby trash can, picking up one of the discarded flyers. Printed on it was a large circle. It took up most of the paper, and there were things written around it in a language Naruto could not decipher. Some sort of pentagram, maybe? The blonde tilted his head in confusion. Shrugging to himself, he pocketed the paper. Maybe he could find out something about it once he was home. At least the Occult Research Club does its name justice. Issei had finally arrived back at the club room, slightly out of breath even with his enhanced devil body. Back so soon, Issei-kun? Rias asked her pawn with quite a hint of surprise in her voice, before she noted his exhausted state. Why are you so out of breath? Her thoughts raced, thinking something bad happened. Were you attacked? Are you alright? She was highly concerned for the newest member of her peerage. Issei raised his hand as he gasped for air. No, I wasn't attacked. He eventually spoke, putting Rias at ease. Then what made you rush back here? She inquired of her pawn, who looked slightly embarrassed. I met Naruto in town and he asked stuff about those summoning contracts, and I remembered you didn't want him to know about things, so I had to tell him a lie, but it wasn't a very good one, so I ran back here to make sure I didn't accidentally let anything slip. Issei explained his reasoning to his king. She took a look at Issei's stack of papers, which was still considerably big. Well, you didn't hand out very many, she noted with a hint of disappointment, but it is still good that you came back in such a case. Suddenly the summoning circle in the room glowed, and the white-haired loli, Kaneko, and the blonde-haired pretty boy, Kiba, stepped out of it. We have confirmed the location of Stray Devil Visor, Bucko. Kiba reported swiftly. She is holed up in a broken-down house on the outskirts of the city. Stray Devil? Issei asked with confusion plastered on his face. What's that? If he had been a bit more observant, he could have noticed the minor frown on Kaneko's face at the mentioning of the word Stray Devil. I will explain that momentarily, Rias replied, standing up and walking over to the circle. Kiba and Kaneko followed suit. She then motioned for Issei to follow up and said brown-haired boy joined his two fellow peer members. Where is Akeno-senpai? The perverted boy inquired. Already on site, her first job requires a bit preparation. The red-haired devil told her pawn. The transportation circle activated, and in a flash of bright light they were standing in front of a large rundown mansion on the outskirt of the city. The large building had a dark, foreboding feeling around it. Non-supernatural aware people would likely equate it to somebody having been murdered there, which wasn't far off from the truth, but most of it came from the power of the rampant devil that went out of control. It had been permeating the area in a feeling of dread. While Akeno is putting up a barrier, I will give you an explanation what stray devils are. Rias stated. As you know, devils reincarnate humans and other beings into devils, adding them to their peerage. These devils are in most cases loyal, but in some cases their desire for power overcomes their reasoning and they turn on their masters. These devils are what we refer to as stray devils. Since this one has taken residence in my territory, it falls to my peerage and me to dispose of it. This particular stray isn't very strong, but it will serve well for you to learn about what to be expecting fighting as a devil and fighting against them. Issei nodded, soaking up the knowledge as he felt determined to finally get a chance to prove himself. The barrier is standing, Bucko, Akeno stated, suddenly appearing at the side of her king. Very good, let's go inside now. She took the first steps into the devil's den and her peerage followed her. Once inside the building, the red head called confidently into the dark of the building, Stray Devil Visor, show yourself. You will not escape with your life today. At first there was rumbling and some of the ground shook, and then Issei heard a very feminine voice. I smell something. I also smell something delicious. I wonder if it is sweet or if it is sour? Suddenly the source of the voice was illuminated as she got closer to the devil peerage. Issei gaped as he saw the incredible nude sensors, even if the lower part of the woman's body belonged more to a large, hairy, four-legged beast. She had large, wonderfully formed, human sensors, and that was all it took to fry his brain. Die and let me devour your flesh. Visor shouted and rubbed her sensors, causing them to suddenly shoot out a stream of some liquid at Issei, who was still too captivated by her sensor to get out of the way. Suddenly the liquid impacted with a translucent object in front of the boy, but the liquid still managed to get through, albeit much weaker. Where previously it would have likely dissolved Issei to his bones, it now merely ate away at his clothes. Akeno looked a bit embarrassed. Sorry Issei, but barriers like that are not my strong suit. That got him back into reality as he realized that he was almost naked, which caused him to blush heavily in embarrassment. Pay more attention, Issei. Rias admonished her pawn sternly. You can't afford to get distracted that easily in battle by a pair of sensors. I'm sorry, bucko. Issei apologized in deep shame at his action, or rather inaction. Now pay good attention, Issei, she told him, and the small Kaneko charged towards the hulking stray. Kaneko is a rook, Rias began to explain and was interrupted by a shout of I will crush you from the stray devil, which stomped down on the cute loli, who was completely unfazed and caught the offending limb with absolute ease, much to Issei's surprise. A rook's strong attributes are power and defense. The small white-haired devil threw the much larger stray onto her back. Next is Kiba. A gleaming blade of metal grasped tightly in the boy's hands. Briefly Issei wondered where Kiba pulled the sword from when his musings were interrupted by a shrill cry of pain. In a single slice and many spurts of blood, Kiba had cut of multiple of her legs. Kiba is a knight. Knights excel in agility. The next thing that happened was a lightning bolt strike the stray out of nowhere, eliciting another cry of pain from it. Akeno is my queen. Again and again and again bolts of lightning struck the devil without killing it but inflicting the most amount of pain. A queen has all the strengths of a bishop, knight and rook. Ufufufu. Akeno laughed and shivered as her face showed her in pure pleasure. Cry more for me in pain, cute little devil. As the stray was shocked again and again. And Akeno is also the ultimate sadist, Rias told the newest member of her peerage. Issei gaped. Gone was the polite Hamejima Akeno he knew, the beautiful lady, and instead there was a monster of a sadist. For a single instant Issei feared for his life. Please, kill me. The stray devil begged Rias, and with a single blast of her power of destruction she wiped the stray out. What piece am I? Issei managed to finally ask. You are a pawn, Issei. She answered him, and the boy seemed visibly deflated at being the weakest of all pieces. Meanwhile Naruto was sitting inside of his room, trying to find out the purpose behind the piece of paper. Maybe it has some sort of activation phrase? He asked himself and began to tentatively try things out, even if it seemed nonsensical to him. By the power of Grayskull, I solemnly swear I am up to no good? Open sesame? Abracadabra? I invoke you Shenlong to grant my wish? In fury Frosteris said. Again no reaction at all. Naruto sighed. At least it was worth a try. He fell back on his bed, not that he had great hope on it working, but recently the things that seemed to be the most illogical seemed to at least make the most sense, so he had decided to start there. Wait. Maybe Ka-san can translate whatever language this is. He had decided to ask her over dinner. As the mother and son were enjoying their meal, Naruto pulled out the slip of paper. What's that? Kushina asked suspiciously as she eyed the piece of paper in her son's hands. She glared slightly at him. Is that a note from your teachers? Did you get in trouble at school again? That better not be the case, young man. No, not at all, Ka-san. He tried to calm her down and handed her the piece of paper. It's some kind of flyer Issei handed out for the Occult Research Club in the city, and I can't read what's written on it. It's some kind of strange language. Maybe you were able to translate it. Kushina's eyes perked up as they shone with curiosity. She took a look at the summoning contract, her eyes shifting from curiosity to confusion and finally settled on determination. Don't worry, let your mother take care of that. The red-haired mother said with confidence that she could translate this alien text. I'll be glad to help you solve your little mystery. Her son gave her a quick thank you along with a smile, and she would make sure not to disappoint him. The next day Naruto had decided to follow Issei again should he be outside of the clubhouse, as that seemed to be the most effective way to gain more information. When he had met Issei at the gate, the boy had seemed like he had not caught even an ounce of sleep last night. His shoulders were slumped, large rings hung beneath his eyes, and every few moments Issei released large yawns. Hello, Issei. Naruto greeted his friend energetically. You look like you did not sleep well. Issei snorted. Yeah, you can say that again. He muttered tiredly and seemed to almost fall asleep on the spot. Any particular reason why? Naruto interrogated the wielder of the Longinus gear, hoping he would slip up in his sleep-deprived state. Issei knew he couldn't tell Naruto the actual reason, so he told him something that came very close. Bad dream. He stated flatly, hoping that would appease the blonde's curiosity. Like what kind of bad? Naruto asked before deciding to tease the perverted boy. Were you beaten up by girls you were caught peeping on? No, I almost died by censored. Issei shook his head at the thought. That was not what censored were meant for. He inwardly cried at the heresy. Censored were meant to be ogled, fondled, groped and censored on. They weren't meant to shoot dangerous boob acid that dissolved stuff. He had to thank Akano if she had not put up a barrier to shield him from the worst effects. More than just his pride would have been wounded, and he would have lost more than merely his clothes. I thought suffocating in censoreds was one of your favorite dreams. Naruto mocked the pervert, laughing at the boy's mild misery. I wish, man, I wish it was that. Issei almost screamed. Despite his tiredness, and Naruto saw some kind of desperation and fear. In Issei's eyes it was nothing like that. There was this naked chick and suddenly her censored start shooting acid at me that almost dissolved me. Naruto was stumped. He certainly had not expected that, and he was certain that he was making a good impression of a fish as he gaped at Issei's story with a look on his face that told onlookers that he really doubted what he had heard. What kind of drugs were you on, Issei? The blonde commented, completely bewildered. You really need to cut down on the hentai before you go to sleep. Issei groaned at that comment. Don't even start with those comments. The reason he had been awake so long after the fight was that he had spent all his time looking at proper, non-acid shooting censored to cleanse his mind of the memory. He had half a mind to file a complaint to the origami for the misuse of censored. Naruto shook his head at his perverted friend and tried not to think too hard about whatever strange dreams he had. Come on and let's get inside. Naruto motioned for Issei to follow him. At least then you can fall asleep at your desk instead of out here on the street. Issei accepted that reasoning gratefully. However, he of course had been admonished by multiple teachers to not be sleeping during class. After school, Naruto hid outside of the school gates, lying in wait to see if Issei would leave for another task. It didn't take long for Naruto to spot the brown-haired boy on a bicycle pedaling to who knows where. Issei wasn't the most physical fit person, but even Naruto was surprised with which ease he had been able to follow the bike-riding boy. He didn't know whether to feel disappointed in Issei's physical capabilities or to be impressed with his own. Issei had entered an apartment of a guy Naruto didn't know, and he didn't know what kind of connection he had to Issei or the Occult Research Club. From the shouts he soon heard coming out of the building, he could gather that the other guy had been a huge Dragon Ball fan. As the two had been arguing, rather loudly, about the best fight, best character, best villain, best attack and many things more. But considering their similar interest, their meeting had ended on a good note as both were laughing at the end of it. The second person Issei had visited Naruto found to be beyond creepy. It was a huge man. Naruto was very sure that he was a bodybuilder of some kind, but the man referred to himself as Middl and ended his sentences on Neo. He wore a pink frillish magical girl outfit and a pair of Nekomimi ears. He was demanding from Issei to turn him into a real magical girl. My god, what kind of nutjob is that guy? Naruto thought in abject horror and decided, for the sake of his sanity, to go home. The closest way home is through the park. Naruto realized he really didn't want to go through there, considering that is where Amano Yuma had disappeared, but if he didn't want to invoke his mother's wrath for coming too late home, he would have to hurry through the park. The park was pretty devoid of anyone there. For some reason during nights even bums and hobos steered clear of it, nobody knew why. Perhaps it was the large number of eerie trees planted all around, or the way the moonlight reflected off the fountain in the center. Nobody could fathom why, but at least it served to be distraction-free. He was quite certain that if Middl was still somewhere in the city, although he hadn't seen her yesterday, for which he was thankful, she wouldn't be here, and she wasn't, but somebody else was. Hey, you, shithead. Somebody called from behind him, and Naruto turned around to see a white-haired boy in clerical clothing. What's with the cosplay getup? Naruto thought with a sweat drop. Ignoring the insult for now. What do you want, cosplay freak? The blonde retorted in annoyance. Ha 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 ha. The white-haired boy seemed to laugh as if Naruto had told the funniest joke he had ever heard before. The laughter became deranged and insane. Please die, you shitty devil lover. A shining bright blade shone in his hand as the white-haired cosplayer had closed the distance between him and Naruto in a few mere instances. Naruto's eyes widened as the weapon came downward in a high arc and he jumped back in a reflex to avoid being killed. He's fast. Naruto realized, faster than anyone I've ever seen. If I wasn't fast myself he would have cut me in half. Why wouldn't you stand still, you shitty devil lover? The white-haired boy asked him as if Naruto shouldn't have done that. Dying is fun, I promise. I wouldn't know though, you'd have to ask all the shitty devils and devil lovers I've killed. This guy is entirely insane. Naruto cursed under his breath as he kept dodging the wild swings. At least he only seems to care about spilling my blood because his attacks haven't been very accurate. But Naruto had to be very careful. The lightsaber, for it resembled very much the weapon of the Star Wars franchise as all it had was a hilt from which emerged a non-metallic beam of energy, would likely cut him into pieces very, very easily. Also, unlike all of the thugs and scum that had tried to use weapons on him before, this guy at least somewhat seemed to know what he was doing, and Naruto suspected that if the guy fought for real and not with his bloodlust he would be even more of a formidable foe. Naruto breathed steadily in and out as the priest cosplayer charged once again towards him. Naruto settled for a tightly guarded stance, offering the smallest amount of contact surface possible. The Jedi imitator once again swung his lightsaber down on Naruto from top right to down left. Naruto dodged, countered to the sword's arc to the right, and would have given the boy a few well-placed jabs to his right side had the sword wielder not jumped away, creating a bit of space between them. Fried grinned. At first he had just taken a stroll because those shitty fallen angels, mostly that bitch Middl and Rainier, wanted him out of the church for this evening. He decided that if he came across any shitty devils or devil lovers he would kill them, even if he was a bit annoyed they had taken his exorcist gun. Some bullshit about attracting too much attention. Censoring bitches just wanted to ruin his fun. It had been a dull evening as he did not encounter a single person, but then his luck turned. Some blonde-haired shithead had come close to him and he could feel the faint presence of devil on him. It was very, very faint, and would have likely faded in a matter of hours. Lucky for Fried he'd been close enough to rat this filthy devil lover out. He would serve well to sat his bloodlust, but then this shitty devil lover fought back. It was wonderful. He would savor this fight to the very end. Naruto waited patiently as going on the offense as a hand-to-hand user against a weapon user, considering both of their respective skill levels, was stupid. The insane priest pretender charged once more towards him, and this time Naruto noted that he was just a bit faster than before. He still managed to dodge the flurry of slashes until he saw his opening and grabbed the other boy's wrist mid-slash. The full strength of the arm came down on Naruto and he strained to keep the wrist in place. While not fast, he put multiple slow but powerful punches straight into the priest midsection. However, his adversary seemed to be completely unaffected by it and the grip on his wrist seemed to weaken. So Naruto let go and in the same instant gave the guy a swift and hard kick, sending him staggering back. Yes, yes. Let us keep going, you shitty devil lover. The cosplay fanatic roared out in mad pleasure. Make me savor every bit of this fight, so that I can enjoy cutting you down to the fullest. Fried got ever faster as he attacked Naruto. With each combination of strikes the priest seemed to get faster, and Naruto had been sure he would not be able to keep this up in the long run. However, for some reason he had been able to keep up with the priest. He could clearly differentiate each of his individual attacks where previously it seemed like mere blurs. His speed seemed to match the guy's own. Despite every now and then being able to land a quick counter-attack, the cosplay freak was insanely tough, or maybe his insanity just made him not care about the injuries and pain he sustained. At any rate, Naruto was not sure who would first reach his limit. He hoped it wasn't him. Finally Fried had enough. He had not been able to spill a single drop of blood from that shitty devil lover's body. It had been infuriating that the guy had been a much more skilled fighter than many of the shitty devils he killed. I don't know how you've been able to keep up with me, you little censored, but I will cut you down. The insane priest threatened, the glint of insanity in his eyes intensifying. Once more Naruto saw him charge for an attack, and he felt that if he kept attacking like that it would only get easier to dodge and retaliate. The only thing he was not sure of was how long he could keep this going. This was the first time since, forever basically, that Naruto had to fight this hard for what was his life. The white-haired priest came closer and closer, and suddenly, completely unexpected, he had thrown a small pellet with his free hand. Naruto tried to swat it away, but upon contact with his skin the pellet burst open, releasing white smoke into the air. Naruto coughed heavily as he breathed the unexpected substance in and his eyes watered from the sudden influx of particles. Censored a smoke bomb. Naruto cursed inwardly. He had been so focused on the fight and dodging the swordsman that he had not considered if he had any other type of weapon or paraphernalia on him. Much to his own detriment, he realized. He heard the soft humming of the energy sword come closer and he could see the blade come down upon him, much too late to dodge. I need to get out of the way. I really need to get out of the way of this somehow. Naruto thought with pure desperation, and something inside of him cracked. He felt some kind of energy well up inside of him and fill him with a strange serene warmth, almost as if it was meant to be, as if it was a missing piece that had been missing from him. In the wake of the sudden influx of energy, he felt a pull on his body, a sudden rush of movement, and then he found himself staring at the cloud of smoke from outside of it. He didn't know how he had done it, but suddenly he heard the sword cut through something, followed by a crash and clattering wood. As the smoke cleared, Naruto saw that the thing the other boy had cut in half was a park bench. Much to both of their surprise, and Naruto realized that he stood in the same spot the bench had previously stood in. Did I switch places with it? He asked himself in mild confusion, but decided not to dwell on it for now. He had a fight to win. What kind of bullshit are you pulling, you cock-censoring shitstain? The white-haired boy shouted curses at him. Fried was sure that the guy he had fought was no devil. He had no trace of devil magic in him, just on him. He was also confident that he wasn't a human mage, as he wouldn't have kept his magic for this long into the fight. Fried thought that it was maybe a sacred gear, but he didn't notice any special item on his opponent either. No matter. This was a one-time save. Prepare to die. The white-haired boy shouted with renewed vigor and tried to carve the blonde into pieces. Naruto dodged, and for some reason he overshot the dodge by quite a margin. He somehow felt stronger than he ever had. Flexing his fingers, he felt the strength surge through him. Time for some pack back. With increased speed, Naruto found himself weaving around the flurry of blade strikes with almost complete ease. He delivered a jab to the maniac's midsection, sending the guys keeling forward in pain. He added a slew of hits on top of that for good measure and enjoyed seeing his enemy in pain. Then he gave the white-haired boy an uppercut, sending him flying a good distance. Fried growled as his felt blood flowing from his nose and into his mouth. He spat out a glob of blood. Shit, that hurt. He cursed and hated that it wasn't the devil lover's blood that was spilled, but his own. Well, it's nothing that censoring nun can't fix once she gets here tomorrow. He saw the blonde stalking towards him, coiled and ready to dodge, to strike, to attack. Fried grimaced. He would have to retreat for now, no matter how little he liked it, but it was better than getting beaten. See ya later, censored face. Fried groaned out and threw 2 pellets on the ground. One exploded in blinding white light that hurt Naruto's eyes, while the other one covered the white-haired boy's escape with smoke. Naruto supposed he could hunt the guy down if he wanted, hurt as he was, but what reason was there to? If the guy fought him again, he would lose, much worse than now. Besides, he should really be getting home. He didn't know how much time he had wasted fighting that guy. Also, there was the matter of the strange power that now filled his body to the brim. It felt like a natural part of him, like it always belonged there. He had felt it suffuse his whole body during the fight. It made him stronger, faster, tougher. He also guessed that it was this power that had allowed him to switch places with the park bench, and he desired to know how it had done that and what else it could do. Suddenly, he thought, stuff like magic doesn't seem so far-fetched after all. He had gotten home much later than he should have and knew he was going to get another talking to. As he opened his door, his mother stood already waiting in front of it, some anger rolling off of her. Uzumaki Naruto, she called him even though he stood right in front of her. Where have you been? He faltered under her stern gaze and eventually hung his head in defeat. I was in the park, fighting. She growled in anger. Didn't I tell you to no longer get into any fights? She asked him, knowing what the answer was. So tell me, who was it this time? It was some kind of insane guy in priest cosplay, and he had this sword. Naruto tried to explain, but his mother frowned at him. That doesn't seem very believable. She spoke in irritation as some of her red tresses whipped around her in fury. I believed you last time because I know about that gang you mentioned, but this time, for lying to me, you will go straight to your room. Naruto knew better than to argue with that. Yes, Ka-san. He walked the stairs up to his room and laid down on his bed. Tomorrow he would take his time to see what this power of his would be able to do. Naruto's eyes snapped open as the dawning sun rose on the horizon. No light had fallen into his room, but he was still awake. A quick glance to the side revealed that it was barely past 5 in the morning, and yet he felt as awake and rested as if he had slept many hours more. That's right. Naruto began remembering the events of last night, how he had fought against that lightsaber-wielding cosplay freak. It had been an exhausting battle by Naruto's usual standards, since all he usually fought were chumps and scum that were all about intimidating people instead of actually physically overpowering and beating them. After the priest had landed a cheap shot, no, not a cheap shot. Naruto thought to himself with a frown. There are no cheap shots in a fight, he reminded himself. In a battle for survival, everything could be used for one's own advantage, and if Naruto so foolishly believed that an insane Jedi cosplayer that attacked him out of the blue would just use his little glowstick and nothing else, well then, to put it bluntly, that was Naruto's own fault and nobody else's. He wouldn't allow something foolishly and naive as battle honor to serve as an excuse. Honor in a fight had its place, but not in fights like the one with the priest. Real-world fights were not like the ones out of his grandfather's book, Tale of a Gutsy Knight, where all it took the main character to do was be determined and never give up, charging into every situation without a moment's thought. Squire Marco, as he had been known in the beginning, had fallen into many traps and ambushes during his adventures because of his recklessness, but it had always worked out for him, and in the end he had been knighted as Sir Marco the Immortal, for no matter the severity of the situation, he had always come out of it alive where ordinary men would have died. But enough of reminiscing. Naruto reminded himself. He would have certainly died last night had this power, inside of him not burst forth and rescued him. He didn't know how it had made him trade places with a park bench of all things, but he would find out. That was not the only thing it had done for him though. He currently could feel unbridled power brimming inside of him, waiting to burst forth, to be used and molded by him. Well, it's not like I'm going to fall asleep again. He reasoned with himself and felt a wave of excitement wash over him, a big grin spreading across his face. Might as well get a head start on this. Almost jumping out of his bed, he put on some of his training clothes and with fleet of foot he snuck downstairs, so as to not disturb his mother's sleep. He opened the door to the garden, the chilly air of the dawning day caressing him softly. Now, let's see if I can get a feeling of this energy. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, focusing on his own center, clearing his mind of all thoughts. There before his mind's eye was a bright blue flame. It was warm. It gave off a feeling of life. He could feel the hidden untamed power as he floated closer to it. He touched the bright flame and felt it envelope him, granting him its warmth, its power. It shrouded him like a protective cloak, before he was forcefully snapped out of his inner place. He opened his eyes and the whole world was so clear, for a lack of better word. His eyes could easily make out the small droplets of morning dew on the grass, he could hear birds chirping in the faraway distance, he could smell nature all around him. It was as if his senses had been magnified by many times of what a normal human was used to using. Interesting. Naruto thought with a small smile of anticipation. If it can enhance my senses by already this much, I wonder what it does to my strength. He focused for a moment and willed this energy to enter his muscles, suffusing them with energy. He flexed his hand in anticipation and his muscles tensed and coiled for the first strike with this power. He took aim and swung a straight fist at the training log. As it impacted, a loud crack resounded in the yard of his garden. Many cracks had formed along the body of the wood and it splintered and strained against the force inflicted on it. Naruto was sure a bit more and the wooden object would have cleanly snapped in half, which spoke volumes of his power. He was sure with a bit more experience he would have destroyed the thing for sure in one hit. But it still served as an adequate test for his newfound power. However, he would have to find a more secluded place to keep training later this day, somewhere where a bit of collateral damage wouldn't grab any attention. Now let's see what this can do for my leg strength. He let his power flow down his body and strengthen his leg muscles. His muscles tensed and released their power with his jump. Naruto noted that he must have jumped around 3 meters high from just a standing jump. The feeling of being in the air gave Naruto a thrill which quickly shifted into a feeling of dread when he realized he had to come down again. Shit. He swore as his body was dragged back down to the earth. He would be hurting quite a bit if he landed unprotected. Maybe, he hoped that it worked. Naruto let his energy flow through every part of his body, willing it to protect and toughen him. He landed, not quite softly, on the grassy ground, hurting quite a bit, but otherwise he was not hurt. Little more than the dull ache of a few bruises to show from his uncomfortable landing. At least nothing is sprained. He nursed his bruises as he picked himself up from the hard ground. He had wanted to test his speed next but knew that the garden was a bit unsuited for that, so he kept that for later. But maybe he could try out that switching trick from yesterday. He called forth his power and willed it outside of his body. A light blue sheen surrounded his limbs. Now for something to switch places with. He thought of the broken piece of training equipment he had accidentally destroyed without a way to control his power or knowing how strong he had been. He willed his power to spread out and envelop the piece of wood, noting how hard it was to direct the power outside of his body with mere will alone. The focus it took to shape and move the energy in certain ways required a huge amount of focus. But after long arduous minutes of willing and shaping the energy, he had managed to envelop the object completely. Now, I need to somehow make it switch with me. Naruto thought and focused on communicating his intent to his power. Switch, switch, switch the log with me, switch the log with me. He repeated like a mantra inside of his head, and suddenly a plume of smoke erupted at Naruto's position and he found himself staring at the destroyed object hanging in the air for mere moments before falling down to the ground. If someone had somehow watched the whole thing in slow motion, they would have seen Naruto and the log rubberbanding, as they shot towards each other pulled along an invisible line, not crashing into but passing each other until they eventually reached each other's positions. That worked well. He commented to himself with a satisfied nod and a smile plastered on his face. It took a bit of time to get the whole thing working though. I need to work on the speed of that technique. Naruto then chuckled to himself. Well, now that I have some mystical technique to call my own, I need to name it. He mulled over multiple names before nodding his head as he had arrived at a satisfactory one. Why not keep it simple? It's going to be Kawarimi. He then noted how bright it was now. Gone was the slight red-tinted light of dawn and replaced with a much brighter light that told him he had spent quite a bit of time outside. He snuck back inside, took a quick shower to get rid of the small amounts of sweat that had covered his body, and changed his clothes to his trusty school uniform. Naruto walked downstairs, breakfast already waiting for him. His mother must have prepared it when he had taken a shower, and he was glad she did as he noticed how much of an appetite he had worked up with his stomach growling like a starved monster. I guess someone is hungry. His mother noted in amusement as she released a bright laugh. Come, sit down, there's enough to sat that monster you call a stomach. You don't have to tell me twice. With a bright grin on his face, he quickly sat down at the table and began to enjoy the breakfast his mother had cooked up. So did you make any progress translating that language? Naruto finally decided to ask in between swallowing his food, and his mother just shook her head. I'm afraid not much of a progress. At first I thought it might be some variant of ancient Greek, but that seemed to be an entirely wrong direction to take it in. It's definitely not easy to decipher at all, but I'm confident I can solve it, she replied, burning with determination, not to be brought down by some flimsy piece of paper. Naruto listened to his mother's explanation and absent-mindedly grabbed his glass of juice, only to have it suddenly crack and splinter in his hand, eliciting a sharp yelp of pain from Naruto. Are you all right? His mother inquired, instantly standing at the side of her son, as the juice spilled from the table down. How did this happen? Naruto grimaced slightly in pain as some pieces of glass had bored into the palm of his hand, drawing slight amount of blood. I guess I must have gotten stronger. Naruto laughed sheepishly as his mother shook her head at his reply. You need to be more careful. She chided him and pulled out the pieces of glass stuck in her son's hand. She got some bandages and disinfection spray. Spraying the alcoholic solution on the wounds to clean the of bacteria, she noticed his short wince of discomfort. Censored it up, you wimp. She teased him as she wrapped the bandage around his hand. Be more careful when picking those glasses up. I don't want to have to replace all of our glass with extra sturdy ones just because you couldn't control your strength. She mock glared at him, knowing that she didn't mean it as a threat that had to be followed up with punishment. Now go to school. I take care of the rest here. She felt her son give her a hug, and she felt the warmth of happiness suffuse her body as he told her that he loved her. She smiled honestly. That boy. She complained jokingly to herself, always getting in all sorts of trouble. In front of the school, Issei had already been waiting at his side, the two perverts that usually hung out with him. Good morning, Issei. Good morning, perverts. He greeted them mirthfully, knowing that it would serve to annoy the perverts, waving with his right hand. Why don't you use our names, you stupid Yakuza? Matsuda complained half-heartedly. Can't you at least show us a little respect? Can you stop being a pervert? He retorted with a smirk, knowing the answer. Are you insane? Motohama exclaimed as if it was the most outrageous thing he had ever heard in his life. The way of the pervert is not to be abandoned so lightly. It is a harsh and difficult path, but we know that in the end the Aragami will reward us for our loyalty to him and his teachings. The bespectacled boy almost seemed to shine in an ethereal light as he said that, but Naruto was sure he had just imagined that. Yeah. Well, unless you can stop being a pervert, I'm going to keep calling you such. Naruto stuck his tongue out at them in a childish gesture. But you call Issei by his name even though he is a pervert, Matsuda whined about the unfairness of this treatment. And you know my answer to that. Now quit it, he said sternly, throwing him an annoyed look. Issei finally decided to interrupt the spiel between his friends. Good morning, Naruto. He greeted his blonde friend with a smile, a brief look of concern washing over his face as he saw Naruto's bandaged hand. What happened to your hand? Ah, nothing wild. Naruto waved his hand in a gesture that told Issei it was nothing to worry about, just broke a glass at breakfast and some if it cut my hand. Issei imagined that it must have felt quite uncomfortable and winced in sympathy. That blows. Yeah, but nothing to fuss about, really. The blonde put his friend at ease. Say, want to hang out after school, Naruto? Issei decided to ask his friend. Naruto looked briefly surprised. Sure, but don't you have club duties or something? Actually, bucko, Issei was about to start saying when he was interrupted by the pervert duo. We don't want to hear what kind of depraved things you are doing to the goddesses Rias and Akano, Motohama shouted angrily, glaring at Issei in the process. Yeah, I don't want to imagine what kind of depraved things you are doing to corrupt poor little Kaneko-chan. Matsuda cried with fake tears flowing from his eyes before the two spoke together. We don't want to spend any more time in the presence of a traitor to the pervert's code, the two said and rushed off to school, and Issei looked quite disgruntled. Don't worry about them too much, they are just jealous. Naruto patted the brown-haired boy on the shoulder and Issei released a slight sigh. I know, but still I expected them to be more positive, I guess. Don't worry too much. Eventually they come around, and if they don't, well, you have still other friends with me and those guys from your club. Naruto spoke sagely and Issei nodded in agreement. Say, are they treating you well over in the occult research club? Issei nodded, smiling brightly. Yeah, bucko, Rias can be a bit strict, but she is really nice and concerned about everyone. She is a great president. Issei explained, thinking that as long as he wasn't mentioning anything about devils or the like it was okay. You can really depend on Akano-senpai. If someone has a problem, she has no trouble trying to help with it, and she makes great tea sometimes though. Issei shuddered slightly. Sometimes she is a bit scary and not what you would expect. Naruto internally affirmed that from his own interactions with Akano. Damn teasing and manipulative woman. He cursed her, and the black-haired, ponytailed woman sneezed. She guessed that someone had been talking or thinking about her. Then there is Kiba. He is nice, I guess, too polite and still a good damn pretty boy. But he will lend you a hand when you need it. Issei admitted begrudgingly, his mood having shifting slightly before he shook himself out of it. And then there is Kaneko. She is a bit quiet but really tough, and you can absolutely depend on her. At least Akano told the truth when she said they would take good care of him. The blonde smiled. Seems like you have made some great friends in your club. Yeah, definitely. Issei agreed happily. Anyway, bucko has given everyone the day off so we can hang out today. Sure. Sounds like a great plan. The blonde told his friend, and the two rushed to class when they heard the bell ring, otherwise they would risk coming too late. Taju Kaneko was happy. While outwardly her stoic facade had not changed in the slightest, she was indeed very much anticipating her free day. Her king, Rias, had given everyone a free day for today, and Kaneko knew how she would spend it. She would be visiting her favorite candy store and stock up on some sweets. Maybe some sweet and succulent chocolate, fresh and crunchy cookies, some tasty toffee, or maybe some lollipops. Yes, that would be a great day. Suddenly, however, she froze in place as she sensed something. She sensed a type of energy that was eerily familiar to her. She let her eyes wander to find the source of the energy until her eyes were trained on a blonde-haired boy who had tied his hair in a ponytail. He was walking at the side of Hyodo Issei, the giant pervert that was her king's pawn and the newest member of her peerage. The two were laughing and having a good time. She knew that this was Uzumaki Naruto, a boy with a rather bad reputation, but she wasn't going to judge him based on that. She knew that her king had at one time considered him for the other rook position in her peerage, but had abstained from that on the grounds that he seemed to not have a sliver of power inside of him. However, Kaneko wasn't sure that was the case at all. While she wasn't the best at sensing magical energies for the most part, but she could feel the familiar devil's magic inside of Issei, and next to him in the blonde was the thrum of a familiar power, a power that she knew, that her body was familiar with. Kaneko was absolutely positive that the energy she sensed, that soft thrum of power inside of the blonde, was chakra. And it was not a small amount at all. He had quite a decent amount of the energy inside of him. How had a human this much chakra inside of him? It took devils a tortuous and grueling amount of harsh training to unlock the ability to make use of their chakra, that is if they didn't want to risk going out of control trying to learn senjutsu, just like. Kaneko pushed those memories to the far back of her mind as she observed the blonde with narrowed eyes. If the blonde really had chakra, then she needed to know how he had gotten it. On the other hand, she would need to inform her king about this unusual development first before she took any action. However, today she had the day off, so for today she would get to enjoy her sweets. So what should we do? Naruto asked his friend, who seemed to be contemplating that question. Well, we could be grabbing some food first, been a while since we ate together, Issei suggested, and Naruto's grumbling stomach agreed with getting some food. They went to some burger joint and enjoyed their fast food meal. Naruto had really been eating a lot, of fact which Issei caught on too. Wow, you must have been really hungry, he commented in awe as he saw the burger wrappers pile up. Naruto swallowed the piece of food in his mouth. Yeah, I've really needed more food lately. I've been exercising a lot more lately, might come from that. He lied since he knew that it had to do with the power he had unlocked. That made actually very much sense to Issei. The two finished eating and decided to hit the arcades. As the two boys left the building, they heard a cry of pain. They turned towards the source and saw a small boy, he couldn't have been much older than 5 or 6, crying, clutching a bruised knee. This was followed by someone dropping a heavy case on the ground and a cry of "Scusi." A young blonde-haired girl in nun's clothes rushed to the kid's side. Do you have any sisters I don't know about? Issei joked because of the similar hair color of the nun and Naruto, but at the same time he couldn't hide his lecherous grin at her cute looks. No, none that I know of. The blonde shook his head in response and rolled his eyes at Issei's antics. Naruto could hear her talking in accented Japanese. Don't worry, I can help. Suddenly a pair of rings appeared on her hands and they were enveloped in a green light. Soon the bruise on the boy's knee disappeared and he stopped crying. The young boy smiled at the blonde-haired nun. Thank you, Oni-san. Causing said girl to beam happily at him. Suddenly the boy's mother rushed to the scene and pulled his son away from the strange girl. Stay away from my son, she spoke harshly, who knew what this foreigner had done to him. But Ka-san, the kid wanted to explain to her mother that the cute Oni-san had helped him, but she wouldn't listen and quickly dragged him away, leaving the nun slightly dejected but still smiling. Issei was sure that Naruto had seen the girl use those rings to heal the kid, and he knew he wouldn't be able to play it off as some kind of hallucination. Issei was sure that the rings had been some kind of sacred gear. Lost in thought, he just now noticed that his friend had walked up to the blonde nun. That was nice of you to help the boy like that. Naruto spoke to the nun, causing her to look at him in surprise, even if the mother was rather rude to you. The blonde-haired nun seemed a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry. I don't speak your language very well, she finally admitted with a light blush. No need to apologize, Naruto told her with a grin that eased some of the girl's worries. Is this all right? He asked in his accented Italian, and the girl's eyes lit up. You speak Italian? She asked with hopeful eyes, hoping that she could get some directions to the place she had to go to. Issei seemed just as wide-eyed. You can speak her language? He asked in surprise, never having known that bit about his friend. And Naruto nodded, switching back to Japanese. It never came up. But my mom is a language whiz, as you shall know, mostly for more obscure things like Latin, ancient Greek, Egyptian hieroglyphs and stuff like that though. He explained to his friend. My Italian isn't incredible good though, since I never got to use it for anything. But I can still understand what she is saying with little problems. Asia looked as the blonde turned to a smaller brown-haired boy, who was likely his friend, and they had a short conversation where the blonde seemed to explain something about him talking Italian, but most of it was too fast for Asia's inexperienced Japanese to catch. The brown-haired boy had a grin on his face as he turned towards her, and she felt happy that the people here were so nice and open to her. I'm Hyodo Issei, he introduced himself, something she easily understood. My name is Asi Argento. Nice to meet you, Issei-san. The nun introduced herself, bowing politely. And Naruto laughed out loud, causing the two to look at him in confusion. Why are you laughing? Issei wanted to know, frowning, as he was confused as to why his friend was laughing at the cute girl's name. Her name Argento means silver. With her hair they should have rather named her gold, Naruto explained with an amused expression on his face, and Issei chortled slightly at the comment, causing Asia to look even more confused. Anyo, she began, hoping someone would explain it to her. She had caught her name and then something about Jin and Kin. So silver and gold? She didn't know what that was about. Sorry about that. The tall blonde responded to her in her native tongue. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. As to why I was laughing. Your name Argento means silver, so I said that they rather should have named you Ario because that's what your hair looks like. He explained to her and then laughed. Although considering my own hair color, he held up the end of his blonde ponytail and she realized that their hair colors were nearly identical. Asia giggled slightly at that. You both are really nice. That was a nice trick how you were healing the boy. Issei praised her and the blonde nun smiled back at the words of appreciation. It's the power given to me by God, it lets me heal all sorts of people. She explained with a hint of pride and Issei instantly realized that it indeed was a sacred gear that she had used. I wonder if my power could be used to heal people as well? Naruto thought to himself, as that could be quite useful to have. He hit the palm of his left hand with his right fist, that reminded him. He took of the bandage from his right hand, revealing the cuts on his hands. Could you heal this for me, Asia-chan? He asked the blonde-haired nun and held out his palm. While not a debilitating wound by any means, it did annoy him slightly. Of course, Naruto-san. She held her hands over his injured hand, the cuts slowly shrinking until they had completely vanished from sight. Awesome, he exclaimed excitedly and gave the smaller blonde a short hug. Thanks a lot, Asia-chan. The Italian nun blushed and smiled at the praise she had received. Nobody had called her a witch so far. It felt great to have met two such nice people in this town. For some reason Issei felt a surge of jealousy well up inside of him as he saw Naruto give the cute girl a hug and decided to quickly get her attention for himself. So what are you doing here, Asia-chan? Issei inquired of the cute girl. She didn't know how to explain it in Japanese, so she hoped that the other blonde would understand what she meant. I got transferred to the church in this town and I kinda lost my way and nobody really could understand what I wanted when I asked them. What did she say? Issei looked expectantly at Naruto for him to translate what Asia had said. As far as I understood it, she had to move here because she was assigned to the church in this town, but so far nobody could show her the way to it. The blonde boy responded and Issei nodded his face, wearing a determined expression as he grinned at the blonde-haired nun. Don't worry, Asia-chan. I know where the church is. Issei exclaimed and picked up Asia's heavy case, and the small nun looked up at Naruto. He is going to show you the way. Naruto explained and the small girl smiled in understanding. Thank you. Issei-san, you are a really good person. She told the brown-haired boy, whose determination increased at the praise he received from the cute nun. After quite a while the trio had arrived at the large church. Issei put down the heavy case, which held Asia's belongings, sweating heavily. As Issei got closer to the large building, he felt a strange feeling welling up inside of his body, as if he entered a place where he wasn't supposed to be. Huh. I didn't know the Christian community in Kuo was big enough to warrant a church like that. Naruto thought as he examined the large building, having never been close to or inside of it in his life. But then again, with people like that insane priest, I wouldn't blame them if people ever came at all. Thank you for your help, Issei-san, Naruto-san. Asia bowed and she took her luggage back into her own hand, sounding positively elated. I'm glad I met two nice people like you. No problem, Asia-chan. Naruto exclaimed mirthfully. I'm sorry I can't spend more time with you. I have to be home soon or my mom is going to be angry. I need to be home soon too, Issei said rather quickly. The feeling being this close to the church really put him at unrest and he quickly wanted to leave this place. He would have loved to spend more time with the cute girl, but for whatever reason he was filled with an imminent sense of doom the longer he stayed in the presence of the church. No, it's quite all right, Asia said with a smile, simply happy that she had met two such nice people already. I hope I will get to see you two again soon. The three waved each other a last time in goodbye and parted ways for today. The large gates of the church opened by itself. Asia walked inside, dragging her luggage with her into the building. The black-winged, black-haired form of the fallen angel Rainier stood in front of her. Her clothes skimpy, provocative, distracting. Exactly what one could expect from an angel that fell from the heavens. Finally you are here, stupid girl. Rainier spoke, her voice cold, harsh and unforgiving. I thought I would have to come and personally pick you up as long as it took you to find your way here. Cold violet eyes bore down on Asia, causing the cold feeling of fear to well up in the pit of her stomach. I hope it wasn't because you thought of running away. You know I don't like when people go against my orders. The fallen angel left the threat hanging in the air. Please, Lord, give me strength. Asia sent a silent prayer to her god before she faced down Rainier, trying to appear as courageous as she could. Of course, Rainier same. I'm sorry, Rainier-sama. Asia quickly apologized to the leader of their group. I just got lost on the way here, my Japanese is not that good. The violet-eyed angel sneered at her contemptibly. See to it that it doesn't happen again. She then sighed in exasperation. Now go fix up that moron Fried. He got himself beat up and is being a huge pain in the ass. After that you can rest up. Yes, Rainier-sama. Thank you, Rainier-sama. The blonde-haired nun replied subserviently and went to her task of healing the exorcist. Soon, Rainier, all your plans will come together, just 2 more days. She reminded herself to keep going until then. In 2 days the ritual to remove the twilight healing from that useless nun would be usable. She would take the sacred gear for herself and become unstoppable. She was sure when Lord Azazel heard that she had gone the extra mile to already eliminate the useless twice critical user, he would praise her for her foresight, and if she told him that she had acquired a useful sacred gear like twilight healing, he just had to be smitten with her. She could already hear his voice inside her ears. Oh, Rainier. I never had anyone as beautiful and competent as you under my command. She imagined him to say, you will become my queen and together Grigori will rise above all the other pesky races. Yes, that would be how things would unfold. She no longer would have to contend with the insane Fried, the lusty Middle, battle-crazy Donasik or arrogant Kalawarner. Are you absolutely positive that that is what you sensed, Kaneko? Rias asked her rook with a sense of intrigue. Yes, bucko. Kaneko affirmed, holding a large bag filled with sweets she had bought today close to her chest. He has chakra, a lot of it. Rias seemed deep in thought at that revelation that bears some investigation. Rias stated to no one in particular, I never thought to look for something like chakra in a mere human, considering how few devils and yokai are able to use it and the general risk involved with it. Kaneko's impassive face hardened slightly as a fleeting thought about her sister passed her mind. But if he really has chakra like you said, then he might be a good addition to our peerage. Rias concluded, throwing a glance at the chessboard on her desk. However, instead of 2 times 16 pieces being on top of it, there were only 4 left. A rook, a knight, a bishop and a pawn. These pieces were not black or white but a glowing red. These were the evil pieces used to reincarnate non-devils into devils. Could you try to keep an eye on him tomorrow? You are the best at sensing chakra, and with it being weekend, that is quite invaluable in tracking him. The redhead inquired of the white-haired Nekosho, devil hybrid. As she couldn't have a familiar follow him when he wouldn't be coming to school. I could. Kaneko stated, her facial expression unwavering, but there was a slight inflection in her voice that she wasn't the most happy. But for Rias she would do it, even if it meant getting into contact with chakra. But I have a contract scheduled for tomorrow night. Just ask Issei to cover for you. Rias told the white-haired rook he could use the extra experience anyway. Hi, bucko. Kaneko responded to her king and left the red-haired girl to her musings. She decided that she had deserved indulging in her sweet tooth now. He had not gotten in much training in it all today, but Naruto thought it was well worth it after getting to spend some time with his friend Issei and making a new friend in the cute blonde nun. Tomorrow was Saturday though. He would have no school and could take a whole lot more time to spend trying to figure out his power. Coming back home, he enjoyed dinner with his mother, who told him that she slowly was making progress translating the language on the piece of paper. The next day after breakfast, he told his mother he would be out for the day and exited the house. He rushed towards the edge of the city, a creepy part close to an old run-down house that nobody ever wanted to buy. Rumor had it that people going inside vanished under mysterious circumstances. Nobody would be bothering or observing him around these parts, which was the whole reason for coming here. He stretched himself and did a light warm-up. He then called upon his power, feeling the familiar warmth flow through him. The first thing he did was let the energy circulate throughout his body, shifting different loads of energy from differing parts of his bodies around, learning to quickly shift his power from one part to another part of his body. He began smashing his fists and legs against the nearby trees, breaking and splintering the bark. More and more he began to boost his strength, speed of toughness. Blurring between trees, he began causing slight amounts of collateral damage. Soon enough he had to stop himself, panting heavily from exhaustion. It seemed that boosting his strength and speed this much drained his stamina quite quickly. Naruto sat down on the hard ground, resting to regain his breath. Meanwhile, he was thinking what else he could do with his newfound power. I can become even stronger and faster if I use it, but that can't be anything, he reasoned himself. I used it to switch places with another object. I enveloped the object and myself in this power, causing a kind of pathway to be built between both points, and then the object and myself were traveling at high speed to each other's position while the leftover energy dissipated into smoke to cover the movement. Drumming his fingers against the ground, he tried thinking of ways to make use of that principle. Maybe if I tried grabbing something like earth with it, I could throw it at someone at high speeds. He pressed the palm of his hand to the ground and sent his energy into it. He tried pulling the ground up, but it was sturdy, stubborn, and completely unmoving. The ground didn't want to budge even a little bit. Maybe I shouldn't be trying to force the earth out, he thought, as the ground beneath him didn't even want to budge for a little bit. Maybe if my energy was a bit more like the ground, I could use it to get the earth to move. Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated on his energy. He felt it in the ground, trapped and completely separate from the earth he wanted to move. Try to be like the earth, to be like stone. He concentrated hard on what he wanted his energy to be like: be sturdy, be unwavering. He didn't know if it was because he was in contact with the ground or because his energy had a mold to form itself against, to copy the properties, but slowly his energy took on a different feel. Gone was the warmth of life and replaced by the feeling of cold, hard, unflinching stone. The earth, instead of straining and rejecting this energy, embraced it, soaked it up, and he could feel the ground being filled by his earth energy. Now, rise. Rise from the ground. He commanded the energy, pulling first softly and then harsh, as if he was trying to move a mountain. He heard the ground beneath him rumble as he felt it moving upwards. As he used every bit of his concentration on his attempt at moving the earth, he didn't notice the slab of stone rising from the ground until he did notice that something was blocking the sun and covering him in shadows. Naruto opened his eyes and stared at the large stone slab that had risen in front of himself protectively, ready to stop any projectiles coming his way. The blonde's concentration wavered for a single instant and his energy defaulted back to the blue energy of life. Suddenly he could feel a wave of exhaustion hit him. He didn't realize how much energy simply raising this single slab of stone had cost him. And it had taken him more than just a few minutes to accomplish exactly that. If I were to try and use this in a fight, I would die long before I could even get a single pebble to move. The blonde realized, frowning at first before he felt a sense of accomplishment wash over him. He had figured something like this out all by himself, no one to teach him. Hell, he wouldn't even know if there was anyone else that had this strange power of his. At first he had thought the rings of Asia had operated on the same principle, but they just didn't have the same feel to it as his power had. He was sure that with prolonged amounts of training he would be able to cut the energy cost down and reduce the time to use his techniques. Also, now I know that I can change the properties of my energy to match other things. The blonde gave himself a mental pat on the back for that. Maybe. What if I strengthen my body using the earth energy? He asked himself. He concentrated on trying to change his energy again, but found that it was unwilling this time. He just couldn't focus on it. Even though he had done it mere moments ago, the ability to change it seemed lost to him. He cursed, touched the ground with his palm again. He could feel the cold ground beneath his hand, and the process of changing his energy to match the earth seemed, once again, in his grasp. He focused and molded his energy until it once again had taken on the properties of the earth and stone. He pulled his hand away from the ground and stood up. Instantly he found himself having difficulty of holding on to his earth energy. It took an insane amount of focus and will to keep it from simply changing back to its original form, but he held on to the feeling and the energy he had created. His earth energy flowed through his body. He could feel the toughness of earth and stone covering him. He took a look at his arms, and they were a black color, as if they had become the earth themselves. His limbs felt heavy. They felt like someone had tied heavy blocks of cement to his arms. The blonde gritted his teeth and forced himself to lift his right arm up, straining to keep it from falling back down. He used all of his strength to throw a punch at a nearby tree with his stone arm. As the fist hit the tree, Naruto barely felt any of the usual force rebounding onto him when he usually hit any, wooden or otherwise, object. The counterforce had felt like a soft breeze washing over his skin. He had not felt much of the impact of his fist against the tree, whereas before he exactly knew when he had struck something. He marveled at the sturdiness of his reinforced skin when heard something crack and creak. He noticed the large piece of forestry falling slowly towards him. Shit. Naruto cursed out loud and quickly jumped to the side before he would be buried beneath the offending piece of nature. Death by tree. Not something I am striving for, he muttered to himself, having dodged the deadly piece of wood. His skin had returned to its normal coloration, and it even felt much less sturdy than during the stone mode. The only drawback is that it's censoring difficult to move any part of my body if it is as heavy as that. The blonde thought to himself with a frown, excellent for defensive purposes so far but much less useful for offensive attacks. He reasoned to himself, that is unless I manage to increase my strength some more. Feeling another wave of exhaustion wash over him, he sat down on the ground, rested against one of the still standing trees. Maybe he should grab a soda and some food to regain a bit more of his energy. Yes, that seemed like a good idea to Naruto. He had time and there was no need to rush anything. After waking up early in the morning, Kaneko had spread out her senses. Locking on the largest chakra signature in town was an easy task considering there was only one that could even be identified as such. She quickly found Uzumaki Naruto and had followed him stealthily across the town to the abandoned house on the outskirts which, until a few days ago, had housed the stray devil visor. She saw the blonde stretch himself, loosening his muscles as he had warmed himself up. Afterwards she noticed a look of concentration on his face and then she could feel him call forth the familiar energy from within him. It was a bright, warm and happy energy. It reminded her of the sun and her Nekosho side felt like it wanted nothing more than to bask in it, take in the warmth, doing nothing but enjoy the glow of the power. She quickly suppressed that part of her again. No, chakra was dangerous. After what her sister had done, she had sworn to herself to never make use of chakra or senjutsu. Never would she touch those two arts, ever. Not even if her life depended on it. She would rather die than be consumed by the power and… Kaneko shook herself out of the unpleasant thoughts she was experiencing. Her king, Rias Gremory, had trusted her with a task and she would not betray that trust because of something like her memories or feelings. She observed how the blonde zoomed through the nearby surroundings and smashed and attacked parts of the forest area. She was a little bit impressed with the human. She could tell with his chakra enhancements that he was about Kiba's level of speed and her level of strength. Which was quite impressive considering that both of those base attributes had been heavily strengthened by the Knight and Rook Evil Piece respectively. Soon she could tell he was slowing down as he must have undoubtedly felt exhausted by his usage of the power. She estimated that he had held that type of strength and speed for around 5 minutes, which in a fight could be a considerable length but only if he fought close combat, power types. Against wizard types he would undoubtedly be struggling, especially if they could fly, like most devils, angels and fallen angels were able to. Kaneko kept observing him impassively when she saw him place his palm on the ground. What is he doing? She asked herself, tilting her head slightly, and felt him push his chakra into the ground. What's that supposed to do? It couldn't be senjutsu. That required one to take the energy of nature in and not push one's own power out into nature. Was he trying to use his chakra like magic? Did he not know what his energy was? Did he confuse it? Baka. Kaneko muttered in barely a whisper at the boy's futile attempt at trying to use chakra in a similar manner to magic. But suddenly she could feel a shift in Naruto's chakra. It lost the warm, radiant, sun-like quality and took on a more cold, heavy and resilient feeling. Like stone or earth. Her golden eyes widened slightly. How? She asked herself in shock. Something like this should not be possible. One was not supposed to be able to change one's chakra, one's life force just like that. And yet this boy, this human had done something no Yukai or devil had done before him. He had changed the makeup of his chakra. She felt his earth chakra meld with the ground like it had always been a part of it. She could see the focus and concentration on the whiskered blonde's face. Suddenly she felt the ground shake lightly as it gave a lurch and a large stone slab had risen defensively in front of the young teen. Kaneko could feel herself stare in awe at Naruto. Had chakra always been able to do this? Were there ways to use and utilize it in that had yet to be discovered? And if so, how had a mere human, who barely a week ago seemed powerless and weak, who had no involvement with the supernatural world, how had he done exactly something like that? Kaneko extended her senses again to be sure. Yes, what she felt had indeed been chakra. She did not feel even a shred of magic being used by Naruto. After the object of her observations had rested up for a bit, she saw him stand up. Again the earth chakra formed inside his body. The changed chakra circulated throughout his body, specifically his skin. The white-haired devil saw how the blonde skin had changed color. It was dark, resembling the earth itself. He seemed to have problems moving and had been exerting a lot of effort to simply raise his arm. Kaneko assumed that with his earth chakra he had changed his skin into the very element itself, explaining the problems in lifting his arms, unused to the amount of added mass. He had punched a tree, causing it to snap and nearly fall on him, a fate for which she was thankful that he had averted it. Kaneko saw the blonde rest against a tree, before he stood up and began to move back towards the city, causing her to follow in secret. She saw him visit a ramen stand, order a drink and food. She watched him have lunch and took out a pair of her favorite cookies, munching them happily herself. Her curiosity was definitely piqued because she knew that she no longer was observing Naruto just for the interest of her king but for her own interest in this strange way of using chakra as well. Maybe there was a way of using it without resorting to senjutsu? Kaneko kept observing him for the rest of the day. How he had mock fights with the forestry and kept training and experimenting in the use of his earth chakra. Soon enough the sun was beginning to set and the blonde was leaving the area he had occupied for one half of this day. She decided that she had gathered enough information, so far, about him and decided to return back to the clubhouse to report to Rias. With the raw talent Naruto had, her king likely would be adamant about him joining her peerage. As Kaneko approached the door of the clubhouse, the blonde form of Kiba rushed past her. Quick, Kaneko, he shouted to her, there is an emergency. Issei is in danger. And the white-haired rook increased her speed as well. Even if Issei was a huge pervert, he was still part of the same peerage she was part of and she would not abandon anyone. Kushina felt that she was close to a breakthrough with translating whatever was written on the paper. She was so very close to the solution, almost as if there was someone giving her tips but not the answers. However, she also felt that the closer she got to solving the mystery, the more she could feel some kind of presence, someone watching and observing her. It was pitch black night outside as a bright light illuminated the old school building of Kuo Gakuen from within. The light flared for a brief instant and then died down just as quickly as it had appeared. Place him down on the couch, Kiba. Rias ordered her blonde knight, who followed the order immediately. Kiba was slowly making his way towards the couch inside of the rather spacious and well-staffed club room of the Occult Research Club. The knight had supported his injured peer member, Hyodo Issei. The brown-haired boy had been a devil for barely a week and gotten into a fight with an exorcist. Completely unprepared and unable to match the white-haired exorcist's skill, he had been wounded, thankfully not fatally. He had been shot multiple times with a light-based exorcist gun and large burning gashes had been inflicted upon him with a light sword. Kiba placed the hurt Issei on the couch of their clubroom, hearing the boy groan in pain. Kiba had to admit that the exorcist was well versed in sword fighting and even kept up with his own speed, although he was sure if they didn't have to retreat as a result of multiple fallen angels converging on their position, he could have beaten the guy. His sword birth, sacred gear, would have been easily capable of creating a sword that would nullify the exorcist's light-based weaponry. Issei released another pitiful moan of pain and the knight felt sympathetic for his comrade. Getting hit by light always hurt an incredible lot. The perverted boy had never in his life been involved in a fight, nor had he been trained or instructed how to get stronger or improve himself. Something he felt was an oversight on his king's side, although, he thought, nobody could have guessed that Issei would face an opponent as dangerous as that exorcist in his first week as a devil. That was truly an unfortunate coincidence on his part. Kiba gritted his teeth as he remembered when they had arrived at the scene. Issei wounded and the client he had visited, dead. This was the zealotry, callousness and close-minded behavior he had come to hate of the church. He could understand them targeting devils, for obvious reasons, but killing an innocent human whose only crime was asking a devil to do some miscellaneous tasks for him just went too far, much too far. Kiba-kun, Kiba-kun. A voice called for him and saw his king looking concernedly at him. Yes, bucko? He asked the redhead. I said you may catch some sleep now, I'll take care of the rest. Rias told him, obviously concerned for the injured pawn. You had a rather long day after all. All right, thank you, bucko. He lowered his head slightly in gratitude and turned on his heel, leaving the room. Rias gathered her magic energy in her palms. A soft reddish glow emanated from her hands as she moved them over the brown-haired pervert's wounds, neutralizing the burning agony the light caused Issei and slowly closing the wounds. A much slower rate than what would have been the case had she laid naked next to him. With a greater surface area of contact between their bodies, her energies would have been able to flow in much greater quantities and thus heal her pawn much faster, but she still needed to talk to Kaneko about what her rook had discovered. Had the more pressing issue of Issei getting attacked not gotten in the way, she would already have done so. Then there is the matter with the nun. Ria's thoughts went back to 10 minutes ago when she had just arrived with Akano, Kiba and Kaneko in tow. The exorcist had been taunting and insulting her pawn to make him rage and to make him attack the exorcist in anger. She had to praise Issei for not snapping like that, that is until a blonde-haired nun had begged the white-haired exorcist to leave her pawn alone. An action that had served to more than just surprise her a little. Nuns and devils were enemies, enemies weren't supposed to ask their comrades to spare another enemy. But then again, the shy and demure girl had not seemed like she was in any way, shape or form like the battle-crazy exorcist that seemed to enjoy throwing around vulgarities and promises of bloodshed and murder. The exorcist had pushed her away angrily and threatened to rape her, and if Issei had not been a more pressing concern at that moment, she would have likely blasted the stupid blockhead to kingdom come for even insinuating something like that. However, the rape threat seemed to be what finally ticked Issei off as he rushed at the exorcist completely enraged, despite having been in relative safety prior to that. This recklessness is what resulted in most of Issei's wounds. The question is, how does Issei know that nun, and why had he practically begged me to save her and even tried to stay behind so he could protect her? Rias asked herself and frowned, coming up with no satisfactory answer. She gave a soft sigh. She would have to have a stern talking to with her pawn first thing in the morning. Rias knew that she had not explained very much to Issei yet, hoping to ease him into the whole devil thing. The boy had already been rather perplexed and confused when she had tried to explain the whole reason behind the animosity between angels, fallen angels and devils. She didn't want to pile onto it by explaining all of the intricacies of the system the biblical God had created to keep the devils in check and give those of his faith a protection against them. After 15 minutes of consecutive healing of his wounds, she had managed to heal him almost completely. The wounds were largely superficial and the gunshots had missed any vital organ. The most he would feel would be some soreness in the morning. "Would you like me to drop him off at his house, bucko?" her trusted friend Akeno asked, and Rias shook her head in negative. "No, I need to talk to him as soon as possible. If he stays here for the night, I can take care of it first thing in the morning," the Gremory clan heiress explained. "All right, I will catch some sleep myself then," the lightning priestess announced, and Rias confirmed it with an absent-minded nod of acceptance. "Try not to work too hard anymore, bucko." "I'll try not to, Akeno," she responded with a slight smile towards her queen, and then turned to the white-haired, golden-eyed rook that had been patiently waiting for her turn to speak to her king. "What did you find out observing him?" Her blue eyes met the golden ones of Kaneko, the hybrid devil's face impassive and her stare unwavering. "I could confirm that he indeed can use chakra," Kaneko stated. As a matter of fact, he had spent at least half a day training by himself on the outskirts of the city, close to the building that housed the stray devil, Visor, before we eliminated her. "What can you tell me about his skill level?" Rias kept an inquisitive gaze trained upon her informant. "He is quite strong," Kaneko admitted, not knowing how to put in appropriate words what she had witnessed physically. "His base attributes are far above human norm. I would say even above the pervert's current level of strength, even with his devil body." That was indeed an interesting piece of information for Rias. Usually a newborn devil's body was already far above the level of what an average peak body human was capable of. There were exceptions, of course. Exorcists were trained to well exceed beyond the limits of what was considered the peak of a human's body, and thus were able to keep up in a physical fight with devils. The second type of human able to do so were sacred gear users. The items granted by the biblical God saw to it that their wielder would not be constrained by the limits of a normal human, especially if such a person were to possess a longinus gear. The third and final type of human capable of keeping up with supernatural beings were trained mages, although they did so by means of their magic rather than their body. Snapping out of her musings, Rias realized that Kaneko had stopped talking, so that Rias' thought process was not disturbed. "Continue, please, Kaneko," the busty red head asked of her rook. "If he uses chakra to enhance himself physically, his speed is at Kiba's level and his strength is able to rival mine," Kaneko reported, taking note of the slight look of surprise on her king's face. "He is not able to keep this up for a lengthy amount of time. However, I believe that were he to focus on strengthening a single aspect, he would be able to use that enhancement for longer." Rias marveled at that fact. If Naruto's base attributes and skills already allowed him to keep up with the enhanced power of a knight and rook evil piece, then either of those attributes would be magnified by a considerable margain. She was absolutely positive that she was going to add him to her peerage. With him, maybe she could stand a chance at defeating Riser. While the marriage between him and her seemed to be fixed, she knew that if she forced the issue, she could bet the outcome of the marriage on a rating game. Now the question was, which piece should she use to reincarnate him? The bishop seemed out of question. From what Kaneko had told her, he didn't seem like either a wizard or a support type. So either a power or technique type. Rias could not decide between the two. If his attributes are as well-rounded as Kaneko said he could go in either direction, she was sure that the single pawn she still possessed would hardly be considered adequate enough to even attempt to create a body for his incarnation. It would simply not generate enough power. A human with the ability to use chakra would probably be up on the upper end of the cost spectrum, so probably a rook then. Rias decided and noticed that Kaneko had not yet left the building to catch some rest. "Why are you still here, Kaneko-chan?" Rias inquired, her voice conveying her confusion. "I thought you would like to catch some rest as well." "Because that was not everything I saw," Kaneko told her, and for some reason the white-haired rook seemed a bit nervous and beside herself, something that was very untypical for her. Normally Kaneko liked to answer in as little words as possible, unless she had to say more, and she kept her emotions buried beneath her stoic exterior. For her to show emotions like that, it must be something that had shook her quite deeply. Was Naruto a spy for the fallen angels or even angels? Had he sensed and attacked Kaneko? She hoped and believed something like that not to be the case, but her peerage was her family and she could not help but feel concerned. "What else did you see, Kaneko?" The Gremory clan heiress inquired, a sense of urgency in her voice. She needed to know what had shaken her rook. "He used chakra in a way that I have never seen or heard of," the devil hybrid responded, and from her voice Rias knew that she had been deeply perturbed by this. "What do you mean?" the redhead asked, she too being confused. She knew precious little of chakra or what it could do. She had heard rumors that her cousin Cyroorg Bael had apparently unlocked this power after hours and days of pushing his body to the limit and going even further. "Chakra can make you stronger and faster," Kaneko elaborated. "That is the most use of it anyone has ever gotten out of that. Devils know of this as Tuki." When using senjutsu in conjunction, Rias noted that Kaneko was uncomfortable mentioning that particular topic, but her rook continued anyway. Senjutsu. Kaneko steeled herself as she retold what her sister had explained to her back when she was a child, can help you pick out individual auras, sense them over long distances. Even something like attacking a person's life force directly would be possible. But both of those are not anything like magic. The white-haired hybrid devil continued her explanation. Magic is destructive and used to project one's energy outwards in spells. Chakra can't do that, or I thought that it couldn't. Rias focused intently on what Kaneko had told her. "What do you mean? You thought it couldn't behave like magic?" She could feel the frustration Kaneko was feeling. Chakra is projected inward to strengthen the body. Senjutsu allows to affect the life forces of beings. But Naruto, he used chakra like magic. He raised the ground beneath him and turned his skin to stone. While Rias had limited knowledge on chakra and senjutsu, she trusted Kaneko implicitly with what her rook had told her. The way she had said it left no doubt that what Naruto had done was a feat of absurdity. She took a look at her distressed rook, feeling slightly guilty for forcing Kaneko to tell her about something she desperately tried to forget. "Kaneko?" Rias inquired tentatively, receiving a soft "yes, bucko," in return. "Get some rest, Kaneko. Good job," she praised the white-haired loli. "Thank you, bucko." Kaneko responded, her expression once more one of stoic indifference. "No, thank you," Rias replied, a sad smile on her lips, "and I'm sorry about dragging those memories back up." The redhead noticed that her rook froze for not even 1 second. "It's okay, bucko." Kaneko tried to reassure her as she left the room. "I hope that one day you will be able to leave the past behind you." Rias knew she wasn't the only one with problems in her life. All members of her peerage, so far, had some emotional scars on their soul. It was something that made them such a close-knit group. More than that, it made them family, and one day she was sure each of them would overcome their problems. She hoped that she could set a good example and be the first one. Rias sighed wearily. With Naruto having such a unique set of skills, she somehow feared that not even a rook would be enough to reincarnate him, and the queen spot was already taken by Akano. "I'll just approach him on Monday and I'll hope that the rook is enough to reincarnate him." She released a loud yawn. Apparently she too should be catching some sleep. The next morning dawned and woke Rias up. Her whole body felt stiff as she tried to stretch herself. Blinking a few times to get the sleep out of her eyes, she realized that she had slept at her office desk in the Occult Research Club. "That's why I feel so stiff," she noted with a hint of annoyance, and relieved herself of the ache with her magic. The events of last night came rushing back to her. That's right. Issei had been attacked in the talk with Kaneko. She remembered and saw the brown-haired boy still sleeping on the couch, covered by a simple blanket. Issei stirred groggily as he awoke from his slumber. He noticed he was not in his own room at home but not in an unfamiliar place either. It was the room the Occult Research Club used for their meetings. He noticed his body throbbing with a dull ache and that he was covered with a simple blanket. What am I doing here? Issei strained to remember, and then it hit him like a bolt of lightning. The client he was supposed to visit in Kaniko's stead had been killed by this crazy white-haired bastard, and Asia had been with him. He didn't understand how a sweet, gentle and cute girl could work or even be affiliated with a crazy guy like that. He had been wounded and Bucko had been unable to take her with them. She had refused to let him stay back so he could save her. Issei gritted his teeth. If that bastard so much as hurt a hair on her head or, angered seeped from every pore of his body, if that freed guy had raped Asia, he would make sure to kill the exorcist in the most excruciating and painful way possible. He was shaken out of his angry thoughts by the familiar voice of his king, Rias Gremory. Good morning, Issei. She greeted him cheerfully, but there was a darker undertone to her voice. Now that you were awake, mind explaining to me how you know that nun? Issei gulped. He had a feeling that Rias was not pleased at all, and he was sure that lying to her would only make things worse, so he settled for the truth. 2 days ago, when you gave us a day off, I spent the day with Naruto. He began his tale and Rias motioned for him to continue, and well, she was kind of lost because she barely spoke Japanese and could not find her way to the local church. Good thing that Naruto was there to translate what she had said, or I would have no idea what she was saying. Issei grinned slightly in embarrassment. You didn't understand what she was saying? He saw Rias blink as she seemed quite baffled by what he had said. Yeah, it is not like I can speak Italian. Issei admitted with a shrug, as if it was not worth mentioning. I don't see how I should have been able to understand her. Rias felt the urge to mash her face into her palm. She had forgotten to mention something basic like that, and his ignorance had affected one of the most basic and instinctual abilities of a devil. Issei. She grabbed his attention. Devils, like all other supernatural races, have an instinctual understanding of every language. Whatever she said should have sounded to you like your mother tongue. What? Issei shrieked in surprise. Why had nobody told him that? He would have seemed so much cooler and could have impressed Asia-chan even more if he didn't need Naruto for him to translate. I would have never thought that your own ignorance would affect your abilities that much. Rias admitted with a slight blush. That was entirely her fault, before she fixed a stern gaze back on Issei. Now continue with your tale. The brown-haired boy shrunk under her gaze. We had noticed her healing a boy with a sacred gear, and she seemed like a really nice girl, so we talked for a while and then led her to the church. Issei saw Rias' eyes widen as he could feel her radiate high amounts of displeasure. Are you insane? She shouted at him, completely livid. A church is holy ground. The enemy's ground. She stated angrily. If you had entered it, you could have been smited by any of the beings there. Angel, fallen angel or exorcist. No matter. And just like yesterday, you should not have attacked the exorcist freed, even if he had provoked you. The redhead ranted. If an exorcist kills a devil, like you are dead, no reincarnation, just gone. Issei's gaze fell to the ground in shame. That was not a pleasant thought, but he couldn't just let that bastard treat Asia like that. Issei, I care about my peerage a great deal, she explained to him, causing him to perk up. We, of the Gremory clan, we are always very close to our peerage. Instead of mere servants, we consider them a part of our family, and I don't want to lose a part of that family. A strange heavy feeling spread inside of Issei. He knew what that felt like. He would feel the same for his friends, which the Occult Research Club was, but Asia was also a part of those he considered to be his friends. This is why, even if it pains you, I forbid you from interacting with the nun ever again, the red-haired king told her pawn. And Issei felt angry, furious even. But why? Asia is a nice girl, she wouldn't hurt anyone. And I can't stand her being with that bastard freed and those fallen angels. Rias slapped him, leaving a red imprint and a stinging feeling behind as she looked at him with both anger and concern. You don't know that, Issei. What if she is just pretending? She works together with the fallen angel that killed you. What if she wants to finish the job and uses the girl to lure you in? As a nun, she is our enemy, and that is why, for your safety, you have to stay away. Issei balled his fists in anger and frustration and felt like he would burst at the seams in anger. Promise me, Issei. Promise me you won't go and set foot anywhere near the church. At least promise me that much. Issei still felt anger coursing through his body but relented, knowing there was no arguing with Rias. All right, I promise. He finally spoke, his voice soft and almost without any emotion. I'm going to catch some fresh air. Rias felt bad for reacting like that. She was just concerned. However, she also knew that she had acted much more in her own interest than Issei's. The boy was not one to abandon people he considered close no matter who they were. A trait she considered invaluable for members of her peerage. However, it seemed that this time it was going to cause quite a bit of strife. Naruto wiped some sweat off his brow. He had spent his morning training, working on trying to shift his energy to the earth type as well. It was going considerably faster than yesterday, but he still needed to be in contact with the ground to do so. Without it, his focus did not suffice to incite the change. On the other hand, he also had tried using a variant of his raw energy in a new type of physical attack. He had gathered the energy in his fists and then tried to release it at the exact point of impact. But the pinpoint precision and control he needed for that were currently beyond him. Either he released the energy too early, causing it to dissipate harmlessly into the air, making Naruto lose all the bonus power, or he did it too late, causing the energy to merely blast his limb away like a jackhammer. Well, time to go home, he thought as he noticed the sun beginning to set. He mused over what his mother would have prepared for dinner as he walked through the city and suddenly came across Issei. Well, it is Sunday. I guess he is free today to do whatever he wants. He then noticed the state his friend was in. He looked frustrated, no much more than that. He looked angry beyond measure, desperate beyond belief, and absolute guilty. As if someone had been hurt or died and he had to watch, completely powerless, as it happened. He called his friend, but he didn't respond. Quickly he rushed to the pervert's side, shaking him out of his unresponsive state. Issei, what happened? Why do you look so broken? Issei blinked blankly as he stared at his best friend. Could he tell him? Should he tell him? Issei knew Naruto would do everything in his power to help, but that might get him in a lot of danger. I don't know what you are talking about, Naruto, he replied, forcing a smile on his face. I am perfectly fine. Naruto scowled and punched Issei square in his face. Don't try such pathetic lies with me. Naruto snarled, angry that Issei would try to blatantly lie like that to him. I know you are not fine. You look as if nothing's going to be alright, Issei. Don't try to tell me otherwise. Naruto calmed down and released a deep breath to get rid of his excess anger. I am your best friend. You know you can come to me with anything. If you need help, then I will help you, except with your peeping. In that case you'll have to rely on Matsuda and Motohama. The blonde joked, and Issei brightened slightly. Yes, you were right. I'm sorry. Issei apologized and he looked at Naruto, his expression serious. Really serious. Not the playful one he used when speaking about his perversion, but absolute, cold, seriousness that told Naruto something had gone absolutely wrong. I met Asia again. Right here, she was here until moments ago and then she got taken away, Issei explained. Taken? What? Like kidnapped? Naruto pressed his friend for more information on the situation and he saw Issei nod. Gripping Issei's shoulder tightly, the brown-haired boy winced slightly at the pressure applied to his shoulders. Tell me now. Where has she been taken? The church. Issei got out and he could feel a low rumbling growl emanate from Naruto, and for a single second he was actually frightened how fierce he seemed. Naruto should have known there was something shady about that church, especially with that insane priest guy running around. Maybe he really believed himself to be a priest and occupied the church as some kind headquarter? Or maybe he was even some kind of strange hitman, kidnapped on the payroll of the White Suit Gang. His mother had told him they picked girls up and turned them into censored slaves. He didn't dare imagine something like that happened to a girl like Asia. Don't worry about it, Issei. I'll get her out of there. Naruto promised, and his eyes shone with burning determination, and Issei paled slightly. He would be sending Naruto in a nest of fallen angels and a deranged exorcist. No, Naruto, it's too dangerous there. Or Issei tried to explain but was cut off. His friend didn't want to listen. Don't worry about me, Issei. Whatever scum is bumbling around there, I'll get rid of them and make sure they are never going to do anything like it again. Naruto finished before he started sprinting towards the church at a speed Issei didn't know Naruto possessed. Issei's mouth dried up and he felt sick. He had just inadvertently sent his friend on a suicide mission. He needed to get to the Occult Research Club, and fast at that. If Rias would not consider helping him free Asia, then maybe she would help him rescue Naruto, someone that was not involved with this at all. And if things got really bad, she could just revive Naruto. Issei really hoped that it didn't come to that. Naruto stared at the large gate of the church, an ominous feeling hanging in the air. No time to get cold feet. There are more important things at stake. He reminded himself, gathered some energy in his leg, and with a loud resounding sound he kicked the gate open, revealing the interior of the church to him. There was a sound. It was low and slowly it got louder. He ha 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 ha. Someone was laughing like a madman and Naruto could already guess who it was that did so. I thought I was getting to kill some little shitty devil, but who thought that I would get the chance to pay you back for dislocating my censoring jaw? The white-haired guy roared out, a mad grin plastered on his face as he drew his little glowstick. Then he drew a gun and trained it on Naruto. He stood at the end of the aisle in front of the altar. On both sides of the church stood long rows of wooden benches. Naruto didn't have time to play around. The guy was dangerous, and if there were any more like him running around, then he could not afford to contend with him for any long time. This will likely hurt like hell, but I need him out of the way. Naruto thought and began pumping energy into his legs, far more than he usually used. It gave him one heck of a speed boost, but his muscles couldn't take much of it, and he was sure if he used it for any prolonged amount of time they would completely rupture. Please let me spill your blood, you shitty devil lover. The white-haired guy almost begged him as he licked his lips in anticipation. The exorcist trained his gun on Naruto, and just before he had pulled the trigger he looked down in surprise to see a fist deeply embedded into his stomach. Hunching over he clutched his abdomen. The air knocked out of him as a sudden kick to the face swept him off his feet and sent him flying against the stone altar behind him. Dazed by the surprise attack, his weapons had dropped out his hands. I can't believe the blonde shit got the drop on me again. Fried thought, deeply frowning as his prey had kicked his weapons to the side. Suddenly he felt pressure applied to his throat as he was pinned to the cold stone altar with one arm. One of the guy's feet pressed on his left hand. He wouldn't be able to get him off of him with just one hand and no way to generate enough momentum. What you going to do now? Kill me? Fried laughed mockingly as the pressure on his throat tightened. URKK. Do it. Come on. You don't have the guts. Tell me now where she is. Tell me where you hid Asia. Naruto growled out, and the guy, who he had pretty much pinned, had the audacity to laugh at him. You are here for her? You are here just for that silly little whore? His next laugh was cut short as Naruto applied more pressure, but he continued talking. That is so rich. Who do you think you are? Some white knight? Knight in shining armor, that has come to rescue and sweep the virgin maiden off her feet. Naruto growled angrily. See, all bark and no bite. You can't kill me, cause then you never find that stupid girl. Fried continued to mock Naruto, but Naruto knew he was right. Currently the insane priest was the only one that could tell him where the nun was. Suddenly Naruto felt danger incoming and he jumped away from his current spot. A long glowing spear made from the same material the priest's glowstick was made of sticking out of the ground. And here I wondered what that ruckus was about, only to find you beaten, again, by a trashy little human. A male voice mocked, obviously directed at the downed priest. Perhaps you should consider a different occupation. Naruto turned to the source of the voice and saw a trenchcoat-wearing male with a fedora hat on his head. In his hands he twirled another one of those spears, on his back a pair of black wings, something which only mildly surprised Naruto. After discovering his power and saw those rings of Asia, he knew there was more to the world than he had known. I will take care of this trash for you, Fried, since you seem to be unable to do so, the winged man said, his voice as smug as it could be, causing the white-haired guy, Fried, to curse in anger. Censored, you too, old man. He spat angrily and pulled himself up from the ground, quickly rushing to pick up his two weapons. This guy is mine. I was always bad at sharing. So simply the first to kill him shall reap the rewards of this battle. Trenchcoat guy turned towards Naruto. Let it be known that the person to slay you was me, Donasek. As if censored face. It will be me who will spill this shit devil lover's lovely blood. Despite the situation, Naruto felt highly annoyed. Isn't there anyone here that is not a battle-crazy maniac? He asked himself, exasperated, slipping into a tightly guarded stance. He didn't feel confident fighting two opponents of such strength at the moment, but he would do it. And if the guy can actually fly with those wings, I've got a buttload of problems. He didn't have any long-range attacks, nor would he be able to maneuver in the air should he decide to jump at him. The church was unfortunately large enough that flying high up would be no problem, and a guy that could chuck dangerous, pointy objects at him with a height advantage was just asking for problems. What are you two idiots making such a ruckus for? A third voice, this one female, spoke, her voice cold and filled with contempt and annoyance, and Naruto knew this voice. He had heard it on 2 different occasions as a sense of dread filled him up. He glanced towards the direction of the third voice, and it was the small blonde gothic loli, Middl. He saw a large grin spread across her face as she took a look at him. Well, if it is not good Samaritan Naruto the prude, she drawled, sounding absolutely delighted to see him again before her voice switched to her cute and bubbly persona. Or maybe you would prefer Middle like this? I should have known. Naruto muttered, and he thought nobody heard it, but Middle's cold and cruel laugh rang in his ears. So you knew about me? Is that why you acted that way even though I was so generous to you? She screamed, fury and scorn seeping into her every word. I didn't know, but I suspected that there was something up with you, he retorted in a flat voice. She laughed hysterically. Merely suspected? Suspected? Her face contorted into a visage of unbridled rage. I would have given you the ride of a lifetime and you reject me on mere suspicion? For a second Naruto thought that the small blonde would snap, but then she calmed down and seemed almost completely back to normal. You know this kid, Middle? Danasik asked with a raised eyebrow. Yeah. I met him while I was running reconnaissance for Rainier, she stated before a frown marred her face and she spat the next part with anger. I thought he would make for a good censored, but goody two shoes over there decided to reject me. Her face held a look that definitely promised payback. Danazik's boisterous laugh rumbled through the church. You rejected by a human? That is the funniest thing I heard in centuries. Shut up, tiny censored, you couldn't even get a woman if she wanted it. Middle spat venomously and returned back to glaring daggers at the blonde teen. I didn't like the odds against 2, but 3 is even worse, Naruto thought and realized that he would be failing his friend, both of his friends, both Issei and Asia. I'm sorry. He apologized knowing he would not get Asia out of here. He would not get to see Issei again and certainly not his beloved mother. I'm sorry, Ka-san. Maybe I can at least make them hurt as much as possible before I go down. Energy coursed once more through his body, and while the 3 were still more or less preoccupied bickering with each other, Naruto shot forward and sent Middle flying with a punch. You little shit. Her black wings spread out and she stabilized herself in mid-air, forming a spear of light in her hands. Gunshots rang through the air and Naruto started weaving in between the bullets of light and did his best to dodge the spears of light raining down from up above. A few times he felt the energy constructs graze him, tearing his clothes. His black shirt was nearly completely in tatters, revealing his bare upper body to the world. With the 3 inadvertently covering each other with their ranged attacks, he had massive problems getting close to anyone. All he was doing was running around like a fox during a fox hunt. It was getting him nowhere. Maybe if he actually tried learning any ranged attacks using his power, but then again he doubted he would have gotten any of them combat ready at this point. He pumped more energy into his legs, forcing himself to go even faster, even as his legs began to hurt. It was frustrating. They had not been able to hit him so far, but it would not take much longer for his legs to give out on him. He tried getting close to Freed, but this time the exorcist was prepared for his speed and slashed his sword down as he got in range, forcing him back again. Freed began laughing, finding the whole thing to be hilarious. How pathetic you are, you little devil lover. His laugh, high and mocking, echoed around them, getting chased and tired out like a pig before slaughter. I heard it makes the flesh extra tender. If you keep wasting time like that, you will be giving me the kill. Danasik commented as he threw another light spear, which Naruto, to Danasik's disappointment, dodged. The ground was starting to get swamped with the spears, and even with his speed Naruto had less and less space to dodge. Kalawarner? Yes, Rainier-sama. A female fallen angel with dark blue hair asked. Those idiots are making too much noise up there. It's disturbing the preparations for the ritual. See to it that they stop. The leader of the fallen angel group ordered, her focus on the ritual unwavering. Of course, Rainier-sama. The second fallen angel responded. Naruto panted heavily. Using his energy for this long and in such quantities made him exhausted. His back was pressed against the cold stone of the altar, and he knew that even if he had more space, his body would no longer permit him to dodge. As his 3 adversaries readied their attacks, the altar slid aside to reveal a 4th figure making their way up. Rainier-sama is complaining about too much noise. The female voice stated, see to it that you cease at this instant. Her gaze fell upon Naruto, and instantly she had a light spear in her hands, and Naruto could feel the soft power of the weapon radiating close to his back. This is absolute game over. Naruto realized, absolutely dismayed. If there were 5 of these guys here, I would have never made it in and out with Asia, especially with either of us being alive. He thought with his new power there was nothing that could stand in his that there was no obstacle he could not overcome. He had literally felt invincible. It was a very humbling experience, and one he would have gladly paid for to have learned before this. What an idiot I was. I rushed straight into things without even thinking over it. Exactly what I thought I would never do. He chided himself, a wry smirk gracing his face. I guess this is it. The weapon of the second woman edged closer, and he felt the prickling and hot power of light on his skin, as the tip was just about to plunge into his back. "Stop!" Middle shouted, causing all attention to turn on her. "Why stop?" Donasek asked with a sour expression, knowing that his kill would be denied by that dastardly Calwarner. "Because..." Middle walked up to the blonde who had stopped resisting and buried her fist deep in his stomach. Naruto's knees buckled under him as the small girl's deceptive strength brought him down. Kneeling on the floor, "This little asshole needs to suffer." A kick of her sent him sprawling across the floor, blood dripping from his nose. "At least he tried to fight." Donasek growled, "Grant him a swift warrior's death." "See, that's why you'll never find a woman." Middle gave Naruto a swift kick to his ribs, and he thought that might have broken some of them from the way they hurt. "Sometimes you just need to fulfill a lady's wish." Freed snorted, "You aren't a lady, bitch." The white-haired exorcist said mockingly, "The way I heard you moan and cry when you played with yourself certainly didn't make you sound like one." A smirk spread across his face. "Now I know why you were doing that. It was because this guy didn't want to censor you, right? Maybe you should have just let me taken care of it." He grinned lecherously as he eyes the blonde lowly. A spear of light appeared in Middle's hands. "Stop this squabbling at once." Calwarner stated them, "It is not becoming of fallen angels, even if you are the lowest of the low. Rainier doesn't wish for any further disturbances." "Go and censor your beloved Rainier then if you adore her so much." Middle responded scathingly, "She would not be denied her revenge. By no one. She promised us that we would be able to cut loose, not having to abide by Grigori rules, did she not?" Annoyance and frustration evident in her voice. "But we haven't been allowed to do any of that so far, have we? It's entirely her fault. We are itching to get it out of our system like that. Whatever, can we finally get on with this?" Freed asked, growing bored of this. "I don't even care about being the one to kill him anymore, just censoring make him bleed and spill his blood." He stepped on Naruto's hand without remorse, elicting a sharp wince. "Just make him bleed like a gutted pig. You lot have no honor as warriors." He fought bravely, even as outmatched as he was. Donasek stated once more. "Honestly, these guys have no appreciation for battle. Do you even hear yourself talking?" Middle interrupted his thoughts with a haughty laugh. "You sound like one of those white-winged goody two-shoes. Don't ever compare me to those cowards." Donasek snarled in barely constrained rage, and Middle ignored him as he walked over to the downed Naruto. It baffled Naruto. These guys were comrades, and yet they insulted and treated each other like the worst kind of enemies. His legs burned, his body sore and bruised. His hand was likely broken, as were his ribs. Blood dripped down his face, soiling the church floor with the crimson substance. In the fight, his ponytail had come loose and his long blonde hair hung loosely down. The angry Loli grabbed him by his hair and forced him to look into her eyes. His blue ones into her blue ones, defiance against anger. "Say, have you ever heard the saying, heaven has no rage like love to hatred turned, hell no fury like a woman scorned?" She asked him with a fake smile plastered on her face. "It certainly was no love I felt for you, merely lust, but I think it comes pretty close, don't you think?" A spear of light appeared in her hands and she stabbed straight through his right hand with it, causing Naruto to clench his teeth, not giving the blonde fallen angel the satisfaction of hearing him cry out in pain. "Nothing?" she asked with a heavy frown and stabbed him again. This time she pierced his other hand. His two hands were pinned to the floor by bright glowing weapons of light, the constructs of energy burning his hands, as they kept him locked to the ground. Another went through his right shoe and pinned his right foot to the ground. Shortly after, his left one found itself pierced and stuck to the ground as well. "You know, you almost resemble Christ like that," she commented rather offhandedly, but he could taste the anger in every of her syllables at not yet having caused him to cry out in pain. "Maybe if I had more of a sense of irony and artistry I would have nailed you to a cross, but this will suffice." "Can you finally get to the end of this, Middle?" Calwarner commented with a pointed look, annoyed at the dragged-out scene of torture. Freed had wandered around the hall devoid of interest in it all, as the censoring bitch didn't draw any blood. And Donasek observed it all rather impassively, knowing there was no dissuading Middle to give the boy a warrior's death. "I don't have very much experience with it, but it's not like you are going to run away?" she asked him with a mocking smirk, followed by a kick to his side. Light began to form in her hand. It took a while to shape and form, but instead of the usual spear it resembled a long whip. "Let's see how long you can keep silent." She drew her arm back and the light whip whizzed through the air, impacting painfully against Naruto's back. The blonde kept his mouth shut but still released a silent and muffled scream. Middle giggled in amusement. "That's a bit better, but I know you will be able to release an even more magnificent scream than that." The whip flew a second time through the air and red-hot, burning pain coursed through Naruto's body, his back being the epicenter of it before it spread throughout all of his body. He kept holding back loud screams as tears welled up in his eyes. He would keep denying Middle her satisfaction until the very end. This he swore to himself. "Hello?" A feminine voice rang out into the church, careful and tentative to get a read on the situation, and Naruto recognized the voice instantly. It was a voice he had heard every day of his life. It was the voice of his mother, Kushina. "No, Ka-san," he cried internally, hoping that she would somehow be able to read his thoughts or intent. "You have to run. You need to run," Naruto thought to himself in desperation as despair flooded him. He could bear himself getting killed and tortured, but his mother, he would not bear to see her get hurt. "Who is she?" Kalawarner's arrogant voice rang out in question, and Donasek shrugged, another interloped. Finally, Fried shrieked frantically and a gunshot rang through the empty hall. In the same moment that Naruto saw the bullet impact, another strike of the whip came down on Naruto's back. The bullet had lodged itself straight into her head. Uzumaki Kushina fell over, killed. "No, hhhhhhhh. Naruto cried out, no longer able to contain his scream. He was sure he would go insane, not from the physical pain but at the emotional. And then the whole world bled into crimson for Naruto. Well, I'm sure a lot of people won't be happy with this, but not all is lost. I am so close, just one piece of the puzzle is missing. The red-haired Uzumaki Kushina thought to herself, leafing through a large book, quick reading the contents of the thick piece of knowledge. The room she in was a mess. Everywhere there were papers lying, some scribbled full of notes, others bunched up in useless balls of scrap paper. And in the center of it all, a small piece of paper, a mere pamphlet. Printed on it was some kind of occult circle with words written on it in a strange language. Occultists usually adhered to older languages that were mostly used for scholastic reasons these days. Latin, Ancient Greek, Hebrew were probably the most common used languages in these things. A few used the Celtic language for druidic rites and rituals. And of course they're the more exotic tribal languages used in shamanism. But that was besides the point. These last few days she had spent her afternoons trying to decipher the strange language. Those who truly believed in occultism would never use some kind of joke language that essentially meant nothing. There had to be a method to this language that was written on it. Some underlying reason for their belief in it having some sort of power. She was determined to solve the problem for her son. After he had told her about the strange occurrences surrounding Issei, like for example that of a disappearing girl, she promised to help him solve it however she could. He depended on her to solve this riddle, which was outside of his ability or expertise. Another part of her was happy to have been presented with such a challenge, as it had been quite some time since she had to work this hard to solve and translate something. At first she had made no progress at all, but the more she worked on it, the more she seemed to grasp and get an idea what kind of secret was hidden between the strange symbols. She felt almost as if someone was giving her subtle hints, pointing her in the direction she should be looking in. At first she had tried looking if the languages were the offspring of any language she knew. She had consulted book upon book, encyclopedia upon encyclopedia, only to come out empty-handed. And yet for some reason she had the feeling that there was a connection between all of it. "Come on, you stupid thing," she said in annoyance. There was just one piece of the puzzle that was eluding her. Glancing once more over the books that laid in front of her, a small sigh escaped her lips. Would she be unable to find the missing link after all? Her eyes shifted around the room. There was it again, that strange presence. After she had started translating this strange writing, she had felt as if someone observed her. Someone invisible person taking note of her attempts and judging her. However, for some reason she also thought that whoever it was had helped her. Sometimes there were subtle nudges and pushes into a certain direction that seemed to help her progress and yet not solve anything. "All right, whoever you are, if you at least take so much time observing me, help me solve this." Kushina spoke in anger, feeling a bit stupid to talk to a room that, other than a few books, held nothing. For a split second she thought that she could feel surprise emanating from the presence, but she couldn't feel exactly where it was coming from. This was frustrating her to no end. Then she could hear a voice. Kushina couldn't tell if the voice spoke out loud or merely projected it inside her head. "Am I going insane?" she asked herself for a split second, thinking that all of this had slowly gotten to her. "No, your mental health is definitely not in any peril and has not in any other way taken damage. Your sanity is in pristine condition." The voice spoke in an informative tone, almost as if she had consulted some form of artificial intelligence. Kushina's eyes widened slightly. Had the voice read her thoughts? You could call it such, but you were projecting your thoughts rather strongly. Only the most unschooled of novices wouldn't have picked up on that considering your lack of mental defenses. The voice informed her once more. If what she was experiencing didn't convince her of more supernatural things being part of the world, then nothing would, and so she accepted that there apparently was an invisible mind reader in her house or at least somewhere close by. You are rather accepting of this for someone that not a mere minute ago decided to question her sanity. The voice commented with a hint of amusement. It's not like I have choice in the matter, she replied, a bit disgruntled. It felt weird talking to some disembodied voice. I take it. It has been you that has been giving me these flashes of insight, epiphanies, right? You are correct in that assumption, the voice affirmed. Kushina wanted to ask why, but that could be taken care of later, so why don't you tell me what I need to know? If it is so important that you have been giving me these hints, she asked in frustration. Nothing adds up with this language. It doesn't seem related to any language, and yet, it kind of does seem like that. The voice stayed silent for a short while before it seemed to relent. I can't tell you what you want to know, but I can tell you that it does add up. Everything adds up perfectly. Kushina blinked momentarily as she processed what the voice had told her. Had everything been this easy? Had the answer always been in front of her and she just failed to put it together? She grabbed a piece of paper and wrote something on it. At first it looked like the hack job of some artist, but then the writings got smoother and she compared her own writings with some of the letters on the pamphlet. Finally they seemed to match. This language wasn't related to any of the languages she had been referencing, not in the sense that it was a sibling or offspring language. No, it seemed to be maybe, the progenitor of the languages. It literally combined significant aspects of the letters and symbols of all languages into one. There was no doubt that this was a primordial language. Now that she knew what she was dealing with, it was far easier to decipher the words and symbols. The voice observed the crimson-haired woman with rapt interest. It had given her hints to help her solve the riddle she wanted to solve, but it didn't think that the woman would solve things this quickly. Deciphering, as a human, the language of devils in mere days with no experience in the supernatural, no actual reference point to use, and just the vague hints it had dropped was more than just a little impressive. It was a testimony to what she was capable of with her unfaltering determination. Also, her pure love for her son, her family, drove her and fueled her at every step. It was something the voice rarely saw in humans. The letters spelled mere words, no full sentences, just 5 words were repeated over and over again. Gremory, devil, summoning, desire, contract. Gremory, devil, summoning, desire, contract. Over and over and over again. But what does it mean? Kushina frowned in confusion. Did one summon a Gremory devil to make a contract for the fulfillment with one's desire? Was it a devil called Gremory that was summoned for a contract about one's desires? No. Didn't Naruto mention that the president of the Occult Research Club was called Rias Gremory? Was this Rias girl a devil? Would she be summoned to fulfill one's desires? Maybe she was a succubus? That could actually not be far off. Kushina hypothesized, considering succubi tended to be beautiful women that fed off of men's desire, specifically sensordile desire. And who would have more sensordile energy than my son's best friend, who is infamous as one of the most notorious perverts? It certainly made sense in Kushina's mind, and maybe those flyers are to gather more energy from whoever else summons her. Succubi even had the ability to completely enrapture men and make them her thralls. Was her son in danger from such a being? If he was, could she even help him? And even if she could, how would she help him? However, currently all of this was based on nothing more than assumptions, and the 5 words she had managed to translate, it certainly didn't tell her very much. If only there was a way to learn the truth, to gain more information. She needed some way to no longer stay in the dark. She needed to know the truth so she could protect her son and keep him safe from these dangers. The truth is a powerful and dangerous thing. It can cut men worse than any blade ever could. The voice mentioned to her, having once more read her thoughts. But I can't simply leave my son to possibly fall prey to whatever supernatural dangers lie out there in this world, not when he has as little idea as I do. Kushina argued, her voice desperate and full of concern for her only son. Your unconditional love for your son is truly impressive. The voice noted, almost praising. Very well, there is a way for you to learn the truth. What is it? How will I be able to learn more? Kushina pressed and urged the incorporeal voice to tell her more. I want you to listen to what I have to say to the very end. So that you do not end up making a rash decision. The voice advised her and Kushina nodded, steeling herself. If you want to learn the truth about this world, about your son, about the Gremory and everything involved with the supernatural, then go to the abandoned church on the outskirts of the city. There you will find those answers, but nothing will ever be the same after this. The voice spoke, warning her, and Kushina briefly asked herself what the voice meant with the truth about her son. After a moment's pause, the voice continued to speak to her. The second option you have is to remain here. You will not be involved in the going-ons this night. You will likely remain ignorant of everything. You will live an almost completely normal life and stay unaware of the supernatural. Kushina processed these two options, and it seemed obvious which choice to take if she wanted to help her son. It's not like I have a choice in the matter, Kushina said with a tone of finality and prepared to make her way towards the abandoned church. You always have a choice, the voice informed her, sometimes they are just not equal. That was something Kushina definitely could agree with. She made her way towards the abandoned church. The dark night had fallen over Kuo, and the church was no exception to that. It was a large building, shrouded in the darkness of the night. The large wooden doors stood ominously ajar. She tried to peer in, but the dark made her incapable of making out very much. A strange feeling hung in the air, creeping through her veins, like she should run, but she was determined to find out the truth. Hello? She called out tentatively. She didn't know what she hoped for, to find someone or to find no one. She got close and was able to make out the outlines of multiple people, one on the ground and three standing close to the one on the ground and the last one off to the side. She could hear some inaudible muttering between some of the occupants of the large hall. Suddenly a loud and shrill cry of "finally" rang out, and a sudden gunshot ranged through the air. What? Kushina had barely been able to think as white-hot pain surged through her head in the small instant that the bullet had pierced through her forehead and through her skull. After that, everything went black for her. Tears streamed from Naruto's face. His mother was dead? 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 Why? Why had it hit her? Why was she here? Why had he not been able to at least save her somehow? "Oh, look at you, pathetic," censored crying. Middle taunted him, pouring salt on the fresh wound. "Who was that bitch? You girlfriend or something? They attacked you, they attacked your family. They killed your family. They killed what was yours. They took yours. They need to pay. You need to make them pay. Make them pay. Make them suffer. Kill them. Kill them. Rend their flesh from their bones." His instincts, his ID, screamed at him, and for the very first time he decided to give in to his absolute base desires and instincts. He delved deep inside of himself. Maybe more of his power would be able to accomplish what he needed. Hot red fury surged through his whole body. Hate consumed his every thought. Made him lose reason and rationality, stripped him of everything except for the single desire to kill every single one of them. There, beneath all of his blue power, there was something buried. Something alien, something foreign. It was but a sliver, and yet Naruto could feel an unimaginable amount of power throbbing as he approached the strand of power. Yes. If he used that, he was sure no one could stand against him, nobody would hurt what was his. Those that dared to raise a hand against him would pile up like a mountain of corpses. He pulled at the sliver of power, he tugged and grabbed it, and at first it seemed to try resisting him. Unresponsive to give him the power he needed. After relentlessly trying to take it, the power eventually budged, and he could feel the red power fill him up, surge through every part of his body, and give him never felt before strength. Outside of Naruto's mind, Middle was just about to land another hit on the blonde when red energy bubbled forth from him and encased him in a protective layer. What the censored is that? Middle screamed in confusion, and the two other fallen angels readied spears of light, wary of the strange spectacle. The spears she had used to pin Naruto to the ground were forced out of him. The wounds steamed slightly before they closed up completely, and the gashes on his back closed in the same manner. White steam hissed from the wounds and mended them. The broken bones in his body righted themselves and were mended together perfectly. His bloody nose fixed and the bleeding was stopped. A horrible spectacle presented itself to them. The downed body of the human erected itself up, pulled along some invisible strings, like a puppeteer would make a puppet stand up. "Are you sure he is just a normal human and doesn't have yokai blood in him?" Donasek asked Middle as he observed the human, or that's what he thought him to be, stood up, completely unscathed and visibly furious. "Of course I am sure, you moron. That's no yokai energy." Middle spat in anger, just as confused as her colleagues. "Shut up and let's get rid of him quickly," Kalawarner stated and readied her weapon. The blonde boy was shrouded in a blood-red cloak of energy. It had formed two tails of energy, which lazily swished behind the boy. They noted that the blonde looked positively more feral. The whiskers on his face, which previously had resembled little more than scars, were now thick black marks. His nails had turned to large claws, his canines had turned into large fangs that protruded over his lip. His long blonde hair looked shaggy like fur, and his eyes were a bloody crimson that seemed to eye them up and down like a beast its prey. Each of them suddenly saw themselves die in a gruesome way before their mind's eye. As fallen angels, they had fought strange beasts and monsters over the course of their lives, but never something like this. The alien energy surrounding him felt like malice and hatred in pure concentrated form. As if someone had extracted all this from the worst of the worst and forged it into some kind of armor. The boy growled at them like a beast just before an attack. His breath seemed to steam when it hit the interior of the cloak, turning the droplets of water inside of it to steam. "Come on then, boy, and let me feel the thrill of battle." Vanishing challenged and threw his first spear. The trenchcoat-wearing Mon's allies had unwittingly attacked at the same time, throwing their light-based weapons as well. More gunshots rang out and multiple bullets of light shot, faster than the spears, towards Naruto and impacted. The impact was absorbed by the red cloak, the light inside of it getting completely evaporated. "Come on, you shitty beast." Freed taunted the boy-turned-beast with a look of glee on his face. "Now that I've finally gotten to spill some blood, I'm feeling much better. Censoring whore could have bled a whole lot more, but that's what you are here for now." Naruto released a roar. The resulting shockwave knocked the three incoming spears completely off course and nearly knocked down the other four standing occupants in the room. "What monstrous power!" Calawarner commented with a mutter as she trained to not fall down from the severity of the shockwave. Had the boy some kind of sacred gear with a beast spirit that had activated? No matter, she would eliminate him. She lifted herself up into the air and was joined by her two fallen angel brethren. And the trio readied another barrage of light spears, ready to be thrown from a safe distance. The crimson eyes scanned the room. 4 pieces of prey he had to kill. 3 flying pests, and then his eyes fell upon Freed, the murderer, the taker. Kill him. Leave him in pieces. Naruto roared once more, his anger-fueled power flaring, and he disappeared as the 4 could not follow him with their eyes. He was much faster than even before. Freed's demented smile left his face as the blonde, suddenly, had a tight, clawed grip on his throat, constricting his air supply. He gurgled helplessly as the grip tightened. The red-hot energy burned his skin. His eyes rolled slowly back inside of his head. Naruto gave no indication of being hit or feeling pain as the 3 constructs of light pierced his red cloak and embedded into his body. They were simply pushed out, and the slight puncture wounds they had caused, closed, healed in less than a second. The feral Naruto kept up the grip until the white-haired exorcist went slack. Sneering, he tossed the body aside like it was nothing, sending it crashing into the hard stone wall, the force of the throw causing a small cracks to form on the wall as the body slid uselessly to the ground. Kill more. Kill the rest. Spill their blood. His thoughts ran rampant, filled with hate. Why isn't anything working? Middl screamed in desperation as their attacks bounced off uselessly. The red cloak shielding the boy from every of their attacks. How should I know? Calawarner said with clenched teeth, angry and annoyed that Middle's stupid torture had let it come to this. Ha. Vanishing laughed and threw spear after spear, rapidly firing one after another, as if trying to achieve the world record for his speed. Just enjoy the battle. I didn't feel alive like this since the Great War. They thought they had the upper hand, with the boy unable to reach them from down there, as suddenly the red energy around the boy's hand shot forward, elongating like a rubber band. And then stretching out further until it resembled the hand of giant, and it was going to swat them like 3 overgrown flies. The red energy slowly came down, air pressure veering them off course as Calawarner had been unable to escape the outer edges and was dragged to the ground. Calawarner had been sent barreling into the church benches, which were broken when confronted with the force of her falling body and the large hand coming down on them, sending splinters of wood flying everywhere. Ugh! The fallen angel groaned out in pain as the red energy arm, now much smaller, grabbed her leg and dragged her in like some kind of fishing hook. In fear and desperation, she tried attacking the boy, the energy itself, but the boy swatted her attacks aside like it was nothing, and her light spears could not cut the energy. For the first time in centuries, Calawarner could feel fear. No, 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 she repeated like a mantra as the bestial teen had dragged her in front of him. His red-shrouded hand grabbed her head and applied heavy pressure, causing her to cry out in pain all the while burning her skin with blistering heat. He pulled her head back and then slammed it into the hard, cold ground. Her vision grew blurred from the harsh impact and her hearing seemed impaired just as much, when she felt him pull back again and much more forcefully slam her into the ground. Again and again her head slammed down on the ground until her skull gave way, sending blood and brain matter seeping out of the open skull onto the ground. Middl didn't even care anymore. The taller blonde had brutally murdered Calawarner and Freed would likely be dead as well. She didn't care anymore for Reinare's stupid plans, she just had to get away. Maybe return to Grigori and beg them for forgiveness? She flapped her wings and turned around, trying to fly away when she heard a fierce roar and felt a displacement of air. She turned her head back and saw the blonde flying through the air in a large leap. She felt his much larger, heavier body impact on her as she was dragged down to the ground, landing harshly on her back and wings. Naruto had pinned her to the ground, his hateful crimson eyes staring straight into her fearful blue ones. He growled once and roared straight into her face, droplets of scalding spit landing on her face. Please and Naruto," she stuttered, trying to beg for her life to be spared a miserable death. "You wouldn't hurt Middle, right?" A large snarl formed on the blonde's face as if he seemed to realize what she had said. His clawed hand dragged across her face in large gashes, bleeding and burning from the strange energy. "Arrrrrghhhhh. Middle cried out, clutching her bleeding face as suddenly a splatter of blood landed on her black dress. Danasik had impaled the boy directly with a spear, using it as a melee weapon. "Normally I don't like doing this," he commented dryly, letting the weapon stick in the boy, "but I don't quite fancy dying just yet, either." Naruto growled and snarled, and grasped the spear in one hand, pulling the offending object straight out of him. The bleeding wound hissing and steaming, flesh repairing and knitting together. At first a raw red before it left no indication that any wound had been there at all. "Shit!" Danasik brought out before a large clawed hand pierced his skin and entered his chest. He watched with a sense of horror as the blonde's muscles tensed and grabbed around something. A sharp pain went through his chest and the blonde pulled his clawed hand back, and Danasik stared in surprise at his own heart in the bloodied, clawed hands of the enraged teen. Without a heart to keep blood pumping through his body, Danasik keeled over dead. Middle, meanwhile, had tried crawling away from the scene of horror. When she felt a horrible sharp pain in her leg as a strong force came down on it, she saw her bones sticking out through her flesh as her leg hung at a strange angle. Naruto gave no indication of mercy as he began punching mercilessly with his fists on the downed girl until they were completely bloody and the girl no longer moved, the dead body a complete mess. Despite having killed whoever was in the room, the rage and hate continued to surge through Naruto's body. Giving out a horrible loud roar, he ached for more. More battle, more blood, more killing. His body craved the feeling of shedding blood and snuffing out a life. The altar shifted to the side, again, revealing a dark-haired, winged woman with violet eyes. She spoke in an angry and disgruntled voice as she walked the stairs up. "I told you to keep it quiet and you go around making even more of a disturbance than before." The voice seemed more than just a bit annoyed. "Are you intentionally trying to make the ritual fail? Extracting a sacred gear is a very delicate and precise process." Reinair explained angrily and looked around, seeing death and destruction. Her eyes fell upon the red-shrouded boy who spied her with a grin. "Who are?" she wanted to demand, trying to form a light weapon in her hands. However, she got grabbed and dragged until she felt herself impact with the hard wall. "What are you?" She barely got out but received no answer as the wild thing plunged his arm straight through her chest until it came out on the other side. Naruto pulled his arm back, covered in the fallen angel's blood. Reinare's eyes widened for a brief moment of shock before she collapsed, dead, spilling more blood on the ground. After Reinair had abandoned the ritual for a brief instant to scold her associates, Asia had slipped out of the loosely bound pieces of rope. Reinair had counted more on the magic of the ritual keeping her sedated than the physical ropes. The blonde nun stared wide-eyed at the destruction and the brutal death of fallen angels. She sensed a strange energy. So much hate, anger and malice, like something never felt before in her entire life. She looked at the blonde boy she had met 2 days ago, shrouded in a red cloak that resembled some kind of animal. The boy had been so kind and nice. What happened to him to turn him into this hate-filled being? She asked herself, shivering in fear, and a deep sorrow settled inside of her. It must have been something extraordinary that had turned him into this being. suddenly she heard a familiar voice call out into the church. It was the voice of the second boy she had met that day and who she had seen yesterday and who had made her enjoy what was supposed to be her last day.
Naruto. He shouted, desperate and concerned for his friend. Are you alright?
Be quiet, Issei, you don't know what might be waiting inside. A second, female, voice called out, chiding him, and Asia thought she could see long red tresses of hair. Naruto sensed more people, one at the stairs to the bowels of the church. Scared, no malice, a lot of sorrow. And back just in front of the entrance, 5 other people. 2 with large pools of energy, 2 with middling and 1 low. The energy had a dark feeling to it. Issei had rushed back to the old school building as fast as he could, but it had still taken a while to get back to it. After having convinced Rias to help him rescue Naruto, which had not taken very long, they still had to call back Akano, Kaneko and Kiba, who were fulfilling contracts. This had taken more time than anticipated. The 5-person peerage then rushed to the church as fast as they could, using a summoning circle to get as far as they could. But the holy ground of the church made them still take a bit longer, as they could not teleport directly. He had shouted out to his friend, hoping he was still in relative good condition, when his king chided him for his reckless behavior. As they edged closer to the church entrance, which stood completely ajar, Issei spotted a red-haired body lying just slightly beyond the entrance, something he had just now spotted. No, it can't be, he muttered in abject horror. What was Kushina-san doing here? The brown-haired boy thought she should be even less involved, and yet she was lying there. He rushed over to the downed body, fearing for the worst. Kushina-san, Kushina-san. He shook her body frantically to no avail, and a sob died in his throat as he saw the bullet hole in the middle of her forehead. Do you know this woman, Issei? Kiba inquired quietly, and the brown-haired boy nodded his head quite fast. She is Naruto's mother. Issei spilled a few tears. Kushina had always been a super nice woman. Why did someone like her have to die? What is she doing here, Issei? Rias demanded to know, furrowing her brow. I don't know, she shouldn't be here. Issei responded as tears of sorrow fell down his face. Naruto must probably be completely devastated. If he is even alive. Akano supplemented, trying to stay realist. I see. And that's when the group noticed the red glowing form of Naruto, clad in his shroud. They felt the malice and hate rolling off of him in waves, suffocating and all-consuming. What is he? Rias asked herself. It was not devil or yokai energy he was shrouded in, and certainly not fallen angel or angel one either. The boy looked hungrily at them, as if we are prey, Rias realized, and quickly her demeanor hardened, prepared to fight. But why? Bucko, it's Naruto. He wouldn't hurt anyone. Issei tried to reason with his king, but the rest of the peerage had already taken up combat stances. Kiba with a black sword resting in his hands, Kaneko ready to spring to action, Akano with bright lightning crackling around her form. Come on, Naruto. It's me, Issei. The brown-haired boy shouted to his friend, hoping to make him aware of their position. Shut up and prepare to fight. Rias growled in anger. He had never seen her serious like this. I don't need you endangering anyone right now. Naruto had somehow went berserk, and seeing as she could see the corpses of multiple fallen angels, he must have killed them, which made him beyond dangerous. Akano and herself could have probably done this. Kiba and Kaneko could have definitely taken one each, and Issei could maybe handle one as well with promotion in the boosted gear once it had quadrupled his power, or maybe even more than that. Kaneko was shaking all over. This malice and hate, it felt absolutely horrible. She wanted nothing more than to curl up and wait until it was over. This shroud of malice and hate, it felt like senjutsu. It felt like someone that had gone berserk, drawing in too much of the malice and hate of the world using senjutsu, just like her sister. The bestial roar of the blonde filled the church, and suddenly he blurred from sight, and Kaneko could feel the mass of malice close the distance within an instant. She tried to will her body to move, but it didn't obey her at all. Kaneko! Kiba shouted out in warning, and a clawed fist impacted upon her face, sending her flying, the hateful energy burning upon her skin. How dare you! Kiba spat angrily and slashed down at the blonde, who grabbed the incoming blade between his palms. Multiple bolts of lightning impacted on his body, scorching it badly at the points of impact. However, the wounds faded quickly again. Naruto kicked the sword wielder away and charged at the woman who had thrown lightning at him, something which drew more of his anger out. He had deemed her the highest threat for the moment and would enjoy spilling her lovely blood. Era. Akano commented, noticing the healing wounds. What a perfect little you are. Can't even get hurt permanently. She anticipated his wild and enraged attack, dodging before throwing more lightning at him, which barely slowed him down. Kiba had recovered from getting kicked away and collected his sword, attacking the wild blonde once more, making sure to dodge his dangerous swipes with the energy, as Kaneko still had not recovered. Kaneko laid on the ground, hurt. Even with the endurance of the rook piece, the red energy had left red burning pain that would not fade. She whimpered pitifully. Rias slapped her pawn across the face. For the second time this day, do you see this? She pointed at the hurt Kaneko. Do you think your friend can be reasoned with in this state? He has to be stopped. If Naruto was really as rage-filled as it was then, he thought that it fell to him to stop his friend. Boosted gear. Issei shouted, and the red gauntlet with a green jewel in the center appeared on his arm. Boost. A burst of power surged through Issei as he instinctually called upon his gear's power. Promotion. Rook. Issei felt his strength and endurance magnify as the temporary power of the rook piece flooded him. He rushed towards the fight between Kiba, Akeno and Naruto. The blonde was doing his best to dodge the two persons' attacks, occasionally getting hit, but the wounds knitted and mended in mere seconds. With regeneration like that, they would hardly be able to stop him through mere injuries. Boost. His gear called out a second time, and Issei threw himself into the fray and attacked in tandem with the sword-wielding knight. Rias called forth her magic to heal her downed rook. She placed her red glowing hand over the spot of the wounded red skin the attack had caused. However, her magic refused to heal the wound, uselessly dissipating without any effect. Damn it, why is this not working? Rias cursed her inability to heal her rook. Healing wasn't her forte, but a minor injury is that should be healed relatively quickly, but something was blocking the healing effects of her magic. Excuse me? She heard a timid voice call for her, and she saw the blonde nun. Could I try to heal her? Asia had snuck past the battle along the side wall of the church to get outside. Issei had mentioned that she had a sacred gear specifically made for healing, so maybe she would be able to bypass whatever blocked her own healing. Rias sighed and nodded. Please heal her. The small girl smiled at her, and the two rings of her sacred gear appeared on the girl's hand, and they were enveloped into a green glow. Slowly the red skin started disappearing, and Kaneko seemed to no longer feel the effects of it. Thank you. Rias thanked the blonde from the bottom of her heart. She had potentially saved Kaneko's life. It's okay. I'm glad I could be of help. Asia spoke cheerfully. But could you please help Naruto? She asked of Rias. At the moment he is so full of hate, but beneath that there is a heavy sorrow and guilt. Whatever drove him to this must have truly been horrible for him. Rias nodded. I'll try. Please make sure Kaneko is okay, Asia-san. She wanted to promise not to kill him, but maybe there was no choice but to kill him. Issei had mentioned that the dead woman at the entrance had been Naruto's mother. If she had been killed, then it was understandable for the boy to snap like this and enter this berserk state. Naruto roared in annoyance. His praise didn't want to die or get hit. They fought together. Unlike those flying pests, they covered each other well, letting him not get a hit in, and each time he clashed with the pest with the glove he seemed to be stronger, and now a fourth enemy joined. She was the strongest of them. He charged fully intent on spilling this opponent's blood, only to be blasted back by a wave of red and black energy. It had hurt badly. For an instant he had felt like large parts of his body had slowly been disintegrated before his regeneration restored them. With the fourth member they fought even better. They let him not get close and drove him into a corner. What he now needed was power. Yes, more power. If he wanted to spill more blood, if he wanted to kill them, he needed more. He called forth more of the red power inside him, and slowly a third red tail bubbled forth. Fighting together, Naruto had not been able to touch any of them. Their attacks seemed to slowly wear him down. Specifically, Ria's power of destruction seemed to deal the most damage. They saw him stop for an instant, and they felt more power build up, and a third tail was slowly forming. She could not let him power up anymore. Everyone make some space. Rias ordered, her peerage following this command. She stretched out her palm, pointing it towards Naruto. Red and black energy coalesced to form a large sphere. She would regret having to kill him, but there seemed to be no other way. The orb of pure destruction surged along the ground towards Naruto, completely destroying the ground beneath it. Naruto noticed the strange sphere coming towards him. The energy of them hurt him greatly, and as powerful as this one was, it would hurt even more. He would need more power. He drew on even more of the red power, and for a single instant a fourth tail burst forth before the unbridled power of destruction impacted against him. He roared out in pain but withstood the attack. Forced to regenerate against the pure power of destruction, he used most of his energy up. Ria saw her attack impact with her target, and suddenly there was a pillar of power surrounding the blonde, and for 1 second she feared that she had completely failed. When the energy dissipated, they could see Naruto standing in front of them. Still largely feral but completely missing the cloak. She could still feel some of the energy surging through the boy, but he was massively exhausted and weakened. Inwardly she had marveled at his ability to withstand her power of destruction. Issei noted his chance to land an attack on the exhausted blonde, rushing towards him. Boosted gear raised to strike, he landed a punch square on his face. Snap out of it. He roared alongside it and Naruto was sent flying to the ground. They all hoped that this was the end of the fight, and when Naruto stirred they feared for the worst of it. Naruto groaned out in pain. He barely knew what had happened to him. He just remembered his mother, dead, and then everything was a red haze, something telling him to keep spilling blood, to keep killing, filling him with hate and rage. He had lost all his reason and had been overcome by his emotions. Tears spilled from his eyes. Ka-san. He sobbed pitifully as his body felt unbelievably weak, having come down from the biggest rush of power. Are you back to your senses? He heard Issei ask carefully, and he saw the gloved boy standing in front of him, looking down at his downed form. Naruto nodded carefully, trying to stifle his sobs without much success. Issei handed him a hand. Here, I'll help you up. Naruto grasped the non-armored hand and with Issei's help pulled himself from the ground. Can you? Naruto's question hung in the air and Issei nodded and helped his friend to the body of the dead woman. Collapsing over the body of the woman, he sobbed and cried like a newborn into her body. Ria's peerage looked with a sullen gaze. Losing family hurt, it was a feeling no one wished to experience. Rias thought that maybe she could revive the woman. She would become a devil of her peerage and Naruto would have his mother back. A not quite fair trade, considering that she would have to force Kushina into her peerage as a result. However, considering that she had not discouraged the blonde completely from involving himself into this world, she thought that on some level it was her fault and that she should pay him back by any means. Why were you here? She heard the boy sob, questioning the dead body even if it wouldn't be able to answer. Because she made a choice. A powerful male voice responded, surprising everyone. A shining entity appeared at the entrance of the church. Multiple golden and red wings shone brightly behind the person, a halo on his head. Blonde hair fell down to his neck. Rias realized that this was without a doubt an angel, a seraph at that, but not just any seraph. The halo floating over the monk's head was rimmed in orange as if it was a flame, and a sword with a red edge hung loosely at his side. He was clothed in beautiful white and golden robes. Uriel. Rias realized with shock and deep fear flooding her. One of the 4 great seraphs. From what she had been told, they were just as strong as the 4 Mao. Rias held no illusion that she could best someone as strong as her brother. If the seraph wanted to, he could kill everyone here in little more than the blink of any eye. She felt the members of her peerage raise their weapons at the seraph. Don't attack him, she shouted frantically, and her peerage lowered their weapons. Wise move, Gremory heiress. Uriel praised her, his voice impassive. I am not here to start a conflict, so neither should you. He claimed, hoping to placate them. So why are you here, Uriel-san? Rias asked carefully, trying not to insult the seraph. As she said that name, Akano, Asia and Kiba gasped in shock. What do you mean she made a choice? Naruto demanded angrily through his sorrow. Just like I said. Uriel stated simply, she had the choice of coming here and learning about the world of the supernatural, the truth about the world, or she could have stayed home and remained ignorant of this world. She made her choice to learn about this world to be able to better protect you from whatever dangers may lurk here. You were saying it's my fault she died? Naruto spat in anger. He didn't need some kind of jackass telling him that his mother had died because of him. Uriel shook his head. No, young child. He tried to calm Naruto down. I am simply saying that she made a choice. She used her own free will to decide. The free will the Lord has given to the humans. She made use of her ability to choose. Her motivations in her decision may have been you, but her choice has always been her own and only her own. Uriel's gaze seemed sullen for a split second. It is quite regrettable that her life had ended this abruptly. But her pure love as a parent for her son is quite extraordinary, and such purity is rare in humans. Suddenly a playing card with 5 diamonds appeared in his hands. Love is more Gabriel's area, but I too can reward such exemplary human behavior. The card floated over Kushina's body. What are you doing? Naruto shouted in confusion as this Uriel guy was now placing a playing card over her body, but his outcry fell on deaf ears. I Uriel command you, Uzumaki Kushina, To be reborn as an angel. Rise as the Five of Diamonds. The seraph called out, and for a second everything was engulfed in a bright light that blinded everyone. When it had died down, the corpse of the red-headed woman was glowing softly with a faint white light. A halo had formed for a split second above her head before disappearing. The hole inside her head had vanished, and the steady rising and falling of her chest told everyone that she was alive. Rias had heard rumors that the angels had created a similar system to the devil's evil peace system, considering their numbers had suffered just as much during the war. Clearly no rumor at all. Rias realized, and she probably should notify her brother about this development. Naruto, overjoyed at his mother living again, cried tears of joy. "Why, you are kinda heavy, Naruto," his mother's strained voice commented, and the blonde slung his arms around her in happiness. Apparently this scene had brought collective smiles to the faces of everyone present, even to the devils who were now mortal enemies with the recently revived woman. Kushina, despite her sore body, was already standing again. A remarkable force of will to be up and standing so soon after her reincarnation, the seraph noted. Everyone save for Rias was completely focused on the two. "Could I ask you a question, Uriel-san?" Rias inquired carefully, not to anger the seraph. "Speak, heiress of the Gremory," he told her, impassive, and Rias scowled slightly. She hated being reduced to that name. "Why aren't you trying to turn Asia into an angel?" she inquired. The girl seemed predestined for that. The young nun's purity is remarkable, and her faith in the Lord, even with all trials and tribulations, unshaken and strong as ever. A most remarkable young girl. Indeed, she would make a perfect angel, Uriel noted softly. Then why? Her question hung in the air. Why not turn her? Uriel seemed for once amused and released a small chuckle, even in the presence of his enemy. Although, Rias reasoned, he likely does not feel threatened, and so is seeing no reason for him to act all serious. The reason is free will. I do not like interfering in the choices of humans, and this young girl has made her choice. Rias seemed quite confused. The girl, in her heart of hearts, has already decided to stay with the friends she made here. Specifically Naruto and that Issei boy, even if it means for her to become a devil. Rias seemed perplexed. Like that? A nun, the enemy of devils, becoming a devil? That seemed absurd. "I see you do not seem to understand. Friendship rarely is bound by such constraints as being nominally enemies, from different races. Especially for someone as pure as young Asia." The seraph elaborated, clearing some of confusion for Rias. If that was true, then maybe even if Naruto's mother was now an angel, maybe if Asia and Issei belonged to her peerage, she could convince him to join. She, at first, had reservations about asking him now that his mother was an angel. Not just because he could be torn between the peerage and his loyalty to his mother, but because she could be responsible for tearing his family to shreds when mother and son were on conflicting sides. But maybe he could become part of her peerage after all. Her intentions seemed painfully obvious, at least, to Uriel. "Do not try to do what you are thinking about right now, heiress of the Gremory," he chided the devil, whose gaze shifted towards him. "If you try to do what you are thinking about, you will fail. You will draw his wrath upon you and his animosity, and I fear that were he to reach his full potential and full of anger and hatred, both heaven and hell would tremble in his presence, and nothing and no one could stop him. Why are you so interested in him? Are you thinking of making him an angel as well?" she asked, slightly angry at Naruto being potentially taken by an enemy. "Do not presume me to be doing that." Uriel spoke, his voice without inflection, but she could tell he was angry, and Rias definitely didn't want to be on the receiving end of that. "Even if I wanted to, he would make a terrible angel. He has no faith in the Lord, while his mother does not possess it either. She is pure. Young Naruto's morals and ethics are quite admirable for a human, but there will come times when he may desperately need to cross lines that angels are forbidden from crossing lest they fall." Uriel elaborated, his anger having calmed much to Rias. "Relieve my reason for my interests in him and his mother are because their souls are not from this world or universe. They crossed the dimensional gap, or maybe they were even moved past it and placed here. Is such a thing even possible?" Rias asked herself, and Uriel coughed once to get everyone's attention. "I'm sorry to cut this short, but we will have to cut this short now," Uriel stated, gathering a collective question of we. As a new angel, Kushina-san's powers are still quite unstable and needs to be trained in their use. The seraph explained, and Naruto's face fell again. "You can't just take her with you like that," he complained in annoyance. "Do not fret. This is only temporary," Uriel informed him. "After she has her powers under control, your mother may, of course, once again, live down here with you." Kushina smiled sadly at her son and gave him a hug, and Uriel motioned the red-haired mother to his side. A beam of light struck the ground and the pair ascended up to the heavens. Kushina waved down at her son in a temporary goodbye. Feeling exhausted, both physically and emotional, Naruto released a small sigh. He took a quick look around him. He was still trying to grasp everything and could feel a pounding headache spreading. He was too tired for this now. He turned to everyone present. "We all will be talking tomorrow." His voice carried a finality to it that told everyone there was no denying him or putting things off. "Of course," Ria said, nodding in agreement. After all, it was somewhat her pawn's fault that everything had come to this, and thus as his king made it somewhat of her fault as well. Naruto nodded curtly and turned around, slowly walking away from the church. "I bet none of you saw that coming." "Well, not quite. From your reviews one guessed correctly. This person gets one virtual cookie." An infernal beeping sound filled the room. It was the dreadful cacophony of an alarm clock fulfilling its function. Naruto groaned heavily. He was tired, not just from a lack of sleep though, his body did feel weak. He somehow felt as if he had run the Iron Man marathon twice in quick succession while setting a world record. "Shut up, you blasted thing." The blonde mumbled incoherently and rolled on his stomach, letting his left arm fall down on the apparatus, ending the sound.
He didn't feel like waking up, but he had to. Naruto took a quick and cold shower in the hopes it would wake him up. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the tenacity of his tiredness, as it had not helped much.
He walked down the stairs. All lights were out. There was no smell of breakfast in the air. Naruto sighed. That's right. Ka-san is undergoing angel training. He remembered, and instead of getting a wonderfully prepared breakfast, he had to eat a mere bowl of cereals which did barely anything to fill him up. This morning was absolutely horrible for Naruto. He was tired and hungry, a rather bad combination. It was undoubtedly the worst morning since ever. It definitely did nothing to put him in a better mood. Hopefully sleeping in class would take care of some of his tiredness and improve his mood. As he walked to school, his expression was definitely uninviting. His scowl and sunken eyes got people whispering amongst each other, undoubtedly spreading a new wave of rumors. By the end of the day, he would probably hear some crazy things, such as that he was in a foul mood because his assassination target had survived. Basically anything like that would probably be floating around among the student body. Issei, along with his two pervert buddies, were merrily talking amongst each other. "Good morning, Naruto," Issei called cheerfully, a big grin on his face and waving his arm as he saw his best friend. Naruto was unperturbed by that though. He wasn't in the right mood to be enjoying this morning. He kept on walking past Issei, and the other two of the pervert trio, grunting out a quick later. "Wow, what is up with that guy?" Motohama asked, surprised. "He isn't normally like that." "You know anything, Issei? Did anything happen between you?" Issei winced, not that either of the two perverts paid attention to that. The bearer of the boosted gear still felt pretty bad about being somewhat responsible for sending Naruto on a suicide mission. Maybe Naruto had not forgiven him for that. In any case, Issei had already planned to apologize later to his friend for that. Issei rubbed his head sheepishly. No, I wouldn't know anything about that. You know, club duties and all." Issei deflected, causing the two of them at the mention of Issei's club activities. "Yes, right. Club duties." The two muttered darkly, scowling, imagining all the heinous things Issei was doing to the beautiful and cute girls of the Occult Research Club. Guy got probably blue-balled or something. Motohama decided to blow the whole affair off so he could continue raping all the girls of Kuo Gakuen in his mind. Indeed. Matsuda agreed excitedly, his glasses reflecting the sunlight as he raised his hands to the sky. All he would need to do is follow the ways of the origami and all his wishes would be fulfilled. "Praise be unto the origami." Motohama spoke in agreement. "May he reward us most plentifully today." Naruto mostly slept through classes that day, except for those moments when he was reprimanded by a teacher not to sleep during class. Once school had ended, his mood had considerably lifted as he was a little less tired than just this morning. That's right, he reminded himself, I was going to talk to Rias at the Occult Research Club today. He grabbed his bag and made his way towards the old school building. "Wait up, Naruto," he heard Issei shout from behind him, and the blonde stopped until Issei had caught up with him. "Thanks." "No problem." Naruto responded, his voice flat as he didn't consider it a big deal. Issei was inwardly mulling over how he should approach Naruto about the apology. However, as it turned out, he didn't have to, as the blonde noticed his unusual body language. "Why are you so agitated, Issei?" Naruto inquired with a raised eyebrow at his friend's behavior. Well, Issei dragged the answer out. Come on. Just spill what's wrong with you, Naruto said, annoyance filling his voice. Issei shirked the matter a bit more before he finally gave in, sighing slightly. Alright, well, I just wanted to apologize for sending you to the church and getting you nearly killed. I'm really sorry about that. I know you must be really angry with me for that, Issei finally managed to say. At first it started as a small chuckle, then Naruto released a loud laugh, causing Issei to stare at the blonde in confusion. Honestly, you are worried about that? Naruto rolled his eyes, a smirk on his face, and here I thought it was something worse, like you getting caught peeping on the public bath or your mother finding your collection again. Issei shivered at the mentioning of that. Please don't mention that, he mumbled in a voice of deep-seated sorrow. Alright, Naruto then slapped the back of the brown-haired boy's head lightly. Hey, said boy cried out in indignation and frowned. What was that for? For being an idiot. Naruto smirked at his friend honestly. Me being angry for that? The blonde shook his head in disappointment. I thought you knew me better than that. But you could have died. Issei tried to argue, only to get hit again, which caused him to cry out once more. Listen, Issei. I always swore to help my friends in any way I could. If it meant dying, then so be it. I realize that is probably really selfish, because those that do care about me would likely do the same for me in return and would be just as devastated if I were to die, but that's just the way I am. Naruto shrugged, playing his selflessness off like an everyday occurrence. Besides, it really is more of my fault than anything for running into my near death. Huh? Issei replied intelligently, completely startled by that statement. If I remember, you even tried to warn me about who was in that church, but I didn't want to listen, Naruto reminded his friend, blushing lightly in embarrassment as he rubbed his head sheepishly. I'm not very proud of the fact that I was that reckless. The blonde spied the large building in the distance. Now let us hurry up, Issei, Naruto shouted as his pace quickened. The others must be waiting already. The two boys entered the building that looked more run down from the outside than it really was on the inside. This was the first time Naruto had been in the old school building, and while the exterior did its best to ward people off and set a kind of creepy atmosphere, the interior looked really nice and well maintained. Well then, lead the way, Issei. You are the resident club member here. Naruto motioned for his friend to go ahead so he could follow him. Issei led his friend to a simple wooden door. He pressed the handle down and opened the door to reveal the clubroom inside of this clubhouse. It was a spacious wooden-paneled room with large Victorian-style couches and chairs. In between those stood a table. To the side of the room was a shower tub, currently empty. Another part of the large room held an office desk with various books lying on it, as well as an incomplete chess set with red figurines and, close to it, a large circle, reminiscent of the smaller ones printed on the pamphlets he had seen Issei hand out. He saw the red-haired Rias sitting at the office desk, a book in her hand. Naruto vaguely thought he could make out something about rating games in the title, whatever that was. Maybe some kind of cheap Hunger Games knockoff? The blonde inwardly shrugged at that. The small golden-eyed girl, Taju Kaneko, sat on a couch, munching on a cookie, devouring the sweet with gusto. Yuto Kiba, the blonde swordsman, was sitting on a chair next to the couch Kaneko was sitting on, reading a book himself. Naruto smiled slightly as he recognized the book as one of his grandfather's novels. And the last member of the club, the Yamato Nadeshik, Hamejima Akeno, was sweeping the clubroom. Although Naruto had to wonder why, as everything was absolutely spotless. Hello, everyone, Issei called into the room, getting the attention of everyone present, as they noticed Issei had brought Naruto with him. Hello, Issei-kun, Naruto-san, Kiba said, inclining his head politely as a form of greeting. Hello. Kaneko greeted curtly, still devouring her sweets, seemingly completely unaffected by their presence. However, the blonde newcomer noticed that the white-haired girl had stiffened as she took note of him. Welcome back, Issei-kun. Akeno greeted the pawn, a perfect smile on her lips, and she giggled. Ufufufu, and welcome to our illustrious clubhouse, Naruto-kun. Yes, indeed. Naruto kept his answer short, a bit unnerved by the behavior of Akeno. He really didn't want to get into any teasing game with her right now. The club president closed her book and stood up from her seated position. She walked over to one of the chairs around the table and seated herself on one of them. A small smile graced her lips as she greeted the two boys. Welcome back, Issei-kun. She greeted her pawn before turning to the taller of the two boys, and welcome to our club, Naruto-kun. Yes. Nice to be here. Naruto offered her a polite smile of his own, and this was the first time he had really had the time to see Rias up close. Her red hair fell down in long crimson tresses that reached her thighs, spilling down her body very alluringly. The shade of her blue eyes matched that of his own, although perhaps they were a tad lighter. She was clothed in Kuo Gakuin's girl uniform, a white long-sleeved button-down shirt, with a black ribbon on her shirt collar under a black shoulder cape and a matching button-down corset, a magenta skirt with white accents and brown dress shoes over white crew-length socks. Naruto could absolutely see why everyone found her attractive, and as most other males he was no different in that regard. She was absolutely stunning, and the fact that she had red hair made matters only worse or perhaps better for him, depending from which way you were looking. That's not why I am here for today though. He reminded himself, sternly shaking himself out of his admiration of Ria's shapely female form, from her long, luscious thighs to her sizable bust. I'm doing it again. He sighed inwardly. I am going to have plenty of time for that later. You meanie. Akeno teased with sounding disappointed and showing it in her facial expression. You are so nice to, bucko, and you show me the cold shoulder. Naruto rolled his eyes at the devil's antics. At least we are meeting on more amicable conditions today than last time. He just couldn't resist the small jab in Akeno's direction. So does your offer still stand? This raised a few eyebrows amongst the occupants in the room. What did she do? Rias asked herself, knowing that her queen could get quite carried away in her teasing of others. Of course, Naruto-kun. You just need to get it. She teased back with a smirk. She was sure the innocent blonde wouldn't dare to button down her shirt. She would get away with this victory. What is this about? Issei demanded to know. What did you do, Naruto? He asked his friend. Even if Akeno was a huge sadist, she was still absolutely hot, and he would be insanely jealous if he got to do anything with the busty raven-haired woman. Naruto realized that if he backed down now, Akeno would have the absolute upper hand, and he couldn't let things come to that. However, it would likely also have quite some consequences with the other members of the club. Damn it to hell. The blonde thought. His determination and drive for victory would not let him back down from this. He steeled himself, his face entirely impassive as he didn't respond. Akeno was smirking, thinking she had won their little interaction between them. However, her expression shifted as Naruto walked up to her and laid hand on her, beginning to unbutton her shirt. Akeno blushed and quickly pulled out of the blonde's grasp, causing him to smirk victoriously. This caused various reactions among the others in the room. Issei was gaping and then gave a cry of joy. I knew you had it in you, Naruto. He cried tears of joy as he lunged towards the blonde to give him a hug, which the blonde simply sidestepped out of. Kiba was shocked that someone had actually been bold enough to out-tease Akeno. Kaneko remained silent except for a very quiet mutter of pervert. And Rias was just as shocked as Kiba, or perhaps even more, as she had known her queen longer. She got out of her stupor and finally decided to ask the black-haired girl, all right, Akeno. What did you tell him he could do? Well, I kind of told him he could take a look at my sensors if he wanted to, bucko. The black-haired queen admitted with a hint of embarrassment, causing Rias to sigh slightly. Sorry about Akeno, she can sometimes get carried away with her teasing. The redhead apologized for her club member. Oh, it's quite all right. Naruto waved her off with a smile on his lips as the feeling of victory filled him to the brim. Now, let's get to the reason why I wanted to talk to you. Naruto demanded rather bluntly. So now spill, what is going on with this club and everything? Well, this is going to take a while, but before we begin there is a last person we will have to wait for before I begin. Rias stated and turned towards her queen. Would you mind preparing some tea for us all, Akeno? She asked of the black-haired girl, who nodded in response. No problem at all, bucko. Rias then motioned to the still empty seats around the table. Please sit down, we are going to be here for quite some time. Naruto seated himself on the couch next to Kaneko, who seemed to grow quite uncomfortable with his presence so close. Issei had taken up the spot on one of the chairs. Kaneko's body remembered the burning pain and the dreadful feeling of Naruto's red energy that had felt like pure, unbridled hate, filling her with a sense of discomfort and telling her to stay away from him, and yet she also sensed that his energy was back to its normal state. That incredible warm feeling of life that radiated from his core. It was beckoning her to get closer and take in that feeling for herself. Suddenly the door was thrown open and a soft female voice filled the room with her frantic question. I hope I am not too late? The voice in question belonged to the blonde nun, Asia Argento, who no longer wore her nun's garb but instead the same uniform that Rias, Akeno and Kaneko were wearing. No, you arrived just perfectly. Rias responded, smiling at the newest member of her peerage. Asia? What are you doing here? Issei exclaimed in surprise, thinking that Asia would have left the town already. Well, I have nowhere to go, and so I asked Bucko if I could stay here so I could keep spending time with you and Naruto-san. The nun smiled brightly at the two boys, and her happiness was infectious. That's great, Asia-chan. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, happy that he could keep seeing the kind girl. She was just finalizing her enrollment, and tomorrow she will officially attend school with everyone. Rias explained for the two boys, who seemed quite surprised by this development. The red-headed woman then cleared her throat, grabbing everyone's attention now for some well-due explanations. She stated and looked at Naruto, you probably already guessed as much, but none of the people part of the Occult Research Club are humans, we are all devils. I suspected that there was something out of the ordinary going on for which the club served as a mere front, yes. The blonde admitted, so you are all bona fide devil? Evil, self-serving, corrupting humans to stray from the righteous path, buying souls in exchange for favors and power? Those kind of devils? Rias released a slight giggle. Perhaps devils were like that at some point in the distant past, but that is long in the past. We no longer take the souls of anyone. We do jobs and tasks for humans that summon us, but usually in exchange for money or borrowing that other objects of value. I believe you even saw Issei hand some of those flyers out. Ah, so that was what those were for. Naruto realized, and he could see how those could serve to summon a devil with the strange circle and symbols drawn on it. Okay, I'm pretty sure Issei had always been a human though, as far as I know. So how come he is a devil in Asia too? The blonde inquired further, and Akeno placed a cup of tea in front of everyone. Thank you. He gave her a grateful smile and took a sip of the hot beverage. That is true. Rias admitted both Issei and Asia were humans at one point, but were reincarnated as devils using the evil peace system. What's that? The blonde asked, desiring to know more. Rias summoned a red glowing rook piece from the chessboard that was standing on her desk. This is an evil piece. They are molded in likeness of the 16 pieces of chess. 8 pawns, 2 bishops, 2 knights, 2 rooks, 1 queen and 1 king. The king is the head of what we devils refer to as peerage. They are high-class devils that are given a set of evil pieces to reincarnate humans or other species into devils, with the exceptions being Buddhas and gods. These evil pieces imbue the newly reincarnated devils with special powers based on the piece. A knight, like Kiba, excels in speed. Kaneko, as a rook, excels in strength and endurance. Asia as a bishop has increased stores of magic to use. Akeno, as my queen, combines all of the strengths of a knight, bishop and rook. And while a pawn, like Issei, initially doesn't have any remarkable powers on his own, he can temporarily take on the properties of any other piece if he arrives in enemy territory such as a church, or if I were to give him permission to promote. She finished her lengthy explanation and sipped on her tea. Excellent as always, Akeno. She praised her queen for the tea she had prepared. Thank you, Bucko. Naruto had absorbed what he had been told, but there were still a lot unanswered questions. Alright, but what is this whole system good for? Why reincarnate other beings into devils? A grim smile marred Ria's face for a short duration before vanishing again as she continued to inform Naruto about the world of the supernatural. Thousands of years ago, the 3 factions of angels, fallen angels and devils were locked in what is known as the Great War. All 3 sides lost countless of people during that time until the losses became just too great and a truce was called for. So that none of the 3 races would face complete extinction, they stopped all of the large-scale fightings. As the birth rates in the underworld are quite abysmal, devils would be facing a steady decline in population unless we were to bring in people from the outside, and thus the evil peace system was created. Now devils can reincarnate other beings who recently died, like Issei, or voluntarily wish to be reincarnated, like Asia, as devils, for their service. The master of a peerage has a certain obligation to care for their servants and take responsibility for their actions, while the servant provides their loyalty and services to his or her master. Wait a second, Naruto interrupted. Rias, Issei died? He asked, shocked, and looked at his friend who had a grim expression on his face in remembrance. That is correct. Rias informed the blonde. Chakra user Issei had been gifted with an item called a sacred gear. Items of power that God grants to certain humans. Issei even has a very particular sacred gear inside of him. A Longinus. One of 13 gears that can grant their wielder the power to kill a god. Naruto patted his friend on the back. Good going. He exclaimed with a grin, even though Issei had not actually killed any god. The fallen angels you encountered in the church, specifically Rainier, or as you may know her, Amano Yuma, eliminated Issei for holding it, and in his dying moments he summoned me and I reincarnated him. Naruto bowed his head deeply in gratitude. Then you have my many times thanks for keeping my friend alive. You do not need to thank me for that. Rias told him, as her motives for reviving Issei had not been entirely pure. So that playing card thing of that Uriel guy, is it a similar system? Naruto wanted to know. Rias nodded yes. There were rumors that the angels had created a similar system as to our evil peace system, but nothing like that could be confirmed as of yet. However, since they can't reproduce normally and some angels still end up falling and becoming fallen angels, it is no wonder that they would end up coming up with a similar system. Naruto frowned slightly and thought, so, with angels, demons and all that, does that mean the God of the Bible is real as well? Indeed, the God of the Bible does indeed exist, and he is the leader of the angels. The red-haired devil answered, and Naruto was outright scowling now. Why would anyone wish to follow such a vile and hypocritical being? Naruto finally spoke, much to the surprise of everyone in the room. Do not speak of God. Here Asia winced of God, she winced again. Please do not try to say his name. We devils cannot speak his name or recite the Bible without causing us pain. Rias informed her newest bishop as she nursed the slight headache she had experienced. Do not speak of the Lord like that. He is fair and loves everyone. The ex-nun spoke with conviction, and Naruto shook his head. I'm sorry, but I don't believe that. The blonde boy spoke with a hint of annoyance. From the way that guy places importance on his scripture, I take it that the Bible is correct in its entirety? Rias nodded in response, confirming his question. Well, there you go. Easiest way of proving that the guy is a great asshole. Naruto stated nonchalantly, of course making Asia unhappy. Why would you say that? The blonde girl looked visibly down that Naruto seemed to be so insulting of the Lord. I admit that I am not the most well-versed in scripture, but thanks to my mom, who studied for cultural reasons, I know enough about it to be able to say that. Naruto explained, as a matter of fact, so I don't know about you, but someone that has orders like, thou shalt not suffer a witch to live, cannot be reasonably considered to love everyone. Similarly, forcing a woman to marry her rapist is equally as unjust. There are many more vile commands like that showcase how evil the guy really is. And as for the hypocrisy part, well, he declares one of the deadly sins to be envy. Then he mentions in his 10 commandments that, thou shalt not put other gods before me. So he obviously is envious of whatever other gods could be put before him. Naruto explained, and it did make a reasonable amount of sense to everyone present. It can't be, God can't be like that. Asia thought to herself, a sense of despair washing over her. So I really can't understand why anyone would be willing to follow a guy that can't even follow the rules he set himself. The fact that he mentioned this topic made him unhappy. His mother was now going to have to follow that guy's commands. Kiba had the feeling that maybe he found someone kindred, someone who believed that the church and so-called holy swords caused more harm than good. Enough of that though. Naruto finally stated and looked straight at Rias. I wanted to thank you for stopping me when I was back in the church and went completely berserk. Think nothing of it, but we were really lucky back there. Rias admitted with a grim smile, if you had completely powered up back there, even as mindless as you were, you would have very likely overwhelmed us with raw power. Rias didn't want to think what would have happened if things had come that far. Then it was fortunate that you were lucky enough. The blonde stated, grateful for the luck on Rias' part. Who are you and what did you do to Naruto? Issei asked jokingly and got hit once more. Not everyone is as ungrateful as you are. The blonde mock glared at his friend. Ufufufu, but you were such a good little M. No matter what we threw at you, you would regenerate the wounds with little problem. The ultimate sadist of a girl giggled lustful. I could hurt you and you would not stay down. So wonderful. She had an almost orgasmic look plastered on her face. Leaving that aside, Naruto, wisely, decided to ignore Akano for the moment. Era. So mean. The raven-haired girl pouted. Regardless of it being luck or not, I am thankful that you managed to stop me. He bowed his head slightly. Rias really would have liked to add Naruto to her peerage with the amount of power he had shown, but Uriel's words echoed in her ears. If Naruto could potentially be as strong as he had claimed, then she did not want to anger him by offering an induction into her peerage. For now she would settle for finding more about him. So what was that red power you used back in the church? Naruto shrugged. I don't know. It was something I felt deep inside myself. It was powerful, and because at that moment I wanted nothing more than to kill those fallen angels, I took in as much as I could to help me do that. Senjutsu. The small girl that sat next to Naruto finally spoke up. It felt like senjutsu. She stated, much to the surprise of those that knew what senjutsu was. Senjutsu? Naruto seemed confused. What is that? Taking in natural energy and mixing it with chakra. The Nekosho decided to inform them. Chakra? Is that what that energy is called? The blonde asked, and Ria's eyes widened. You didn't even know what type of energy you were using. The red-haired king exclaimed in surprise. How were you even able to make use of it like that? At least when using magic you had to know what you were doing. You could not just simply use it just like that. Especially beginners needed a lot of preparation for them to correctly use magic, although maybe it wasn't like that for chakra. Yeah. It just came to me naturally. The blonde seemed to look for the correct thing to say, like I had always been using it. He looked at Kaneko in curiosity. How are you able to tell that anyway? Kaneko remained silent for quite a while before she reluctantly replied him. I can sense chakra. Her answer remained short. Although Naruto found the answer to be sufficient, he got the feeling that the small white-haired girl didn't like him very much. Don't be harsh on her. Ria spoke softly. She is very sensitive on the subject of chakra. Trying to avoid the mentioning of Kaneko's sister, your red chakra, was even worse for her. We all could feel the hate and malice in it, and when you hit her I was unable to heal the wound until Asia used her sacred gear on it. The blonde devil seemed a bit distracted as she didn't react at the mentioning of her name. However, after what Rias had told him, he felt quite guilty for what he did to Kaneko. If she was as sensitive to chakra as Rias had told him, then that must have been quite the uncomfortable experience for her when he went berserk. I'm sorry for hurting you, Kaneko-chan, he apologized to the small girl. It's okay, she answered curtly, feeling still uncomfortable with the mixed feelings she was experiencing. Although she told him not to worry, he still wanted to make it up to her. Is there any way I can make it up to you, Kaneko-chan? He asked the young Nekosho. Sweets, she said softly, surprising the apologetic blonde. Huh? The blonde was a bit perplexed by the quick response. Buy me sweets, the white-haired rook told him, and Naruto couldn't help but release a laugh at the simple demand. Alright, I'll buy you lots of sweets. This reminded Rias that she too had an apology to make. I need to apologize as well, the redhead said, much to the confusion of everyone. What for? The blonde asked simply. As a king, the first need to take responsibility for the actions of my peerage, and it was Issei who unintentionally sent you to what could have very well been your death. Issei looked a bit embarrassed at the reminder. Bah, nonsense, Naruto exclaimed, shaking his head. Issei tried to apologize for that as well. There is no need for that. It was largely my own fault for not listening to Issei and being an overconfident idiot. Even though if I had not been so concerned for Issei's safety that you could be used against him, had you been in the know and allowed him to inform you, this could have been avoided. The devil reasoned with him. Isn't there anything I can do to make it up to you? Naruto finally relented, feeling quite uncomfortable with the whole situation. You really don't need to do anything for me. Rias threw him a look that told him she would not accept a no for an answer. Alright. Naruto really didn't want the red-headed girl to feel obligated to him, but it didn't seem like he would be able to dissuade her. However, Naruto could not think of any good reimbursement on her part, so he just blurted out the first thing that came to his mind. Go on a date with me then. Silence permeated the room, and one would have been able to hear a pin dropping. Rias had of course considered a request like that, but had not expected it to be his choice. Then again, she didn't know very much about Naruto save for when she had observed him and for the things Issei had told her, and as for the rumors the other students spread, she never cared much for those. Also, considering that he would be making a visit soon, maybe she could make use of this date she would be having. Besides, Naruto was certainly not unpleasant to look at. Ufufufu. Akano giggled in amusement. Alright. Rias agreed, and Naruto looked at her wide-eyed. How does next week sound to you? He struggled to find words. Yes, that is fine by me. Still a bit taken aback by her positive response. What? Issei exclaimed in surprise. That's just not fair, he complained inwardly. He had been in Bukao's club, and yet it was Naruto who got a date with the beautiful president. Great. She clapped her hands together, a kind smile on her face. Now, I have something very important to ask of you. Asia needs a place to stay, and since Issei mentioned you have a lot of space in your house and you were one of the people Asia wanted to stay close to, I would request of you to take her in. Are you sure you want me to take care of Asia-chan? He asked, throwing the girl a glance. I'll barely be able to take care of myself, so I don't know if I'll be able to take care of a second person. Naruto-san, Asia spoke softly, her voice filled with disappointment. Don't misunderstand me, Asia-chan. I have nothing against you living with me. Naruto quickly put her at ease. It's just I barely know how to take care of myself. I don't want you to get in trouble because I couldn't take care of both of us. You don't have to worry about that, Naruto-san. The blonde-haired girl said, smiling at him. I have no problems cleaning, cooking or anything. I can even do that for both of us. The ex-nun blushed as she was suddenly enveloped in a bear hug by the taller blonde who was crying tears of joy. You are a real savior, Asia-chan. Meanwhile, Issei was bemoaning the unfairness of it all. He got to touch Akino's censored, gets to go on a date with Bucko, and Asia-chan is going to live with him. His friend was so lucky. Life was truly unfair. Although Issei knew that even if he wanted to take Asia in, he likely wouldn't be able to, since he wouldn't know how to explain to his parents why suddenly a cute blonde girl would be living with them. They likely would be under the belief that he had done perverted things to her and gotten her pregnant. Perfect. Rias gave a look out of the window, seeing that it was dark outside. All right, it's time to pack up. We all should be going home now. Everyone helped put away the empty cups of tea and then bid each other farewell while Naruto went home with his newest resident in tow. He had been carrying her luggage for her. As they arrived at his, or rather their, house, he entered the key into the keyhole and unlocked the door. He would have to get a second key made for Asia, but he could take care of that tomorrow. He turned on the lights in the entrance, illuminating a part of the house. Here we are, he stated and gestured around him. Now let's get you to your room. He led her upstairs and opened the door to their guest room, which Jiraiya usually used when he was visiting. The room is a bit empty and all, but I'm sure you'll be able to liven it up, Naruto told her with a smile and placed her luggage down on the ground. Suddenly Asia was hugging him, crying into his uniform. Thank you for being so nice to me, she said, and despite her tears she sounded very happy. Very few people had been nice to her after she had been excommunicated from the church for healing a devil. With a small smile he stroked the girl's golden locks. Think nothing of it. I would do everything for my friends. He then pried himself out of her embrace. Now go and prepare yourself for bed, okay? The devil girl nodded cutely and bounced away before embarrassedly returning, asking where the bathroom was. After Asia had finished up and left the bathroom, Naruto went inside. He took a quick shower and brushed his teeth. He took off his school uniform and dressed inside his sleeping clothes. Naruto threw himself on his soft bed and under his covers before falling into a deep slumber. Naruto opened his eyes and saw bright light. At first he thought it was the sunlight, but after looking around him he realized that it was not sunlight at all. He found himself in a vast plain of white brightness. In the distance he could see something large, no huge, lying on the ground. Where am I and what is that? The blonde asked himself and decided to make his way towards the thing he saw in the distance. He noted how the white ground rippled under him with each step, as if it was water. As he got closer and closer to the object in the distance he realized that it was an incredible large animal. The closer he got the more details he could make out. It was a huge red-furred fox. It was resting its large head on its paws. However, it also seemed starved as it definitely lacked a lot of substance. Ribs and bones were showing under the thin layer of skin. On the back side of the fox 9 large tails were sprawled freely across the ground. Naruto had a bad feeling as he spotted the huge fox, somehow getting the feeling that he would be devoured if he got closer. But he had no idea where he was, and in this vast whiteness the fox was the only other being here, so he decided that he had no choice but to get closer. Naruto got closer and closer to the fox until he eventually stood in front of it. He was about to speak up when the fox cracked one of its large eyes open. A large crimson-slitted eye stared down at him and a loud rumbling voice filled the vast emptiness. Good to see you again, brat. The fox spoke softly, in spite of its loud voice, as if greeting an old friend. He decided that with angels, devils, fallen angels and gods, a talking giant fox didn't seem so outlandish. Where am I and who are you? The blonde finally decided to ask the large 9-tailed fox, who released a loud rumbling laugh. Oh, this takes me way back to our first meeting. The fox spoke, but Naruto definitely didn't remember meeting any oversized foxes, but of course you wouldn't remember that. The fox stared intently at him and Naruto definitely felt nervous under the larger being's gaze. My title is the Kyuubi no Yoko, but my name would be Kurama. It is nice to meet you, Kurama. Naruto decided to stay polite so as to not incur the fox's wrath. Could you tell me where I am? You are in your mind. The fox explained simply before deciding to add, or at least a certain representation of it. It is not truly that which you would refer to as mind. Naruto blinked as he absorbed that information. How did he get here and why was the fox here? Excuse me, Kurama. But how did I get here and what are you doing in my mind? You landed here after assessing my energy last night, although back then you were much too tired, in every sense, to even land here. The fox shook his head. You really took every shred of energy I had gathered after you awoke your chakra. The fox complained and seemed to look annoyed. Look at my fur. It has lost its sheen. Naruto definitely decided not to question the absurdity of the monstrous fox, Kurama, complaining about its fur. By the way, it was really fortuitous of the red-haired girl to stop you. Had you ran rampant even with just the 4 tails of power, you would have completely reduced this city to nothing more than ashes and a smoldering craters. While not as strong as the Bijudama multiple Amari could still devastate long stretches of land without problem. Naruto gulped. He truly did not wish for that to happen. The Kyuubi looked at him sternly. I hope you do not make the mistake of drawing on my power again with nothing but feelings of anger and hatred on your mind. It will completely overwhelm you and take control of your body. Kurama told him and Naruto nodded eagerly. He would definitely not like a repeat of that performance. Well, it is not like you'll be able to make much use of my power in the near future anyway. You forcefully took all that I've amassed and now I've got to start from the beginning. The fox sounded quite annoyed about that particular fact. You still did not tell me what you were doing in my mind. Naruto decided to remind the huge fox. Of course it slipped my mind. The large fox admitted. You see, your soul isn't from this world. You once lived in a land of shinobi where each and everyone had the potential to use the same power that resides within you. The power of chakra. You fought many battles over the course of your life, often getting nearly killed, but you persevered. You were one of the most powerful people I knew, next to Hagoromo Jiji and Kagaya Baba. And perhaps you could have even surpassed them given the time. The fox got distracted in his musing. Well, after your unfortunate death you were slated for a transmigration, or in your case more of a reincarnation, and I relinquished nearly all of my chakra to hide myself in your chakra and soul to get past the whole process of keeping a soul as largely a clean slate for those purposes. Hence why I am so weak at the moment. It was just after you awoke your chakra again that I woke up from my hibernation and could gather energy again. Kurama explained. By the way, the karmic forces really paid you back for putting Kushina, Minato and the old pervert Jiraiya on the same world with you. Naruto still tried to grasp what he had been told. He was the reincarnation of a super powerful shinobi. It seemed outlandish and yet he was inclined to believe Kurama. Although I must say that with Kushina raising you, you are much more of a pleasant person to talk to. The large fox admitted with a fanged smile. Why? What was I like back then? The blonde inquired, quite interested in his past life. Was he some kind of super arrogant, self-entitled, emo that constantly backstabbed and betrayed the people he cared about? In a faraway universe/world, whatever you wanted to call it, a black-haired male with a rather peculiar hairstyle wondered what he had done to deserve his current tortuous fate. Well, you were a really nice guy. Kurama tried to find the right words for his explanation, but you were also an idealistic and naive idiot, which is what got you killed in the end. The large fox released a large breath, nearly knocking Naruto over. You were possibly the biggest idiot I ever met. The things you didn't understand because you skipped the basics or didn't listen properly, simply astounding. Kurama remembered in astonishment, but Naruto felt rather embarrassed that was something the large being was astonished about. But you also had one of the biggest hearts and capacities for forgiveness in any human. It would have just been better if you could have coupled that with some intelligence. The fox commented morosely, shaking its large head. But I really like this, you, better. You are not stupid and you are most certainly on better terms with your emotions. What do you mean by that? Well, last time around you really bottled up a lot of your emotions. A lot of your anger and all of your hate. Amongst other things. It was really not good for you because it ended up forming an anthropomorphic representation of it. So I had some kind of evil split personality? The blonde asked tentatively and the large fox laughed. No, if you truly were as simple-minded as to be split into a good and evil half, you would have very likely committed suicide long before that. Kurama commented with a large amount of amusement. No, it was simply a representation of your darker emotions. Emotions like hate and malice, things you didn't want to feel, didn't want to act upon. You shoved them aside thinking you had dealt with them. But currently you are much more well-balanced in that regard. The blonde absorbed the information he had been told. Say, if you were present during my last life, could you teach me how to use my chakra? The reincarnated shinobi requested. I can help you with the things, as far as I remember them, but it is unlikely that I will be able to actually teach you. Kurama admitted apologetically sorry, but you will have to spend a lot of time figuring things out for yourself. That's alright, it's more than I had hoped for. Naruto, regardless, was grateful for any assistance. But this world you landed in? Angels, devils, gods, the whole package. It's really interesting. Kurama grinned at him. There is never going to be a boring day with you. Thanks, I guess. Naruto didn't know how he should feel getting praised for something like that. And by the way, your choice in females is much better this time around. Naruto perked up in surprise, not expecting a giant fox to be complimenting him for that. Just thinking back to that Sakura girl. The fox seemed to shudder at the thought of it. I never got what you saw in her. Naruto looked up at the fox, his gaze inquisitive. Just one of the most unpleasant human females I had the misfortune of knowing. She was loud, rude, and spent her childhood belittling and hitting you for trying to express your affection. Naruto could only agree with her being unpleasant. From Kurama's description, that Rias girl is much more interesting. Her power, in some regards, is similar to that of a Gudadama. What's a Gudadama? Naruto was interested in finding out more about chakra. A type of technique you will be able to use again once you have mastered the 5 elements and yin and yang chakra. They combine all of these to form a black substance capable of negating most techniques and has the ability to disintegrate matter when coming in contact with it. A truly fearsome technique. That energy she used almost operates on a similar level but decidedly lacks the ability to completely nullify other techniques and seems to be without use as a defensive technique. Kurama explained knowledgeable and Naruto listened intently. The other interesting girl is that Kaneko. She feels pretty similar to Matabi. Naruto was about to ask who that was, but Kyuubi had already anticipated that. You could call her my sibling. You see, while many people originally thought my siblings and I were demons, we, in truth, were 9 in equal parts of the primordial god known as Shinju. I was the strongest of my siblings. When Hagoromo Jiji created us, he each gave us a name, personality, and a distinct form. And that white-haired girl definitely feels similar to Matabi. Not in power but in form, and compared to the denizens of this world she actually has a much greater access to her chakra. Naruto filed that piece of information away for later. For now he had to process that he had one part of a god inside of him. Well, it was nice talking to you again, brat. Even if I did most of the talking this time around. A smirk graced Kurama's lips. Now let me rest. Something you could need as well. A single piece of red energy enveloped him and sent him back into the depths of his sleep, where he had wanted to be in the first place. Thanks for watching.